Imagine standing in a trench, soaked in mud, waiting for the whistle that tells you to run headfirst into machine gun fire. You've got rats chewing on corpses beside you, clouds of chlorine gas rolling in, and somewhere overhead, a pilot's tossing grenades out of his cockpit like it's a bar fight. This is the WW2 Iceberg, and what you just heard is only the beginning. Tier 1. Sack of Dinant. People say World War I started with a teenage assassin and a gun, but the truth is it came from old grudges and leaders who couldn't back down. And within weeks of it kicking off, Belgium saw one of its first massacres. On August 23, 1914, German troops stormed into Dinant and lined up 137 civilians against the garden wall. They opened fire, and when the smoke cleared, the bodies were stacked in a street. A few people survived by lying still until dark, but some of them were caught again and killed anyway. By the end of that day, 674 civilians were dead. Most of the victims were men, but there were women and children too. The official story was that locals had been shooting at German troops, but weeks earlier, the mayor had already ordered everyone to hand in their weapons, and no guns were ever found. What really fueled it was frustration. German forces had just taken heavy losses in a nearby valley, where echoing gunfire made them think they were surrounded. And by the time they came back to Dinant, every civilian looked like an enemy. The killing spread fast. Families were dragged out of their homes, monks were shot in the square, whole neighborhoods went up in flames, and soldiers raided wine cellars as they went. They even forced civilians to march in front of them as human shields. One infant, just 3 weeks old, was among the dead. German commanders called it retaliation. Some of them stuck to that for years, while others eventually admitted there hadn't been any resistance at all. It was just rage, panic, and the need to make an example out of someone. In 2001, Germany finally apologized, but by then the survivors were gone, and the victims were just names on memorials, and a garden wall that still stands as proof of what happens when an army decides to take its anger out on civilians. Sadly, this wasn't the last time civilians paid for someone else's war crimes. There's an entry in Tier 3 where an entire town hall was turned into a warning. But first, let me show you the most peaceful day in the entire war. Christmas truce. For one strange Christmas in 1914, the Western Front stopped being a slaughterhouse and briefly turned into a block party. British and German soldiers put down their rifles, crawled out of their trenches, and met in no man's land. They shook hands, swapped cigarettes, sang carols, and even played a football match that nobody kept score of. Then, when the holidays were over, they went right back to shooting each other. The whole thing wasn't ordered, or even planned. It just started with Germans singing Stille Nacht, and the British shouting carols back like drunk neighbors across a fence. By morning, men were climbing over the sandbags, recovering frozen corpses together, trading chocolate for buttons, and taking group photos like tourists. The generals hated it because, well, their men were fraternizing with the enemy. The moment letters home started describing this cozy ceasefire, newspapers turned it into a feel-good story, which only made commanders angrier. The following year, they made sure it wouldn't happen again by timing artillery barrages to ruin the festive mood before anyone could try singing. And despite the romantic retelling, the truce wasn't universal. French and Belgian troops, whose towns were literally being flattened, didn't exactly feel festive. Even for the British and Germans, the truce only lasted a couple of days before new units rolled in and business returned to normal, meaning mud, rats, and machine guns. Still, the memory struck. Some veterans later said it was surreal to be laughing with men they'd been ordered to kill the next week. For a few, it made the whole war harder to justify. The Christmas truce didn't end the fighting. It just proved that the war could have ended if the people actually fighting it were the ones in charge. And then history buried that idea under 4 more years of barbed wire, chlorine gas, and mass graves. This was one of the rare feel-good moments in the war, but don't get used to it, because there's a burial coming up in Tier 5 that's way worse than anything you'd find in a graveyard. First though, let's talk about a group of soldiers who thought they saw angels. Angels of Mons, 1914. The Battle of Mons was Britain's first real scrap in World War I. And it went about as well as you'd expect when a tiny expeditionary force runs face first into the German army. Outnumbered and outgunned, the British basically had to sprint back across Belgium. Strangely, what made headlines wasn't the retreat. It was the part where people said angels showed up. It all started with Arthur Machen, a writer who thought it'd be fun to publish a little ghost story called The Bowmen. In it, tired British soldiers called out to St. George, and suddenly a bunch of medieval archers rise from the grave to take down the Germans. Machen had made the whole thing up, but the paper forgot to mention that part, and so plenty of readers assumed it was true. From there, it spiraled. Priests started preaching about it in church. Spiritualist magazines ran testimonies, and the angels kept getting upgraded. First it was ghost bowmen, then shining figures with flaming swords, then Joan of Arc floating over the battlefield. Some people even claimed German bodies had arrow wounds, even though none of these so-called witnesses had been anywhere near Mons. Machen tried to explain that he made it up, which only made people double down. If he said it was fake, then clearly he was hiding something. Newspapers kept printing miracle stories because they sold, and clergy leaned on them because it was easier than describing the mud and blood of trench life. At that point, even the government may have gotten involved. Some historians believe British intelligence quietly let the myth spread. Morale was collapsing, desertion was rising, and soldiers might think twice about running if they believed the Archangel Michael was on their side. Eventually, the Society for Psychical Research, a group that takes ghosts way too seriously, decided to investigate. They didn't find a single solid witness or document, just rumors, recycled letters, and testimonies from people who weren't anywhere near the front, which made sense because the only spirit soldiers saw during the war were gin rations. So no, angels didn't save the British Army, a short story did, and for a while, that was apparently good enough. Swen Corporal's Affair. On March 17, 1915, 4 French corporals were executed by their own army. They hadn't deserted, betrayed anyone, or switched sides. What they did was refuse to charge straight into machine gun fire after already being shelled by their own artillery. That spring, French generals were desperate for progress in the Champagne region. Every attack had ended in disaster, but instead of changing tactics, they just ordered another bayonet charge near the village of Swen. The 21st Company was told to go over the top at 5 a.m. And then, just before the signal, French artillery shelled the wrong trenches. Dozens of their own men were killed or mangled, and the survivors were still told to get up and run into German guns. Some tried and were gunned down immediately. The rest stayed put, because they weren't insane. General Giraud Revellac didn't care. He even tried to order another round of artillery on his own soldiers to motivate them. But the artillery commander refused unless it was written down. The order never came, but Revellac still wanted someone punished. So Captain Eckelbey was told to pick men at random. 18 privates and 6 corporals were chosen. After some back and forth, most were spared. But 4 corporals, Théophile Maupas, Lucien Lechat, Louis Leffelon, and Louis Girard, weren't so lucky. The court-martial was basically a rubber stamp. By morning, the 4 were lined up and shot in front of their regiment. 2 hours later, someone quietly reduced their sentences to forced labor, except they were already dead, which kind of ruined the gesture. One of the widows, Blanche Maupas, refused to let the story die. For nearly 20 years, she wrote letters, rallied protests, and dragged the case back into the public eye until the government had to deal with it. In 1934, a special court cleared all 4 corporals. The families got 1 symbolic franc in damages, which wasn't much, but at least history finally admitted the obvious. The assault was pointless, the order was impossible, and 4 men had been killed for nothing. Tier 2. Sinking of RMS Lusitania. On May 7, 1915, a German U-boat torpedoed the RMS Lusitania off the coast of Ireland, and the ship went down in just 18 minutes. Out of the 1,960 people on board, 1,197 died. The majority were civilians, over 100 were children, and sadly, babies were in the count too. The Lusitania was a British ocean liner run by the Cunard Line. It had left New York 6 days earlier, heading for Liverpool. Everyone said it was fast, sleek, and supposedly unarmed. Officially, it was a passenger ship. Unofficially, it had over 4 million rounds of rifle ammo and artillery shells stuffed into the cargo hold. That little detail will matter a lot in a minute. See, Germany had already made it clear that any Allied ships in the war zone were fair game, even if they had passengers on board. They even ran newspaper ads in the US, warning people not to sail on Allied ships, right next to the Lusitania's departure info. But most folks just shrugged it off. The British said it was a bluff, and people believed them. It wasn't. The German U-boat U-20 fired 1 torpedo. Just 1, but that was all it needed. The hit triggered a massive second explosion. Historians still debate if it was from the munitions or the boilers, and the ship sank before most of the lifeboats could even hit the water. People were crushed, trapped, or thrown overboard. Some drowned inside the ship while others froze in the icy water, waiting for rescue crews that took too long. Entire families were wiped out in the attack. When the news broke, the British government didn't waste a second. They painted the whole thing as a deliberate massacre of innocent civilians. Of course, they made sure not to mention the ammo below deck or the fact that the ship had also been registered as an auxiliary warship. The actual cargo manifest, which is the official list of everything on board, wasn't fully released until decades later. Germany defended the attack, saying the ship was a legitimate military target, and technically, they weren't wrong. But technically doesn't help much when you've just torpedoed a ship full of tourists and 128 dead Americans. That part definitely nudged the US closer to joining the war. If you think torpedoes were brutal, wait till you get to Tier 6. There's an entry where entire cities starved and it wasn't by accident. In the meantime, let's talk about a fortress full of men who just wouldn't die. The attack of the dead men. In August 1915, at Osowiec Fortress, in what's now Poland, the Germans launched a gas attack they were sure would wipe out everything inside. They'd pumped in a thick cloud of chlorine and bromine gas, and they waited for silence. Inside, Russian troops were choking to death. Their lungs were filling with blood, their skin was burning off, and anyone still breathing was coughing up chunks of their insides. So when the gas cleared, German infantry began marching in, expecting nothing but corpses. And they got them, sort of. Because out of that fog came what looked like the dead. Their uniforms were shredded, their faces wrapped in blood-soaked rags, and many had chemical burns so severe they barely looked human. Some were half blind, others were literally holding in their insides. But through it all, they weren't retreating or begging for mercy. Instead, they were charging forward with rifles in hand. The surviving Russians were barely alive, but they were still moving and fighting. The Germans panicked. They hadn't planned for this. These weren't fresh reinforcements, they were the same men who'd just been gassed, and yet they kept advancing. German troops turned and ran, and in the chaos, some tripped over their own barbed wire, while others ran straight into their own artillery fire. The Russians weren't trying to win the war that day, they just weren't ready to die lying down. The Germans eventually took Osowiec anyway, because yes, more gas and heavier artillery finally overwhelmed the defenders. But not before suffering the embarrassment of fleeing from the men they had already declared dead. The story didn't become famous right away. It didn't fit into any of the war's neat propaganda narratives, but for those who saw it, it stuck. One side brought poison and science. The other brought spite, adrenaline, and the indomitable human spirit that keeps fighting even with melting lungs. And somehow, that was enough to turn the tide for a day. That's why they still call it the Attack of the Dead Men. Execution of Edith Cavell. In October 1915, a British nurse named Edith Cavell was executed by a German firing squad in Brussels. She was 49 years old, and her crime was helping around 200 Allied soldiers escape German-occupied Belgium. To the Germans, she was a traitor. To the British, she became a martyr. To Cavell herself, it was just the right thing to do. Before the war, she'd been running a nursing school in Brussels. When the Germans rolled in, she stayed. Her job was to treat the wounded, German or Allied. But behind the scenes, she was helping a resistance network smuggle British and French troops out through the Netherlands. When she was caught, she didn't deny it. She confessed in court, laid out everything she'd done, and in doing so, sealed her fate. Under German military law, that confession meant death. She was shot at dawn on October 12, 1915, along with another resistance member, Philippe Bock. The world didn't take it well. Even neutral countries like the United States, which hadn't joined the war yet, condemned the execution. To save face, the German authorities framed it as a straightforward case. They said they'd lawfully executed a spy. Technically, they weren't wrong. Helping enemy soldiers escape is a capital offense during wartime. But shooting a civilian nurse who healed soldiers on both sides? That wasn't a good look for them, and they knew it. Back in Britain, Cavell's face was plastered everywhere. On posters and newspapers, even in recruitment drives. She wasn't trying to be a symbol, though. The night before her execution, she told the priest, "Patriotism is not enough. I must have no hatred or bitterness for anyone." Those final words became rallying cries across the country. After the war, Cavell's body was returned to Britain, and she was buried with full honors. Edith Cavell's execution caused significant problems for the Germans. But in Tier 6, there's an entry where soldiers got so fed up that they stopped playing along entirely. Russian pogroms during World War I. The Russian pogroms during World War I don't get much attention, and that's probably because mass violence against minorities wasn't exactly new in the Russian Empire. But this time, it wasn't just angry villagers with pitchforks and torches. This time, it was the state. In 1914, Russia joined the war and immediately became paranoid. The government started seeing spies everywhere, especially among Jews and ethnic Germans. The logic was simple. If you spoke German or prayed in Hebrew, you were probably working for the enemy. So the army and police treated entire communities like security threats. People were beaten in the streets, shops were looted, entire neighborhoods were flattened, and nobody in charge was trying to stop it. In fact, they were often leading the way. In March 1915, Russian troops captured the city of Przemyśl from Austria-Hungary after a long, brutal siege. As a reward, Tsarist soldiers decided to celebrate by unleashing violence on the local Jewish population. It wasn't just a few broken windows. It was a full-blown massacre. Homes were ransacked. People were dragged out and beaten. Killings became routine. Just 3 months later, on June 11, 1915, another wave of violence hit Petrograd. Only this time, the targets were ethnic Germans. Mobs destroyed over 500 German-owned shops, offices, and factories. And the police? They barely even showed up. Some reports even suggest that they participated. Then came the deportations. During the Great Retreat of 1915, as Russian forces lost ground to Germany and Austria-Hungary, military leaders needed someone to blame. So Chief of Staff Nikolai Yanushkevich, with support from Grand Duke Nicholas, ordered a scorched earth campaign along the empire's western borders. Villages were torched, and civilians, mostly Jews and Germans, were forcibly removed from their homes. Tens of thousands were sent east, deep into the Russian interior. And by interior, they mostly meant Siberia. There was no food, no shelter, and no real plan. Many didn't survive the journey. Those who did often died shortly after arriving. And as bad as that was, things only got worse during the Russian Civil War. After the revolution, the empire fractured, and the countryside turned into a free-for-all. Between 50,000 and 250,000 Jews were killed in pogroms across the region. Many of the attacks were carried out by organized military units and local warlords, and they resulted in entire Jewish villages being wiped off the map. Most of this took place in what is now Ukraine, and while the official story was still about security, modern historians call it what it really was: ethnic cleansing, which is a sanitized way of saying the Russian state, and later its rivals, systematically persecuted minorities for existing in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sadly, this wasn't the only mass displacement. There's an entry in Tier 4 where people were marched into the desert and left to disappear. Tier 3. Bapaume Town Hall Explosion. On March 25, 1917, a time bomb left behind by retreating German forces exploded inside the town hall of Bapaume, France, killing 24 people. Most were Australian soldiers, 2 were French parliamentarians, and a few were civilian volunteers serving coffee. None of them were in uniform when the building went up. Earlier that month, German troops had pulled back to the Hindenburg Line as part of Operation Albrecht, a scorched earth retreat designed to give up territory but leave nothing behind. Before pulling back, the troops destroyed roads, railways, rigged wells, mined basements, and booby-trapped everything from door handles to church pews. Bapaume had been under German control since 1914, and when they finally left, Allied troops moved in. The town was mostly rubble, but somehow the town hall was still standing. That alone raised red flags. The Australians did a sweep and even removed one bomb from the cellar, so they assumed the place was safe. They turned it into a rest stop, with the Australian Comforts Fund running a canteen where soldiers could grab tea, cake, and a letter from home. That night, 2 French deputies, Albert Taillandier and Raoul Briquet, also stopped by. Taillandier was the local member of the parliament, and this was his first visit since the Germans left. At exactly 11:30 p.m., a hidden charge detonated inside the town hall's tower. It was roughly 100 pounds of explosives, triggered by an acid delay fuse buried deep inside the structure. The blast ripped through the building, collapsed the tower, and crushed the ground floor. Everyone on that level died instantly, all 24 of them. Only 6 soldiers who'd been sleeping in the cellar made it out alive, and even then they had to be dug out the next morning. Just 1 day later, another hidden charge exploded on the outskirts of town, killing 2 more Australians. By then, it was clear the retreat hadn't been because the rival army had gotten sloppy. It had been methodically planned. Later, a captured German radio operator confirmed that several timed charges had been planted before the withdrawal. The town hall was eventually rebuilt, and today there's a plaque on the wall with the names of everyone who was killed that night. Soon you'll hear about the part of World War I where just taking a breath could burn you from the inside. But first, let's talk about the kind of wounds no bandage was ever going to fix. Shell shock recognition. World War I didn't just break bodies, it broke minds too. The men who came back shaking, stammering, and hollow-eyed weren't injured in the traditional sense. There were no bullets lodged in bone and no shrapnel to dig out, but they were shattered all the same. The term doctors used was shell shock. The symptoms were all over the place. Some men screamed in their sleep, while others couldn't speak at all. Their hands trembled, their faces twitched, and one moment they'd be pacing silently. The next, they'd be curled up in a fetal position under a hospital cot. A few wandered the trenches in circles, mumbling nonsense. Some couldn't stop shaking, couldn't eat, and couldn't even remember their own names. At first, people thought it was physical. The theory was that blast pressure from artillery had somehow damaged the brains of these men, hence the term shell shock. But doctors eventually noticed something odd. Some of the worst cases hadn't even been near an explosion, so the explanation shifted. They decided it was psychological, a full-body collapse caused by fear, trauma, exhaustion, and horror boiling over all at once. And since medicine in 1915 didn't have much room for nuance, any soldier who couldn't march in a straight line or fire his weapon was branded a coward or something worse. There wasn't much interest in understanding what the men were actually going through. Instead, treatment meant electroshock, isolation, forced exercise, or just yelling at him until he snapped out of it. The point wasn't to help them heal. It was to make them functional again. If a man could hold a rifle, he was considered cured. If not, he was left to rot. By the end of the war, about 80,000 to 200,000 British soldiers had been diagnosed with shell shock. And that's just one army. Many more were misdiagnosed or never reported at all. Some were even executed for desertion or cowardice when what they really needed was help. Today, we call it PTSD, but that label doesn't make it easier. These men watched their friends get ripped apart by explosions, crawled through mud soaked in blood, and breathed in the stench of burning flesh. And somehow, they came back. Facial disfigurement and prosthetics. Trench warfare didn't just kill people, it wrecked them. Shrapnel carved through jaws, bullets shattered cheekbones, and explosions peeled off faces like bark from a tree. Helmets were fine for the top of the head, but the face, that was still fair game. So a lot of soldiers came back looking nothing like themselves, if they came back at all. These weren't the kind of injuries you could cover up with a bandage and a stiff upper lip. Some men lost noses, others had their mouths torn away, and a few more were left standing with nothing below the eyes. Eating turned into an ordeal. So did breathing and talking. That's when hospitals stepped in, or at least tried to. Surgeons attempted to rebuild what had been blown off, but plastic surgery was barely a thing back then. Most of the early operations didn't go well, and successful usually meant not actively infected. So instead of fixing the faces, they started faking them. Anna Coleman Ladd was a sculptor from the US who used to make fountains and classical statues. But in 1917, she ended up in France making something way more personal: replacement faces. She set up a studio with the American Red Cross, and when a soldier came in missing half his head, she got to work. She'd start by taking a plaster cast of what was left, then sculpt a new face out of clay. After that, she'd hammer thin copper sheets into shape, paint them to match the guy's skin tone, and attach eyebrows or mustaches made from actual human hair. These weren't Halloween masks, they were wearable illusions. Some were even detailed enough to let the wearer smoke without taking them off. They were strapped on with string or glasses or glue. They weren't comfortable and they didn't move, but they gave men just enough cover to go outside without getting stared at. The French had a name for them: gueules cassées, or broken faces, and that's what they were. These men were walking reminders of what modern war actually did. Ladd wasn't the only one doing this. Francis Derwent Wood ran a similar shop in London, which people eventually called the Tin Noses Shop. Between them, they laid the groundwork for what would later become anaplastology, the field that now gives us silicone prosthetics and high-tech facial implants. But back then, it was just copper, paint, and a quiet determination to help someone feel human again. Mustard gas use at Ypres. Ypres was already hell before mustard gas showed up. The town had been shelled into rubble, and by the time the Third Battle of Ypres, better known as Passchendaele, kicked off in 1917, around 500,000 men had been killed or wounded in the region. The trenches were flooded, the rats were eating corpses, and morale was basically non-existent. And then the Germans decided to make it worse. They rolled out sulfur mustard, also called Yperite, named after Ypres, where it made its big debut. It wasn't the first chemical weapon of the war, but it was easily one of the nastiest. Chlorine and phosgene might choke you out fast, but mustard gas was built for slow, painful, drawn-out suffering. You could walk through a cloud of it without even realizing. It didn't have that sharp, choking smell like chlorine, so you just keep moving like nothing was wrong, until about 6 hours later when your skin started to blister. Your eyes would swell shut, and welts would spread across your body. The gas soaked into fabric, boots, and blankets. If you sat in it, it burned straight through your underwear. If you breathed it in, it cooked your lungs from the inside. And it didn't go away. Mustard gas clung to the soil, and not even rain could wash it out. You could gas a trench, leave, and come back 3 days later to find it still just as deadly. It turned parts of the battlefield into long-term chemical traps. The worst part is, it isn't really all that effective. Only about 2% of mustard gas victims actually died, but it still injured over 120,000 Allied troops. That was the point. It wasn't meant to kill fast. It was meant to blind, burn, scar, and send soldiers home permanently broken. By the end of the war, mustard gas was everywhere. Every side had stockpiles, and no one really hesitated to use them. It wasn't until the Geneva Protocol in 1925 that countries finally agreed it was maybe a bit too cruel, at least on paper. Tier 4. Use of pigeons for communication. By 1918, people had already built machines that could erase entire battalions in an afternoon. Yet for battlefield communication, they were still relying on pigeons. Yes, actual birds, flapping through artillery fire with scraps of paper tied to their legs. And somehow that was considered a solid plan. The most famous of them was cher ami, which means dear friend in French. Despite the name, he was a British pigeon working for the American Army during the Meuse-Argonne offensive. On October 4, 1918, hundreds of US soldiers ended up trapped behind enemy lines in what became known as the Lost Battalion. They were surrounded, running out of food, and their own artillery started hitting them because no one knew where they were. Radios were useless, runners kept getting killed, and pigeons were the last option. The first bird was shot down, then the second. Finally, they released cher ami. He was hit in the chest, lost an eye, and had most of his leg blown off during the flight. Yet somehow he made it. He flew 25 miles through the chaos and delivered a message that basically said, "We're here, stop shelling us." Minutes later, the friendly fire stopped, and 197 men were saved. The army treated him like a hero. Medics patched him up. He was awarded medals, and when he died, his body went to the Smithsonian. A DNA test in 2021 finally confirmed he was a male, which fixed decades of mix-ups, though it didn't change much for a half-blind bird with a wooden leg. In a war with tanks, planes, and chemical weapons, the best way to tell your own men to stop shooting at you was to toss a pigeon into the sky and hope it made it. Things turned out all right for cher ami, but thousands of others weren't so lucky. They were shot, ripped apart, or vanished mid-flight, their messages never reaching anyone. Forced deportations in the Ottoman Empire. The Armenian genocide didn't happen in secret, and the people responsible didn't even bother hiding it behind the fog of war. It was carried out in broad daylight, through official channels, by a government that didn't just want Armenians relocated, they wanted them erased. In 1915, the Ottoman Empire started rounding up Armenian leaders, politicians, clergy, academics, basically anyone who could hold a community together. Most were executed early on, and the rest of the population was pushed out in massive forced deportations. That word makes it sound like they were putting people on trains, but they weren't. Instead, they marched civilians, including kids and the elderly, across deserts with no food, no water, and no shelter. The conditions were intentionally set up so very few could possibly make it out alive. A paramilitary group called the Special Organization, made up largely of violent criminals the state had let out of prison, was sent along to escort the Armenians. Their job was to follow the marches and finish what starvation and exhaustion couldn't. Whole villages were wiped out. They defiled women in public to spread fear, and children were taken and never seen again. Some of the convoys were attacked by staged tribal raids, but most of the violence came from the escorts who were supposed to be guarding them. The orders came from the top and were passed down through official memos, then carried out by local authorities and civilians who got the message loud and clear. By the time it ended, somewhere between 1.2 and 1.5 million Armenians were dead. Even the lowest estimates still point to mass extermination, and the impact didn't stop there. Raphael Lemkin, the man who later coined the word genocide, said a major reason he pushed for a law to protect entire groups was because he had read about what happened to the Armenians as a boy. Suicide trenches, network of tunnels. Trench warfare didn't start with World War I, but that's where it became a nightmare. By late 1914, both sides had carved out a maze of ditches from the Swiss border to the North Sea. They were built to protect soldiers from bullets and shells, but they ended up trapping them in something far worse. The trenches were narrow, wet, and filled with rats and lice. And as if that wasn't bad enough, there were often pieces of dismembered corpses scattered in the mix. The floors never dried out, so soldiers' feet rotted until the skin sloughed off. Sometimes the infection spread so badly the only option was to saw the foot off on the spot. Then came the waiting. Weeks of crouching in filth, listening to artillery, knowing the next whistle could mean sprinting into machine gun fire. Men drowned in flooded shell holes, bled out tangled in barbed wire, or sat in silence after watching their friends vanish in an instant. Some broke completely. Others quietly pulled the trigger on their own boot, because a hospital bed seemed safer than another hour in the mud. In the end, the trenches killed in slow motion. And the cruel part was that for many soldiers, dying wasn't the unthinkable part. Surviving in the trenches was. Aerial reconnaissance. Eyes in the sky. At the start of World War I, aerial reconnaissance looked almost silly. You had pilots in shaky little planes trying to sketch maps by hand while bullets flew past them. By the end of the war, though, that same job had become one of the deadliest roles around. Those pilots weren't there to fly. Their orders were simple. Fly over enemy lines, take photographs, and try to make it back in one piece. That was harder than it sounds when your plane was built from wood and canvas and you didn't even get a parachute. If you were hit, you either burned or crashed. And since most of them didn't have weapons at first, they were basically floating targets with cameras. When military started strapping cameras to the planes, things got serious. Pilots were told to photograph the same stretch of land every single day from the same angle, because even the smallest change, like a trench filling with soldiers or a patch of earth being dug out, could mean an attack was on the way. And yes, artillery teams sometimes used the photos to decide what spots to hit. By the later years of the war, both sides were taking pictures of the front lines twice a day. One clear photo of a field or a tree line could determine whether thousands of soldiers kept breathing or got wiped out in a bombardment. The pilots didn't fire weapons, but their cameras pointed them. Isonzo Front's terrible snow. The Italian front in World War I was basically a horror movie set on cliffs. Soldiers fought on vertical cliffs, across icy rivers, and through snowstorms, all while being ordered to charge uphill into machine gun fire. Italy had joined the war in 1915 after the Allies promised them land that wasn't theirs to begin with. Their top general, Luigi Cadorna, believed the only way forward was straight ahead. He sent wave after wave of poorly equipped men into open ground against barbed wire, snipers, and artillery. It didn't matter if the terrain was solid rock or if men froze in the snow. Cadorna kept pushing them, convinced that enough bodies would eventually break Austria's lines. In the heat of war, soldiers dug trenches into stone with their bare hands, slipped to their deaths off icy cliffs, or starved in the thin mountain air. Mudslides and avalanche swallowed men whole. Frostbite and dysentery were as deadly as enemy fire, and most assaults ended the same way. Thousands dead, and the front unmoved. It all collapsed at Caporetto, the 12th and worst battle. In just 3 weeks, the Italian army broke apart. They lost 10,000 men, 30,000 more were wounded, and around 270,000 soldiers were taken prisoner. Entire units deserted or just collapsed from hunger, illness, and sheer exhaustion. By the time the smoke cleared, Italy had lost around 300,000 men, while Austria-Hungary lost another 200,000. And for what? They didn't capture any major cities or ports. They also didn't secure any meaningful advantage. They've just left behind a lot of frozen corpses buried in mountain snow. Tier 5. Arab Revolt and Lawrence's guerrilla warfare. The Arab Revolt kicked off in 1916, mostly because Britain figured turning the Ottoman Empire's Arab subjects against them would be cheaper and less bloody than sending more British troops into the Mesopotamian meat grinder. So instead of boots, they sent promises, independence, new borders, maybe even the flag. What the Arabs actually got was T.E. Lawrence, a British officer with a knack for languages, a background in archaeology, and a real enthusiasm for blowing things up. Lawrence embedded himself with Sharif Hussein's forces as a liaison, but that title barely scratched the surface. He was out in the desert planning ambushes like a full-time job. One week it was dynamite strapped to camels. The next it was telegraph lines vanishing overnight. And the week after that, an Ottoman outpost would be wiped off the map before anyone could figure out what happened. Sometimes they took prisoners. Sometimes they didn't bother. Their favorite playground was the Hejaz Railway, the main supply line for Ottoman forces in the region. Lawrence and his men made it their personal mission to make that railway useless. They planted hundreds of mines along the tracks, blew up troop transports, looted whatever survived the explosion, and disappeared before the Ottomans could send backup. And they did it over and over again. Survivors, if there were any, were often left to crawl back through the sand with just enough strength to warn their commanders. What made the whole thing so effective wasn't just the destruction, it was the psychological warfare. The Ottomans had more soldiers and better equipment, but Lawrence and the Arab fighters turned the landscape itself into an enemy. Every rock, every stretch of railway, and every farmer with a donkey became a threat. Ottoman soldiers started to feel like they were being hunted by ghosts, and the fear did more damage than explosives ever could. After the war, none of the promises Britain made to the Arabs were kept. Instead of independence, the land was sliced up into mandates by Britain and France. Lawrence went home and wrote 7 Pillars of Wisdom. The Arab world got new borders, puppet governments, and colonial cops. The guerrilla war ended, but the mess it left behind, that stuck around. Live burial at Beaumont Hamel. Beaumont Hamel was one of the toughest German strongholds on the Somme front. When the British attacked it on July 1, 1916, the first day of the Battle of the Somme, they were feeling pretty confident. After all, they just spent an entire week hammering it with over 1 million artillery shells. The ground shook non-stop, and the higher-ups were convinced nothing could have survived. Boy, were they wrong. The Germans had dug deep bunkers, and most of those shells didn't even touch them. So when British troops were told to go over the top, many of them walked in neat lines, expecting to just mop up whatever was left. Instead, they were met with machine gun fire almost instantly. Within hours, 20,000 men were dead. Entire battalions disappeared, and those who staggered into no man's land were left stranded, bleeding in the open. Some never even got that far. And then there were the ones who never came up at all. British engineers had tunneled under German lines and packed the Hawthorne Ridge mine with 40,000 pounds of ammonal. It went off at 7:20 a.m., 10 minutes before the infantry attack. The blast tore a crater into the earth and buried everyone nearby alive. That meant German troops on the surface, and even some British tunnelers who were still down there doing last-minute checks. Some bodies were blown apart instantly, but others were trapped alive in collapsed tunnels, still breathing as the dirt sealed them in. There wasn't anything to do. You just waited until your body gave out. Canadian soldiers executed for cowardice. During World War I, 25 Canadian soldiers were executed by firing squad. Officially, they were killed for cowardice or desertion. Unofficially, they were shot because the system couldn't tell the difference between trauma and treason. Canada was under British military law at the time, and that law didn't believe in shell shock. If a man froze during combat, wandered off, or refused one more suicidal charge, it didn't matter why. He could be hauled in front of a court-martial and condemned before breakfast. Men like William Alexander, Frederick Arnold, Harold Carter, and Edward Fairbairn were dragged out at dawn, shot, and buried without honors. Families were told, but usually with a watered-down excuse. And while the army called it discipline, the timing gave it away. Executions were lined up with big offensives. The higher-ups did this to remind the rest of the unit what happened if you lost your nerve. Long story short, they were killing soldiers to boost morale. Over 200 Canadians were sentenced to death, but only 25 were actually executed. The rest got prison or hard labor, which shows that the people in charge were more interested in making examples than anything else. 2 of the executed soldiers were shot for murder and were never pardoned, but the rest were officially cleared in 2006, 90 years later. The war broke them, then blamed them for being broken. Now, their names sit in the Canadian Book of Remembrance, written down like that makes up for it. The Halifax Explosion. On the morning of December 6, 1917, 2 ships collided in Halifax Harbor. One of them, the Mont Blanc, was a French cargo ship loaded with explosives, 2,925 tons of it. We're talking picric acid, TNT, gun cotton, and barrels of benzol stacked right on the deck. It was basically a floating bomb, and everyone on board knew it, but the people of Halifax didn't, because no one told them. The collision happened when the Mont Blanc crossed paths with the Emo, a Norwegian relief ship. Sparks flew, the benzol caught fire, and for the next 20 minutes, the burning ship drifted towards shore. Instead of evacuating, locals came down to the waterfront to watch the fire. No one warned them about what was coming until it was too late. The explosion wiped out everything within half a mile, and entire buildings were reduced to splinters. A chunk of the ship's anchor was launched over 4 kilometers inland, while a cannon landed on a hill 3.5 kilometers away. The pressure wave from the blast shattered windows across the city. Then came a tsunami, and after that, the fires started. Over 1,600 people died instantly. Thousands more were crushed, burned, or blinded. Many of them kids who'd been watching the fire through glass windows that shattered in their faces. Hospitals were so overwhelmed that they started lining up the bodies in hallways. And just when things couldn't get any worse, a blizzard rolled in on day 2. The Halifax explosion still stands as the largest human-made blast before the nuclear age. It wasn't sabotage, and it wasn't a bombing. It wasn't even enemy action. It was just a perfect storm of bad timing, miscommunication, and the ship full of munitions drifting into a civilian harbor with nobody waving a red flag. Afterward, blame was tossed around, and a few court cases popped up, but were quietly dropped. Officials called it negligence, or just an accident. Either way, thousands of people died in a war they weren't even fighting, because no one thought to say, hey, maybe clear the harbor. Tier 6. Allied blockade famine in Germany. Not every weapon in World War I came with a trigger. Some just needed a navy and a lot of patience. From the very start of the war in 1914, the British Royal Navy set up a blockade to choke Germany's supply lines. They didn't just target weapons, they blocked food, fertilizer, fuel, and medicine. If it came by sea and could possibly support the German war effort, it was cut off. When the war ended in 1918, the blockade didn't. Britain and France kept it going well into 1919. Not because of any active threat, but because starving civilians made for good leverage during the Treaty of Versailles. So while diplomats argued over borders, Germany's population kept shrinking, just not from combat. When the war first began, Germany already struggled to feed itself. But without imported fertilizer, farms tanked, crops failed, bread got thinner, and turnips became the main food, when they were available at all. By 1916, hunger had turned into disease. People developed rickets, scurvy, and tuberculosis, and thousands of children went blind from vitamin A deficiency. The winter of 1916 to 17 was called the Turnip Winter, because that's all anyone ate, if they were lucky. The death toll from starvation and malnutrition-related illness is still debated, but historians estimated that between 400,000 and 800,000 civilians died. Germany begged for food aid, and the Allies refused unless there were political concessions. When the food was finally allowed in, it was used as leverage. There wasn't anything technically illegal about it, since blockades were accepted under international law. It was one thing to starve an army, but going after an entire civilian population? That's something else entirely. Some British officials raised concerns, yet most were ignored, and the blockade rolled on until mid-1919. After the war, Germans didn't just remember the trenches or the treaty. They remembered watching their families waste away while full Allied ships floated just out of reach. When the Nazis came to power years later, they didn't rally people by talking about military losses alone. They also talked about the hunger. So if you really think about it, the blockade worked. It helped win the war, but it also made sure the peace didn't last. British Q-ship's ambush tactic. The year is 1915, and you're a German U-boat captain hunting merchant ships. You surface next to one that looks like a perfect target. It's slow, alone, and unarmed. You figure you'll save a torpedo and just use the deck gun. The crew looks terrified. A few guys even scramble into lifeboats, and it all feels too easy. Then, the ship cracks open. Panels fall away. Fake walls collapse. And out come hidden naval guns pointing directly at your face. Congratulations, you've just been Q-shipped. Q-ship were warships disguised as helpless merchant vessels. The British rigged them with false hulls, collapsible decks, and even staged engine trouble or set small fires to really sell the illusion. When a U-boat got close enough, the crew would suddenly hoist the Royal Navy flag and blast it out of the water. Sometimes things could get ugly. For example, HMS Baralong didn't stop at sinking U-27. It executed surviving German sailors in the water and even shot more aboard a nearby vessel. Britain denied it, but the evidence says otherwise. On the opposite end of the spectrum was Inverline, a fishing smack with sails and a single hidden cannon. Somehow it still managed to sink UB-4, turning what looked like a barn into a submarine killer. The problem though is that this technique barely worked. The British deployed nearly 200 Q-ships, and fewer than 15 ever scored a confirmed kill. Most of those happened in a short window in 1915 before German captains figured out the trick. By 1917, U-boats stayed submerged and just torpedoed everything. No questions asked. That was the end of the Q-ship experiment. They were expensive, dangerous, and after the first year, completely useless. The idea got dusted off briefly in World War II, but subs had gotten smarter, and this time the trap failed almost immediately. French Army mutinies. In the spring of 1917, General Nivelle stood in front of the French army and promised them a decisive victory within 48 hours. And honestly, the soldiers bought it. They were exhausted and half broken, but they still believed, maybe, just maybe, this time it'd be different. It wasn't. The offensive at Chemin des Dames completely fell apart, and thousands of men died in a matter of weeks. That's when the army snapped, but not in the way you'd expect. This wasn't some chaotic rebellion. Nobody shot their officers or ran to the Germans. Instead, they stayed put. They manned their trenches. They followed orders, except the ones that involved charging into barbed wire and machine guns for the 5th time that month. By June, nearly half of the entire French army had joined in, about 49 divisions. Some groups staged protest parades while others occupied towns and demanded better rations. But what most of them wanted was simple: rest, home leave, actual food, and a guarantee they wouldn't be sent to die in another hopeless push. At the same time, rumors and pamphlets were spreading across the ranks. Some soldiers had started reading about what happened in Russia, the mutinies, the revolution, the way soldiers there just stopped playing along. And since the Americans hadn't shown up yet, there was this growing feeling that they'd been abandoned. The men made up their minds that the real enemy wasn't in the German trenches. It was in the French headquarters, giving the same bad orders over and over again. That's when General Pétain took over. He understood that morale was wrecked, so he backed off the suicidal offensives, increased leave, rotated troops more often, and tried to act like a human being. And for the most part, it worked. The army pulled itself back together, though it wasn't exactly out of goodwill, because while Pétain gave with one hand, he punished with the other. Around 3,400 soldiers were court-martialed. About 550 were sentenced to death, but only 26 of those executions were officially confirmed, and the numbers beyond that get fuzzy. The French high command kept things quiet, since they didn't want Germany or the public to know how bad things had gotten. And somehow that worked too. The Germans never realized that nearly half the French army had basically gone on strike. That might be the most impressive part. The biggest coordinated military mutiny in Western history happened right in the middle of World War I, and barely anyone noticed. Treaty of Versailles Retribution. The First World War ended in 1918, but the punishment for it began in 1919. On June 28, 1919, 5 years to the day after Franz Ferdinand was shot, Allied leaders gathered in a mirrored room at the Palace of Versailles to sign what they called a peace treaty. No matter what they said, the truth is it read like a checklist of humiliation, with Germany as the only box to tick. First on the list was blame. Article 231, the War Guilt Clause, forced Germany to accept full responsibility for starting the war. Even at the time, plenty of people thought it was excessive, but the Allies framed it as justice. Next came the bill. Reparations were set at billions, with Germany expected to hand over cash, coal, timber, and whatever else could be squeezed out. When they fell behind on payments, the Allies marched into the Ruhr in 1923 and started hauling resources out themselves. German workers answered with strikes. The government printed money to keep them afloat, and the result was hyperinflation so bad, people used banknotes as firewood. Then came disarmament. The treaty ordered Germany to dismantle most of its military. That meant no tanks, no heavy artillery, and no real air force. Germany decided they weren't going to become sitting ducks just because the treaty demanded it, so they got creative. They trained pilots in the Soviet Union, built weapons in Sweden, and hid tanks and artillery in factories. By the time Hitler rearmed openly in the 1930s, the groundwork had already been done. Finally, the justice box. Germany was told to hand over war criminals, including the Kaiser, who never saw a courtroom and instead retired comfortably in the Netherlands. Out of nearly 900 names submitted for trial, Germany put only 12 men in front of a judge. Most walked free, and one was welcomed home with flowers. The Allies complained, but that was about it. The checklist was supposed to end a war, but it just lit the fuse for the next one. Germany didn't finish paying off the Versailles debt until 2010, long after the treaty's real damage had already been done. When the war finally ended, about 20 million people were dead. Entire towns were wiped off the map, and some soldiers never came back. The ones who did weren't right anymore. Some didn't talk, some couldn't sleep, and some never really stopped fighting. And if you asked who won, no one could give you a straight answer, because nobody really did. The war didn't fix anything. Instead, the world came out of it a little more cracked than it went in. World War II technically began in 1939, when Germany invaded Poland. But if we're being honest, the fire had been building long before that. The world was still licking its wounds from World War I, the war to end all wars, which obviously didn't work out that way. Countries were broke, angry, and suspicious of each other. The Treaty of Versailles had humiliated Germany, and the rise of dictators like Hitler, Mussolini, and Japan's militarist leaders pushed nations back towards the edge. Add in a global depression, unstable borders, and a whole lot of unresolved tension, and you got a planet gearing up for another massive fight. Let's get into it. Tier 1. Final Solution Atrocities. 1933 to 1945. When most people think of World War II, they picture the popular stories, the ones Hollywood loves. You know, tanks rolling through muddy fields, soldiers lighting cigarettes after battle, planes flying over Europe in perfect formation. You know, that type of stuff. But even the familiar tales have teeth, starting with the final solution. For years before the war kicked off, Hitler and the Nazis were already planting the seeds of genocide. They blamed Jewish people for everything. Losing World War I, the economy tanking, even the so-called collapse of traditional values. Repeat the lie enough times and eventually the crowd starts to cheer. When Hitler became chancellor in 1933, the hate against Jews slowly turned into anti-Jewish laws. They smeared swastikas on shops, carried out humiliating public beatings, and torched synagogues. Then came the ghettos, where people starved behind walls and had to eat garbage to survive. But that was just a warm-up. By 1941, Nazi leadership, under Hitler's directives, gave the green light for full-blown genocide. The SS and their helpers shot Jews by the thousands in forests after forcing them to dig their own graves. Some victims were lined up and shot into mass graves, sometimes still breathing when the next body landed. Others were crammed into gas vans, choking on carbon monoxide, as German soldiers stood outside, waiting for the banging on the walls to stop. The genocide was cold and systematic, but it wasn't efficient enough, so they built death factories in Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Sobibor, places where trains arrived packed with human cargo, men, women, children, and within hours, most were dead. The victims were stripped and shaved. Children, elders, and even entire families vanished into gas chambers, disguised as showers. Zyklon B did the job in minutes. Screams, banging, desperation, and then silence. Even in death, the captives suffered horrible indignities. Their bodies were burned in crematoria or tossed into pits. The Nazis kept records, photos, jewelries, and even the hair of their victims. They also held on to things like gold teeth pulled from their victims' corpses as if they were some kind of trophy. By the time the war ended, 6 million Jews were gone, along with millions of Roma, disabled people, Poles, and Soviet POWs. Not killed in battle, erased. Their homes looted, their graves unmarked, their names left only in lists. Nanjing. Before Auschwitz and Hiroshima became the defining horrors of World War II, the streets of Nanjing ran red. Across the Pacific, Japanese soldiers committed horrors that could rival anything that happened in Europe. The 1937 Nanjing massacre was horrifyingly violent, and that's putting it mildly. The Japanese Empire saw itself as racially superior and used that belief to justify war crimes across Asia. When Japanese forces stormed the Chinese capital in December 1937, they went beyond trying to win a war and did horrible things that blurred the line between soldier and sadist. The invasion followed months of slaughter as the Japanese advanced from Shanghai. In this time, the countryside between Shanghai and Nanjing turned into a graveyard. Japanese soldiers burned villages, shot civilians for sport, and tortured women with such cruelty that it's hard to talk about without your stomach churning. By the time they reached Nanjing, the soldiers were already well versed in monstrous butchery. But the capital was where things really went to shit. Once the city fell, the Japanese army went completely feral. The order was simple: kill all captives. And they didn't just follow it, they enjoyed it. The soldiers murdered tens of thousands of prisoners of war and random men on the streets, rounding them up like cattle and opening fire without hesitation. Not even the teenagers or the elderly were safe. And the women, they weren't spared either. Neither were little girls. Violation became a weapon of war, and it didn't matter to the men that some of the victims were babies. The survivors, if you can even call them that, were often killed right after in ways so grotesque they would have you questioning your faith in humanity, assuming you had any. One of the most infamous events was the so-called killing contest between two Japanese officers. The rules: first to 100 kills with a sword wins. Simple, horrifying, and treated like a game. Newspapers in the area covered it like it was a baseball game. They even put together a makeshift score sheet. By the time it was over, one guy had racked up 105 kills, the other 106, but they never officially declared a winner. The bombing of London, 1940 to 1941. Back in the West, Churchill was giving his trademark fire up the nation speeches while Londoners slept in subways, hiding from German bombs. The first bombs dropped on a Saturday night. At first, most people figured it was just another false alarm until the sirens started going off. The planes started humming, and the sky lit up like the end of days. London had just barely made it through the Battle of Britain, and now it was about to get something even worse. An 8-month-long firestorm campaign known as the Blitz. When the Luftwaffe locked in on the capital, they came with fuel, fire, and a plan to shatter the nation's spirit. From September 1940 to May 1941, London got hit almost every night. Streets disappeared. Buildings that had been standing since Shakespeare's time were reduced to bricks and ash. Families hid in basements and underground stations, praying the next hit wouldn't take them with it. The noise never let up. The fires were basically impossible to put out, and there were so many bodies that funerals had to wait. Some were buried under rubble, and others were abandoned in makeshift morgues. On one especially rough night in December 1940, the city basically caught fire. Bombs hit all over central London and kicked off the Second Great Fire. St. Paul's Cathedral was surrounded by flames, and the blaze was so big it could be seen from miles away. To make matters worse, London wasn't the only one getting roasted. Coventry got leveled. Liverpool's docks were hit so often they might as well have come pre-labeled with bullseyes. Even sleepy little Hull got bombed so frequently it became the Luftwaffe's go-to backup target. Eventually, precision bombing turned into, let's just drop things and hope for the best. Hospitals, churches, homes, nothing was off limits. The bombs didn't care what they hit. By the end, whole cities looked less like places people lived and more like graveyards. But here's the twist. It didn't break the British spirit. The Nazis figured people would panic and fold. Instead, it had the opposite effect. War production kept going. Factories moved. And the British, running on tea, spite, and sheer stubbornness, started rebuilding before the smoke even cleared. The Battle of Stalingrad, 1942. By the early 40s, Hitler and the Nazis were cocky, convinced that Soviet Union was already beaten. After blitzing through Poland, smashing France, and humiliating Britain at Dunkirk, the Nazis believed they were unstoppable. In 1941, Hitler broke his pact with Stalin and launched Operation Barbarossa, the largest invasion in history. Over 3 million Axis troops stormed into the Soviet Union, expecting a quick victory. Instead, they ran into endless mud, ice, and resistance. By the summer of 1942, Germany was bleeding from 1,000 cuts, but still pushing east. Hitler shifted his obsession southward to a symbolic Soviet city bearing Stalin's name, Stalingrad. It wasn't just about strategy anymore. This was a deadly pissing contest. In response, Stalin issued Order Number 227, not a step back. The Soviet army was to defend the city to the death if need be. In the Battle of Stalingrad, Soviet soldiers froze in rubble while German troops were slowly starved, shot, or shattered by artillery. Whole city blocks were reduced to smoking cinders. The Luftwaffe rained over 1,000 tons of explosives in a single day, turning the city into a giant furnace. Some estimates say 40,000 civilians were wiped out in those first days alone. Others pushed the numbers closer to 70,000, and still the Soviets refused to let the city go. German tanks rumbled through the ruins, but every meter they gained, they paid for in blood. The Soviets clung to their positions like they were chained to them. Stalin even banned civilians from evacuating, gambling that their presence would raise the stakes. And it worked. The defenders fought from trenches carved into city rubble, from factory floors covered with grease and blood, and buildings so riddled with bullets they barely stood upright. One Soviet platoon packed themselves into a single apartment block and fought from there for 60 days straight. According to some accounts, they killed more Germans from that one building than the Nazis lost taking all of Paris. Still, Hitler refused to let his troops pull out. The German 6th Army got surrounded in November during Operation Uranus, and the trap slammed shut. Freezing, starving, and running out of ammo, German soldiers huddled in cellars eating horse meat and snow. The Luftwaffe tried to supply them from the air, but it was too little too late. The Soviets didn't break. At the end, they were the ones surrounding the invaders. The proud 6th Army, once one of Hitler's most elite, surrendered en masse in February. By this point, Stalingrad had become a frozen hell. Nearly 2 million people were killed, wounded, or captured. Hitler killed his own. Erwin Rommel was a German war general who had already made a name for himself in World War I after successfully capturing key Italian positions, including towns like Longarone. In fact, he earned his country's top military honor, the Pour le Mérite, which is basically the "congrats, you're terrifyingly good at war" badge. But it was in World War II in North Africa that Rommel really locked in on his legacy. That's where he earned his nickname, the Desert Fox. Rommel was known for playing war clean, at least by messed up standards of the time. His British enemies actually respected him. Some even said that the North African campaign felt like a war without hate. But let's not get too carried away. The Nazis still committed atrocities in that region, including targeting Jewish communities, and whether Rommel looked the other way or just didn't know is still up for debate. What we do know is that he was no fanboy of the SS, and he kept his distance from a lot of the Reich's darker schemes. But don't mistake distance for innocence. He wasn't some rebel saint. He liked Hitler well enough in the early years, and his rise to field marshal wasn't exactly an accident. Fast forward to 1944. Things are looking rough for Germany, and a group of officers who were fed up with Hitler's suicidal leadership style decided it was time to send the Führer to the afterlife. Rommel wasn't exactly in on the plot to assassinate Hitler, but he knew about it. The Nazi top brass caught wind and decided he had to go. And Hitler, ever the drama queen, didn't want to publicly execute Germany's golden boy. It would risk crushing the people's morale. So instead, he sent 2 generals to Rommel's house with a briefcase full of cyanide and 2 options. Option 1, go to trial, get executed, and drag your whole family down with you. Option 2, take the pill, die quietly, go out as a hero. And your family gets to keep the house, the honor, and the pension. Rommel got into the car, took the pill, and died by the side of a road. Hitler threw a grand funeral and told the world he died from wounds sustained in an earlier airstrike. But after the war, Allied intelligence interviewed Rommel's widow and son, and the real story of his forced suicide came out. The atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. By 1945, Japan was hanging by a thread, and cities were being erased from the map like pencil sketches. Tokyo, Osaka, and dozens more burned to ash in massive firebomb raids. And when it seemed like things couldn't get worse, the US dropped a new kind of weapon that redefined destruction itself. Innovation came bearing a deadly gift, and proved there's no ceiling to how far humans will go to win a war. The Americans had been cooking something in secret, deep in the desert, with enough funding to rival a small nation. The US quietly built a weapon the world had never seen, the atomic bomb. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 bomber named Enola Gay flew over Hiroshima and dropped a little metal contraption with a cruelly ironic name. It was called Little Boy. A few seconds later, the sky lit up like a second sun, and in a matter of seconds, Hiroshima's center was obliterated. Buildings crumbled, glass melted, steel burned, and an estimated 90,000 people were gone, just like that. People were incinerated instantly. Some left as shadows on walls, others disfigured beyond recognition. Bodies were blackened, bloated, or burned alive where they stood. And somehow that still wasn't the end. 3 days later, while the survivors in Hiroshima were still struggling to grasp what had happened, another B-29 showed up, this time headed for Nagasaki. The bomb on board was named Fat Man, and it packed an even bigger punch. When it dropped, the city didn't stand a chance. Fire, radiation, and utter chaos swallowed almost everything in seconds. Between the 2 bombings, over 200,000 people died. Some in seconds, others over agonizing weeks from radiation, infection, and internal collapse. 6 days later, Japan surrendered. Tier 2. Dachau. Opened in 1933 to imprison political enemies like communists and social democrats. But like everything the Nazis touched, it quickly became a nightmare factory. By the time it was liberated in 1945, over 32,000 people had died there. And those are just the ones who made the paperwork. We already covered the horrors of the final solution. So what else could there possibly be? Well, for one, medical experiments. Prisoners were pulled from their bunks and marched into clinics, where men in lab coats acted more like executioners than doctors. Prisoners were stripped naked and dunked in vats of icy water, left to freeze in the open air, or subjected to insane high-altitude simulations where their lungs suffered great damage and their bodies convulsed from rapid decompression. All of this was done to see how long German pilots might survive in the cold or thin air. Most of the prisoners didn't survive at all. Then came the revivals. If the cold didn't kill them, victims were dumped into scalding baths or by forcing women to lie with them while they were still very much unconscious. There were also malaria experiments. Hundreds of Polish priests and other inmates were deliberately infected, just so Nazi doctors could take notes while they died. Some were also infected with festering pus-filled wounds known as phlegmons. Others were simply beaten to death or worked until their bodies collapsed. When the camp was finally liberated, about a third of the prisoners were too sick to walk, and the Nazis tried to cover their tracks by burning records blaming typhus and pneumonia. But testimonies and surviving documents exposed the horror. The Gulag Purges. In the heat of war, Stalin's regime conducted purges so brutal that even loyal generals were dragged out in the middle of the night and shot. If hell had a bureaucracy, it'd probably look like the Soviet Gulag. On paper, it was a correctional labor system, a sort of prison/workforce for the motherland. In reality, it was a massive network of punishment camps scattered across the frozen wastelands of Siberia and beyond. These camps were built on fear, forced labor, and a whole lot of human suffering. From the 1930s to the early 1950s, under Stalin's iron rule, millions were swept into this system. Some were actual criminals, but a huge chunk were guilty of nothing more than telling the wrong joke or thinking a little too freely for Stalin's taste. The Gulag didn't care much about innocence. Trials were optional. Instead, they had these little troikas, which were basically kangaroo courts made up of 3 guys with too much power and too little time, who'd decide your fate in minutes. Once you were tagged, you vanished. Trains would drop you in the middle of nowhere, usually some frozen wasteland where winter wasn't just cold, it was straight up petty. The kind of place where your breath would freeze before it left your mouth. The camps were surrounded by nothing, just forests, ice, and the kind of cold that made escape a death sentence. Inside, it was brutal. Prisoners had to work or die trying. Logging, mining, building entire cities with nothing but hand tools and desperation. Nothing was off limits, especially during the war, when food ran low and the state decided prisoners could survive on fewer calories. Or not at all. Some camps cut meals so harshly that prisoners dropped dead by the hundreds each month. Disease, starvation, and cold were constant, and sanitation was a joke. If you worked hard enough, you might earn less time, more food, or even a mattress if you were lucky. Some camps had newspapers, theater troupes, and football teams. Others had machine guns on towers and mass graves in the back. Survival often depended on luck, silence, and whether your body could outlast the work. By the time Stalin died, millions had passed through the Gulag, and at least 1.5 million never made it out. Unit 731. In Japanese-occupied Manchuria, there was Unit 731, a military unit disguised as a research facility that turned science into a tool for torture. Built in 1936 and run by General Shiro Ishii, this place was all about perfecting biological warfare, and it did so by turning thousands of living, breathing humans into lab rats. And get this, calling them humans would have upset the staff, so they had a different name, logs, as if the people they experimented on were items on a list to be checked off daily. Behind those walls in Harbin, China, people were infected with the plague, anthrax, typhoid, you name it. They were frozen solid to test frostbite remedies. Then their limbs were smashed like blocks of ice. Some victims were pumped full of seawater to see if it could be a blood substitute. Others had their stomachs cut out and intestines rerouted while they were still alive, all without anesthesia. Pregnant women were deliberately infected just to see if certain diseases would pass to their babies. And when it was time to examine the results, the same women were sliced open. Some babies were kept alive in cages for further tests. Others were preserved in jars. The dissections were a daily affair. One doctor remembered cutting into a screaming man infected with the plague, and he said it was just another day at the office. Another researcher confessed that he preferred stuffing rags in people's mouths before the cutting began to keep the screaming down. A few were forced to freeze to death while being filmed. After Japan surrendered, the US quietly offered immunity to many Unit 731 scientists in exchange for their biological warfare data. No trials, no accountability. Most of the world never heard a word about it. The world powers bury the crimes so deeply that many still haven't heard of them. Nazi occultism. You've probably heard that the Nazis had a thing for the occult. At first, it sounds like some made-up Hollywood propaganda. But here's the thing, it wasn't all fiction. By the time Hitler was giving intense speeches and setting the world on fire, people already felt like something wasn't quite right. And to be fair, the Nazi leadership didn't do much to ease suspicions. They were openly using ancient symbols, referencing mythologies, and mixing mysticism straight into their fascism like it was part of the user manual. As a result, some people believed they were deep into black magic, to the point they were obsessed with secret societies, hidden knowledge, and the idea that supernatural forces were guiding their rise. It all sounds far-fetched, but it wasn't completely random. A lot of this came from a belief system called Ariosophy. It was a mix of racial theory and mystical ideas that was floating around in Germany and Austria before the Nazis came to power. Himmler, one of Hitler's top men, really bought into it. He believed in ancient Aryan bloodlines and tried to turn the SS into a Death Eater cosplay group powered by ancient space racism. He even used runes and myths to make the group feel like it had some spiritual importance. The Nazis also searched for relics, information about lost civilizations, and stories about ancient warriors. They genuinely believed this kind of knowledge could help them win the war, or at least give their movement some sort of historical and mystical weight. It wasn't just about military power. They wanted to believe they were part of something older, something bigger. They didn't invent these ideas, but they used them to add depth to their twisted worldview. After the war, Nazi occultism mutated into its own genre. Part conspiracy theory, part paranormal fanfic. Writers began to suggest that Hitler wasn't just evil. He was under the influence of dark forces. Some even claimed he'd learned black magic as a child, or that he was following some apocalyptic prophecy. It all got a bit dramatic. Historian Nicholas Goodrick Clark looked into the origins of these stories. He confirmed that yes, there were real occult influences, but most of the more extreme claims like demonic possession or spellbooks were exaggerated or invented later on. Still, the stories suck. Even now, places like the Hoska Castle in the Czech Republic attract curious visitors who walk through the halls whispering about Nazi experiments, demons in the basement, and the idea that the Third Reich might have been more than just politics. British black propaganda. Demons might not have been whispering in Hitler's ear, but the Brits definitely were. And they had better scripts. What they were doing was something sneakier. They were spreading black propaganda, which is fake news dressed up in enemy colors. It's when you spread misinformation while pretending it's coming from your enemy, just to mess with people's heads. Unlike traditional propaganda that proudly waves its flags and tells you exactly what to believe, black propaganda doesn't yell. It just nods along, borrows your voice, and stabs you in the back mid-sentence. And by the time you realize it's a lie, if you ever do, the damage will have already been done. Enter Sefton Delmer, the unofficial king of British black propaganda, a journalist turned wartime mischief maker. Delmer spoke German so fluently he could have passed for a Berlin native. And that's exactly what he did, on air. One of his most infamous creations was the Soldatensender Calais, a fake German military radio station. On the surface, it sounded legit. Patriotic tunes, Hitler speeches, the usual. But between the songs and speeches, Delmer would drop little bombs, rumors about officers hoarding supplies or sleeping with soldiers' wives. Just enough to stir resentment. The genius part of it all was that German soldiers had no clue it was British. Another project, Gustav Siegfried I, was even more aggressive. It featured a fake Nazi insider, Der Chef, ranting about how corrupt and cowardly Hitler's circle had become. He wasn't real, of course, but his angry, frustrated tone struck a nerve. It felt like someone from the inside finally saying what everyone else was thinking. And that was the point. And then there was the rumor about Shingle Street. The Germans, helped along by anonymous sources, had tried to invade Britain and got absolutely wrecked. The bodies were supposedly torched, The beach turned into a bloodbath, except none of it happened. Total fiction. Tactical fiction. Still, the story spread through neutral countries, made its way into American newspapers, and boosted the idea that Britain could hold its own. That little lie may have helped tip the scales toward US support. Operation Paperclip. Right at the messy end of World War II, as Germany's empire crumbled and the ashes of the Third Reich still floated through the air, the United States made a smooth move. It was called Operation Paperclip, a secret, brain-snatching mission to vacuum up Nazi scientists before the Soviets could get their hands on them. The goal was to win the next big war, the Cold War, using minds once devoted to Hitler's cause. These lab nerds were deeply entangled in Nazi crimes. Take Werner von Braun, for example. The guy who later became a member of NASA once built rockets for Hitler. Rockets that were tested with slave labor and rained down on civilians. But instead of facing judgment, he and over 1,600 others were whisked away to cozy jobs in America. Some even got to bring their families along. The US wanted their rocketry secrets, but these Nazi brains also had insights into chemical weapons, biological experiments, aeronautics, and in some cases, torture-based medical research. So how exactly did they know who to target? Well, you know how they say all great ideas begin with a toilet? Fragments of the infamous Iceberg list, which was basically a Nazi VIP scientist directory, were found stuffed in a toilet at Bonn University. That list was passed to Allied intelligence, and it became the blueprint for who got scooped up. Operation Paperclip helped launch the US into the space age, sure, but it also blurred every moral line in existence and made heroes of war criminals turned Cold War assets. While Americans cheered moon landings and missile breakthroughs, they did so thanks to the minds behind some of history's darkest horrors. Tier 3. Japanese Cannibalism. By the time the war was grinding into its later years, things went from desperate to downright unthinkable. On a lonely island in the Pacific called Chichijima, in September 1944, 9 American pilots were shot down during bombing raids. 8 were captured by Japanese troops. Only 1 made it out alive. George H.W. Bush. Yeah, that George Bush. He went on to become the 41st president of the U.S., while the others who weren't as lucky became victims of one of the most horrifying war crimes ever committed. The captured airmen were tortured, beaten, and then executed. But it didn't stop there. Japanese officers, under the command of Lieutenant General Yoshio Tachibana, didn't stop at killing the men. They went on to cook and eat parts of their bodies. And this wasn't the act of one rogue lunatic. It was coordinated from the top down. 4 of the airmen had their livers and thighs cut out and served up. Some sources claim it was for medical reasons, while others say that it might have been part of a ritual or occult act. But when you're slicing up prisoners and passing around body parts, the reasons, whatever they are, kind of lose their meaning. Cannibalism wasn't entirely unheard of among Japanese troops on starving islands, but what made this particular incident stand out was the level of cold-blooded intent. These weren't desperate soldiers. They were doctors and officers casually turning prisoners into dinner. When the war ended, the truth spilled out during trials. Tachibana and several others were hanged for murder and denied honorable burial. But oddly enough, cannibalism wasn't technically a war crime at the time, so they were prosecuted for everything except eating people. Worse, Chichijima wasn't even unique. Across the Pacific, starving Japanese troops were cutting up locals and Allied prisoners alike. In New Guinea, soldiers from a battalion that had been ravaged by hunger were suspected of eating a villager just before surrendering. There were also reports of some units butchering their own dead. Death marches. By late 1944, the Nazi Empire was crumbling fast, but they weren't about to let go of their skeletons quietly. They couldn't leave living proof of their war crimes just hanging around. Hence the death marches. The marches were mass forced evacuations of concentration camp prisoners that doubled as an inhumane attempt at house cleaning. With the Red Army closing in from the east and the Allies from the west, the Nazis started dragging their prisoners on endless treks through snow, ice, and starvation, trying to hide what they'd done and squeeze out whatever labor they could before the end. They were slow, freezing, and fatal parades of death. Prisoners from places like Auschwitz, Stutthof, and Ravensbrück, who were little more than skin and bones after years of starvation, disease, and torture, were told to walk up to 35 miles a day into dead of winter with no food, no rest, and no shoes that fit. They marched through villages, forests, and icy rail tracks, often towards train stations where they would be crammed into cattle cars with no heat, no water, and no dignity, only to be dumped out again and marched even further. Anyone who stumbled or lagged behind would either be shot to death or left on the spot to die. In January 1945, the biggest of the marches began. 56,000 prisoners were shoved out of Auschwitz as the Soviets approached. Around 15,000 of them didn't make it. Some froze where they fell. Others were executed for collapsing in the snow. Some were just shoved into rivers and gunned down, like killing them was easier than feeding them a few more days. The SS guards may have claimed that they were trying to move people, but what they were really trying to do was erase evidence. Camps were burned and records destroyed, bodies buried or left behind in frozen heaps. But some survivors did make it, and their stories are the only reason we know just how horrifying the marches really were. People like Elie Wiesel, who wrote of dragging himself through the snow with his dying father beside him. Katyn Massacre. In the spring of 1940, while most of the world was distracted by the chaos already brewing across Europe, the Soviet NKVD, aka the USSR's secret police, were quietly rounding up thousands of Polish officers, intellectuals, and public servants. Pretty much anyone the Soviets thought might one day raise a fuss about Poland being carved up like a holiday ham between Hitler and Stalin. Many of them had been captured the previous autumn during the Soviet invasion of eastern Poland. At first, they thought they were being relocated. They were interrogated, shuffled between camps, and held in miserable, freezing barracks. Then came the orders from Stalin himself. These men were enemies of the state, all 22,000 of them, and death was the penalty for their crimes. The execution process was chillingly efficient. One by one, prisoners were marched into a soundproof room padded with sandbags. The executioner would shoot each man in the back of the head, dump the body out of a back door, and bring in the next. Vasily Blokhin, Stalin's top killer, personally executed over 7,000 men in Kalinin. He did this every night for nearly a month, wearing a leather butcher's apron and gloves to keep the blood off his uniform. The Soviets used German pistols for the job, because their own revolvers hurt the executioner's wrist after the first dozen kills. Mass graves were dug in the forests of Katyn, Kharkiv, and Kalinin, beneath the pine trees. When the Nazis discovered the Katyn site in 1943, they turned it into a propaganda tool. They blamed the Soviets and invited international observers to see the horrors. Stalin responded by cutting ties with the Polish government in exile, claiming the Nazis had done it, and the lie held up for nearly 50 years. Lebensborn. While bombs fell across Europe and soldiers dug into trenches, Heinrich Himmler had his own little side quest. Sure, he wanted to conquer territory, but he also wanted to engineer a new race that fit in his twisted vision of Aryan perfection. And that's when Lebensborn came in. Lebensborn was a so-called welfare program for struggling mothers, but under the hood, it was a eugenics project. Privately, it was more like a state-sanctioned breeding program, complete with pedigree checks, adoption forms, and a whole lot of Nazi eugenics. It started small in 1935. Just a few maternity homes where carefully selected, racially valuable women could give birth in peace. Most of them were unwed. Some were volunteers, others were pressured. SS officers were encouraged to father these children. But behind the crisp sheets and sanitized bottles was a sinister mission to flood Germany with pure Aryan babies. If you were blonde, blue-eyed, and your family tree had no blemishes, the SS had a crib ready for your kind. Some women even volunteered to bear children for SS officers. But the real horror started when Germany decided it needed more than just the good stock at home. That's when Lebensborn took its mission on tour. In occupied countries like Poland and Norway, SS agents began abducting children who looked Aryan from orphanages, hospitals, and even directly from their parents. The toddlers were measured, prodded, and tested like livestock. Those who passed the racial inspections were renamed, brainwashed, and shipped off to German families. Those who didn't make the cut were deported, sent to camps, or simply vanished. Estimates say tens of thousands, possibly over 200,000 children were taken this way. Though exact numbers are murky because the Nazis torched the records when they realized that the Allies were coming. After the war, Many of these children had no memory of who they really were, just a false name and a vague sense that something was wrong. German camp brothels. As if forced labor, starvation, and mass murder weren't enough, the Nazis decided to set up makeshift brothels inside the camps themselves. Officially, they were meant to motivate prisoners to work at Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and Dachau. But of course, that was only half the story. The brothels were called joy divisions, and they weren't open to just anyone. Only favored prisoners, career criminals, informants, Nazi collaborators were allowed in. Jewish prisoners were banned because Nazi racism never took a day off. Unlike the Lebensborn program, where some women volunteered because they believed they were doing their part for the Reich, brothel women had no real choice. Many of them were taken from Ravensbrück, the largest women's camp. In Auschwitz, they used women who were already imprisoned there. None volunteered. Many were lured in with false promises of better rations, less backbreaking labor, and a shorter sentence. What they got instead was humiliation, trauma, and a brutal routine. Inside these barracks turned brothels, the women were assigned strict schedules. The guards matched them with men, and the clients paid with coupons or Reichsmarks. And the women got nothing but trauma, disease, and the constant threat of death. There are reports that some women were tattooed with the words Feldur, which means field, and you can probably guess the second word. Others were forcibly sterilized or subjected to brutal abortions. At one point, Himmler even used the brothels as conversion therapy, forcing gay prisoners to participate in hopes of curing them. It didn't work, of course, but it does give you a glimpse into just how warped Nazi logic really was. For decades, no one talked about these places. They weren't in the history books or documentaries. It took survivor memoirs and bold researchers in the 90s to drag this nightmare into the light. Ohrdruf. By late 1944, buried deep in the frozen guts of Nazi Germany, a new kind of hell opened up in Thuringia. It was called Ohrdruf. On paper, Ohrdruf was just a subcamp of Buchenwald. But don't let the term subcamp fool you. It was every bit as brutal as the worst of them. Originally a military training ground with huts for Wehrmacht troops, the site was rebranded into a death trap for thousands of forced laborers. Their mission was to build tunnels and railways for some top-secret Nazi project buried beneath Mühlberg Castle. Rumors said it was supposed to be Hitler's underground command center, or, depending on who you asked, even a testing ground for a nuclear bomb. That's how deep the madness ran. Prisoners came in waves. Russians, Poles, Jews, Italians, Greeks, anyone the Nazis didn't like. There were no beds and no toilets, just straw crawling with lice and soaked in blood. Some prisoners slept in barns, while others were thrown into freezing tents. Work shifts stretched up to 14 hours a day. If you dropped, you died. If you slowed down, you were beaten or shot. The place was so stripped of basic humanity that even latrines were optional. Then came January 1945, and with it, a fresh wave of SS guards from eastern camps like Auschwitz. As if things weren't already bad enough, by March, Ohrdruf was holding nearly 20,000 prisoners, most of whom were barely alive. Those too weak to work were sent to the Sterbelager, which was literally the death camp section. If you couldn't walk, the SS didn't wait for nature to finish you off. They'd march you to the parade ground, tell you food was coming, then shoot you and leave your body to rot where you fell. As American forces closed in and the SS scrambled to erase the evidence, they dug up mass graves and burned bodies on railway tracks used as makeshift pyres. But it was too late. On April 4, 1945, the 4th Armored Division and 89th Infantry rolled in and walked straight into a nightmare. What they found was so horrifying, General Eisenhower, Patton, and Bradley came to see it with their own eyes. Bodies were stacked like firewood, and the corpses were dusted in lime. Half-dead survivors could barely speak, so they mimed the torture they'd been through. Even hardened American soldiers broke down. Some cried, while others just threw up. Ohrdruf was the first Nazi camp that the U.S. liberated, and the horror was so undeniable that Eisenhower personally made sure journalists and politicians came to see it, just so nobody could ever say it didn't happen. Tier 4. V-1 Flying Bomb. Just as the Allies were catching their breath after D-Day, the sky started buzzing. Literally, the Germans had cooked up a new nightmare. The V-1 Flying Bomb, better known as the Buzz Bomb, Doodlebug, or if you're feeling dramatic, Hellhound. It was the world's first cruise missile, and it sounded like a giant mosquito from hell. People in London learned fast. you heard the buzz, you were still safe. The second it stopped, you had maybe 10 seconds to pray. At first, the V-1 bombs weren't dropped from planes. They were launched from hidden ramps tucked along the French and Dutch coasts. A chemical steam catapult would fling them into the sky like something from a cartoon, except this cartoon ended with buildings blown to rubble. They weren't precise, they weren't sleek, but they were cheap, fast to build, and terrifying. Between June 1944 and March 1945, more than 10,000 V-1s were fired, most aimed at London and later Belgium. Hospitals, homes, schools, and anything unlucky enough to be in their path was fair game. Survivors said the silence that came after a V-1 drop was worse than the sound. Once they spotted one approaching, British defenses scrambled to respond with fighter planes, anti-aircraft guns, and even barrage balloons. The goal was to do everything possible to knock these missiles out before they found a target. To make sure nobody could get their hands on a dud, the Germans added a third fuse to blow the whole thing up if it didn't hit anything. Battle of Tarawa. Tarawa was supposed to be the quick pit stop on the road to Tokyo. The Americans thought they had it all mapped out. They had the firepower, the numbers, and a solid plan. What they didn't count on were the Japanese troops who'd been ordered to fight to the last man to defend the island. At dawn on November 20, 1943, U.S. Navy battleships began pounding Betio, the main island of Tarawa. The idea was simple: blast the island so hard that nothing was left to shoot back. And while the shelling did kill a lot of defenders, it didn't kill nearly enough. The Japanese had spent months digging deep. They had reinforced bunkers, concrete pillboxes, and firing trenches. When the Marines landed, those positions were still very much intact and fully manned. Then nature betrayed them. The tide stayed too low. Higgins's boats bottomed out on the reef, forcing hundreds of Marines to jump into waist-deep water and wade nearly 500 yards across open reef, all under relentless machine gun fire. It was a massacre before they even hit the sand. Some LVTs that tracked alligators made it to the beach, but were torn apart by artillery. Survivors crouched behind a flimsy log seawall, pinned down and bleeding out under the blazing sun. One Marine said it was like walking into a buzzsaw. Whole squads just disappeared. Tanks tried to land, but sank into shell holes or got destroyed before they could even fire. Then came Colonel Shoup, wounded, furious, and somehow still standing. He stormed ashore and led the attack straight into hell, inch by bloody inch. The Marines clawed their way forward. Bayonets cleared bunkers while grenades cleared trenches. Nobody was spared. By the end of day 3, it was over. Tarawa was taken, but at a horrifying cost. Nearly 6,400 people, including Japanese, Korean laborers, and Americans, died fighting over a speck of coral just 2 miles long and less than a mile wide. Operation Flintlock. After the bloodbath at Tarawa, the U.S. military decided it was time to work smarter, not harder. Charging headfirst into island fortresses clearly wasn't ideal, especially when you could just sneak past the worst of it. That mindset gave birth to Operation Flintlock, a January 1944 assault on the Marshall Islands, where the Japanese had been squatting since World War I. By now, the Japanese knew what was coming, but instead of loading up the islands America actually wanted, they scattered their troops across outer atolls. It was a bold strategy, but it didn't exactly work out the way they hoped it would. You see, American codebreakers had been eavesdropping for months and knew exactly where to strike. Majuro came first. It was practically abandoned, so there was no gunfire and no bloodshed. Just a peaceful walk ashore. The real nightmare started at Kwajalein, where more than 8,000 Japanese troops waited behind bunkers, trenches, and buried spider holes. These were not guys looking to surrender. They were told to fight to the last man, and they took that job seriously. When the Americans landed, the ground exploded. But some hidden bunkers survived, even after days of naval and air bombardments. By the time it was over, only a handful of Japanese defenders were still breathing, and they were too injured to keep fighting. The Americans suffered too, but this time their brutal efficiency paid off. Up next was Enueto, and if you thought Kwajalein was hard, this one was a whole new level. As the war raged on, the beach turned blood red. Out of 4,000 defenders, barely 100 were captured alive. The rest were vaporized, burned, or shredded. By the end of February, the U.S. had secured the Marshalls, and with the Marshalls in hand, America had its launching pad to bomb Tokyo into dust. Tanya Savicheva. During the siege of Leningrad, when food was scarcer than hope and winter felt like an executioner, an 11-year-old girl named Tanya Savicheva quietly wrote herself into history. Tanya's diary was a death toll as her family dropped off one by one. The siege had turned Leningrad into a starvation camp sealed by snow. The Savichevs, like thousands of others, had no choice but to stay. Her siblings dug trenches and worked brutal shifts at ammunition factories, while her mother stitched uniforms until her fingers bled. Tanya, barely over a decade old, spent her days putting out fire bombs with the other Leningrad children. Then the dying began. It started with Zhenya, her oldest sister. She'd been working double shifts at the munitions plant, giving blood to the front line and surviving on 250 grams of bread a day. Her body just gave out. Nina, another sister, vanished during an air raid. Tanya didn't know she had been evacuated across the frozen highway known as the Road of Life. Everyone assumed she was dead. Then Grandma went next. Her heart stopped on a freezing January night. But the family kept her ration card a little longer. Leka, her brother, made it to March. He had been too nearsighted to enlist, but still worked long hours in a freezing shipyard. His body finally gave out too. Then came Uncle Vasya, who once filled his apartment with books and was like a second father to Tanya. Next was Uncle Lesha, then Mama. Each death was scribbled down in Tanya's notebook like a cold, miserable tally. Zhenya died. Grandma died. Leka died. Uncle Vasya died. Uncle Lesha, May 10. Mama, May 13. The final 3 pages had no name and no dates. Just the words. The Savichevs are dead. Everyone is dead. Only Tanya is left. But even that wasn't true for long. After being rescued and sent to an orphanage, Tanya did not recover. She was too far gone. The hunger had gnawed through her insides, and tuberculosis finished the job. She died in 1944, at 14 years old, and her diary was later presented at the Nuremberg trials as evidence to Nazi cruelty. Cowra escaped. By 1944, World War II had reached deep into the Australian outback, where a sleepy little town called Cowra suddenly became the setting for one of the bloodiest prison escapes in modern history. At first glance, the Cowra prisoners of war camp might have looked like just another dusty, fenced-in compound tucked into nowhere. But inside, tensions were simmering like a volcano about to erupt. Over 1,000 Japanese prisoners of war were held there, packed in among Italians, Germans, Koreans, and even Indonesians. The Australians in charge were mostly veterans too old for frontline combat, or young boys who were trained for guard duty but deemed unfit for battle. On paper, the camp followed the Geneva Convention. In practice, it was a powder keg. Things boiled over on the night of August 5, 1944. Word had leaked that the Japanese prisoners, except officers, were being shipped off to another camp. To many of the prisoners, this wasn't just relocation. It was humiliation. And worse, it was a dishonor. So they made a choice, not to live under the shame of capture, but to die trying to reclaim their dignity. What came next was total chaos. At 2 a.m., a warning shout echoed through the dark. A bugle blasted. Then came the screaming. Banzai! Hundreds of prisoners surged forward, throwing blankets over barbed wire fences and charging at the guards with handmade weapons. Things like clubs, sharpened wires, and garrotes. Some even had baseball bats with nails driven into them. Perhaps the most terrifying part of this incident is that the Japanese prisoners were not looking to win, just to die fighting. The guards fired into the darkness, mowing down rows of SKPs. 2 Australian soldiers, Hardy and Jones, manned a Vickers machine gun until they were overwhelmed. But before dying, Hardy yanked the bolt out of the gun so the prisoners couldn't turn it on his comrades. Fires lit up the compound as screams cut through the night. Some prisoners who escaped ran straight into the bush, only to slit their own throats rather than be recaptured. Fellow prisoners killed others for not being honorable enough. By the end, 231 Japanese were dead. 4 Australians too. Every SKP was recaptured within 10 days. Fall of Bataan. The fall of Bataan didn't happen overnight. It was a slow, brutal collapse. For 3 months, American and Filipino soldiers clung to the Bataan Peninsula like their lives depended on it. Because they did. Starving, sick, outgunned, and surrounded, they dug into the jungle and held the line with whatever scraps of strength they had left. They weren't just fighting the Japanese. They were battling hallucinations from hunger and the realization that no one was coming to save them. Their generals had been promised supplies, reinforcements, and even air support, but none of it came. Manila had already fallen, so the only thing standing between Japan and total control of the Philippines was this battered scrap of jungle, and it was falling apart fast. On April 3rd, 1942, the Japanese launched their final push. They blasted the Bataan line with nearly 200 artillery pieces, followed by wave after wave of bombers. Trees exploded, trenches disappeared, and some soldiers straight up vanished in the chaos. The Japanese infantry came next. They climbed up Mount Summit and cut through the crumbling Allied lines. Filipino divisions cracked first, not because they were cowards, but because they were just done. Many of them hadn't eaten properly in weeks. By April 5th, the Japanese troops had reached the summit of Mount Summit. From there, it was a straight shot to the rest of Bataan. The Americans tried to fight back, but it was hopeless. The men just couldn't move fast enough. Some couldn't walk at all. Their bodies were wrecked from months of jungle warfare and starvation. By April 9th, the writing was on the wall. General Edward King surrendered, hoping to save lives. And technically he did, but he also handed 75,000 troops over to what would become one of the worst war crimes of the 20th century, the Bataan Death March. But that's a whole other nightmare. For now, just imagine this. Men collapsed in dirt, crying, broken, too weak to stand, and too afraid to guess what came next, and the jungle falling silent. Almost like it knew the worst was yet to come. Bataan Death Marches. When the dust settled after the brutal Battle of Bataan, the surviving American and Filipino troops weren't met with mercy. Instead, they were told to march. Over 70,000 starving, wounded, and exhausted soldiers were forced to walk 65 miles, with little food and almost no water. The Japanese expected maybe 25,000 prisoners tops. Instead, they got more than double that amount. And their solution was to line them up and move them like cattle, from Mariveles and Bagac to a train station in San Fernando, and then make them walk the final miles to Camp O'Donnell. Except march is way too soft a word. This was slow-motion slaughter. If a prisoner stumbled or couldn't get up, they were shot, stabbed, or beheaded right where they fell. Some prisoners were tied up and left under the scorching sun with no cover. It was called the sun treatment, and it resulted in death by dehydration and heat stroke. Hundreds of Filipino officers were executed at Pantingan River just because they held rank. Some guards even started ripping out gold filings from the prisoners' teeth like they were cashing in at a pawn shop. When the march finally ended at the train station, things got worse. The men were crammed into metal boxcars with no window, air, or toilets. They were left to their own devices in 110-degree heat. As you would imagine, many never made it off the train. The final 9-mile walk to Camp O'Donnell turned out to be the final cruelty in a long parade of misery. By the time the survivors arrived, an estimated 10,000 of their comrades were dead. And even at the camp, the dying didn't stop. Tier 5. Trained anti-tank dogs. While America was landing in North Africa and Germany was chewing through the Eastern Front, the Soviets were busy strapping bombs to dogs. Not metaphorically, literally. They literally trained dogs to blow up tanks. Believe it or not, it started out as a noble idea. In the 1920s and 30s, the Soviet military imagined canine commandos, delivering meds, rescuing soldiers, snuffing out mines. Then it got darker, much darker. As the Nazis pushed east in 1941, the Soviets needed something, anything that could stop the endless metal beasts rolling through their villages. So they turned man's best friend into a 4-legged suicide bomber. The original plan was a tad bit kinder, at least to the dogs. All they had to do was run up to the enemy tanks, drop off a bomb, and then scurry back to safety before it went boom. But that was too complicated. Some dogs froze, others ran the wrong way. A few, bless them, came sprinting back to their handlers with live bombs still strapped on. So the Soviets ditched the return trip. Instead, they rigged the dogs with bomb vests, trigger sticks, and a one-way mission. Dive under a tank, hit the chassis, explode on contact. Training was cruel. The dogs were starved and taught to associate food with crawling under tanks. But there was one huge problem. They trained the dogs on Soviet diesel tanks. German tanks used gasoline. Guess which tank smelled right in battle? Yeah, the dogs ran under friendly tanks, or worse, panicked and ran home, detonating inside Soviet trenches. In one operation, they sent out 30 dogs. 4 hit German tanks, 6 blew up inside Soviet lines. The rest ran or got shot. Trainers started refusing to work. Some had to shoot their own dogs mid-retreat. And if they complained, military intelligence made sure they didn't complain again. Despite claims that hundreds of tanks were destroyed, historians think the real number was closer to a dozen. A dozen tanks, thousands of dead dogs, and an ethical nightmare that smells like gasoline and gunpowder. By 1942, the Soviets pulled the plug on the operation. Navajo Code Talkers. By the time American boots hit the sands of the Pacific, World War II had turned into a brutal test of who could outwit, outlast, and outgun the other. Every crackle over a radio could either save a battalion or march them straight into a trap. And when machines couldn't keep up with the chaos, the military turned to something no algorithm could crack: the Navajo language. Navajo wasn't just rare, it was a linguistic fortress. It wasn't written, had layers of complex grammar, and twisted so uniquely that even expert linguists were left scratching their heads. For the U.S. Marines, that made it perfect. Enter Philip Johnston, a World War I vet who'd grown up on a Navajo reservation. He didn't speak it fluently, but he knew just enough to realize its value. He came up with the idea to enlist the help of Navajo speakers to create a military code so foreign and uncrackable, the Japanese wouldn't even know where to start. The Marines gave it a shot. They recruited 29 Navajo men, threw them into boot camp, and then handed them a job no one had done before. They were to build an entirely new code, using a language that was never designed for war. Some of the terms were clever substitutions. Shark meant destroyer. Ironfish meant submarine. But a lot of it required straight-up invention. After all, there were no Navajo words for tanks, grenades, or fighter planes, so they built them from scratch. It worked. While cryptographers hunched over bulky machines, fiddling with gears and wires, these guys were firing off perfectly coded messages in seconds. But here's where it gets dark. The code was so vital, some code talkers were assigned Marine escorts, not to protect them from the enemy, but from their own side. They were sometimes mistaken for Japanese soldiers, and if capture seemed likely, the bodyguards had orders to kill them. That's how secret this was. At Iwo Jima, 6 Navajo code talkers relayed over 800 flawless messages. Major Connor later said that the Marines wouldn't have taken the island without them. The code was never cracked, and most of the men who carried it weren't even recognized for decades. Japanese occupation of Kiska. When people think of World War II, they don't usually imagine a ghost island wrapped in fog, filled with abandoned guns and frozen corpses. But that's exactly what Kiska became. It started in June 1942, when Japanese troops stormed ashore to take this remote patch of land in Alaska's Aleutian chain. The only Americans there were a 12-man weather station crew, a couple of whom who weren't even on the island at the time, and one very unlucky dog named Explosion. The Japanese hit fast, killing 2 men and capturing the rest. One guy, William House, managed to escape into the wilderness with nothing but the clothes on his back. For 50 brutal days, he ate moss, plants, and bugs just to stay alive. He eventually shrunk down to 80 pounds before finally surrendering. The prisoners got shipped off to Japan, leaving the island in Japanese hands. The plan behind all this was to use Kiska as a northern outpost. After the Doolittle raid showed Japan just how vulnerable they were to American bombers, they freaked out and scrambled to block off potential entry points. Kiska and nearby Attu were turned into icy fortresses. But the real terror didn't come until the Americans started trying to take them back. Frequent air raids hammered Kiska. American warships circled like sharks, blowing up every Japanese ship brave enough to approach. One battle alone left an estimated 200 Japanese soldiers dead at sea, when submarines and destroyers clashed just outside the harbor. And then there was USS Grunion, a submarine that disappeared. Many believe that the vessel was hit by its own malfunctioning torpedo. Death by friendly fire, but underwater. Eventually, in July 1943, the Japanese pulled off a wild escape. Under the cover of thick fog, a convoy of cruisers and destroyers slipped in and plucked 5,000 soldiers off the island right under America's nose. The Allies didn't even realize they were gone. When US and Canadian forces finally landed in August, they expected a fight. What they got was silence. And then, chaos. In the fog, soldiers shot each other by mistake. Mines and traps also did their fair share of killing. Even without a single Japanese soldier left, Kiska still killed over 100 men. Operation Mincemeat. Just when you think war can't get any weirder, the British decide to win a battle using a corpse. In 1943, British intelligence cooked up a bizarre plan called Operation Mincemeat. The goal was to trick the Nazis into thinking the Allies would invade Greece, not Sicily. They would dress up as a dead man, dump him off the coast of Spain, and hope the Germans fall for the paperwork in his pocket. The body they used didn't belong to a fallen soldier or some hero of the Empire. It was Glyndwr Michael, a poor Welsh drifter, who died after eating rat poison. British spies thought he was perfect for the mission. He was underweight and looked like he hadn't eaten well in weeks. But apparently that was fine. He didn't need to look like a soldier, just someone used to sitting behind a desk. They refrigerated the body, just cold enough to delay rot, not so cold it gave away the scam. But time was ticking. They had roughly 3 months to act before the whole operation started smelling very literally rotten. The next step was to build a new identity for him. He became Major William Martin, and he had a girlfriend named Pam who was played by a secretary from MI5. British intelligence put love letters in his pockets along with a theater ticket stub, bank overdraft notices, and even a receipt for an engagement ring. The attention to detail was insane. They even tested which inks could survive seawater so his fake mail wouldn't smear. And when they couldn't get a good ID photo of the dead man, they had someone alive pose for it. The corpse wore a used uniform and someone else's wool underwear, which weirdly might have been the most uncomfortable part of the mission. The body was packed in dry ice, loaded into a van by night, and driven to a submarine. On April 30th, 1943, it was dumped off the coast of Huelva, Spain. The fisherman who found him had no clue the soggy corpse in his net was part of an international gaslight attempt aimed at Hitler, and it worked. Steiner's counterattack. In the final days of World War II, while Berlin was being swallowed by Soviet tanks and desperation hung in the air like smoke, Hitler reached into his bag of delusions one last time and pulled out Army Detachment Steiner. Sounds impressive, right? Like some elite force ready to swoop in and save the day? In reality, the so-called army was a ragtag collection of battle-worn soldiers, Hitler Youth, reassigned Luftwaffe crew, and Kriegsmarine personnel with next to no infantry training. Their tanks were ancient captured French vehicles from 1940 that were outdated and wouldn't stand a chance against Soviet armor. Still, Hitler insisted they'd somehow launch a counterattack and drive back the Soviet forces that were steamrolling through the city. Steiner, a high-ranking SS officer, took one look at the troops under his command and realized it was hopeless. They had no air support, no artillery, and barely any functioning weapons. The reinforcements he and his men had been promised were either pinned down or had already been wiped out. Even the 4th SS Polizei Panzergrenadier Division didn't have enough boots on the ground to be useful. Still, orders were orders. Hitler pictured some glorious pincer move. Steiner attacking from the north, another force from the south, Soviets crushed in between. Except things didn't go the way Hitler hoped they would. Steiner decided he wasn't going to embark on Mission Impossible, so he phoned his superior and basically said, "Yeah, this is insane. We don't have enough men or weapons, so we're not doing it." Heinrici, the regional commander, tried to pass that message up the chain, but basically rage quit the conversation. On April 22, the dam finally broke. In a room full of stunned generals, Hitler snapped. First, he was silent. Then he had a full meltdown. He admitted, for the first time out loud, that the war was lost. He blamed the generals, the army, and even fate itself. But deep down, he knew. In the end, Detachment Steiner never even made it to battle. So how did it all end? Well, by 1945, the Axis powers were basically falling apart at the seams. Hitler was hiding in a bunker, and the Allies were closing in from all sides. And Japan was refusing to back down, until the US dropped 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Germany surrendered in May, Japan in August, and after intense final battles and negotiations, World War II was finally over. But over didn't mean neat and tidy. Europe was in ruins. Millions of people were dead or displaced, and the world had just gotten its first taste of nuclear warfare. The Nazis were gone, but the trauma stuck around. New superpowers rose, old ones crumbled, and the Cold War slid right into the spotlight like it had been waiting backstage the whole time. So yeah, World War II ended, but the fallout, that's a whole other iceberg. Tier 1. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At 8:15 a.m. on August 6, 1945, Hiroshima was just beginning its day. Children walked to school. Workers commuted across bridges. Shopkeepers opened their shutters. Then the sky turned white. A single American B-29 bomber dropped a device named Little Boy. Cute name, but not so cute result. It exploded in the air above the city, not on impact, but 600 meters above ground, because military strategists calculated that altitude would maximize destruction with civilian casualties. The bomb carried the force of 15,000 tons of TNT. In less than a second, everything changed. The blast flattened nearly 5 square miles. Temperatures at the epicenter reached 4,000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to boil metal, vaporize bodies, and leave only shadows etched onto stone. Tens of thousands died instantly. They weren't soldiers. They were students, nurses, and families. But the suffering didn't stop with the explosion. Survivors walking through streets filled with smoke and screams. Some carried their own arms, melted and hanging by threads of skin. Rivers filled with people trying to cool their burns. Many people drank the water and died within minutes, not from drowning, but from internal radiation damage. A young man named Sunao Tsuboi was a mile from the blast. He woke up half naked with raw flesh hanging from his fingertips, and then he walked for hours, unsure if he was alive or dreaming. Everywhere he turned, he saw skinless figures, shapes that barely looked human. In the days that followed, death still lingered. Radiation sickness swept the city. People began bleeding from their mouths. Hair fell out in clumps. Doctors couldn't explain it. No one had ever seen symptoms like this. Then came Nagasaki. On August 9th, a second bomb, this one called Fat Man, named with all the sensitivity you'd expect from the people who authorized its use, was dropped over a different city. It hit the Urakami district and killed 40,000 people immediately. Fires destroyed entire neighborhoods. Hospitals collapsed. Some of the dead were mid-surgery when the roof caved in. One boy, Sumiteru Taniguchi, was delivering mail on his bicycle when the fireball struck. His back was peeled open, completely raw, and his skin gone. He lay motionless for months, unable to turn or sit up. Photos of his injury would later become symbols of nuclear horror. By the end of 1945, an estimated 214,000 people had died from both bombings. The majority were civilians, and thousands more would die in the years that followed from cancers, from burns that never healed, from lives shattered beyond repair. Now, this was the moment the world changed, because once a weapon like this is used, the threat of it never really goes away. Holocaust medical experiments. Inside the Nazi concentration camps, not every death came with a bullet or a gas chamber. Some came in the form of needles, scalpels, and clipboards. You see, while millions were being killed through forced labor, starvation, and execution, a quieter kind of horror was unfolding inside certain barracks and so-called infirmaries. One where they had the audacity to call torturers doctors and sadism research. In places like Auschwitz, Dachau, and Ravensbrück, medical experiments were conducted on living prisoners, often with no anesthesia, no consent, and no hope for survival. These weren't fringe acts by renegade scientists. They were state-funded, officially documented, and carried out under the guise of military research and racial science. One of the most notorious figures was Dr. Josef Mengele, stationed at Auschwitz, who became known as the Angel of Death. He wasn't just selecting prisoners for gas chambers. He was choosing subjects for his experiments. He had a fixation on twins, believing they could help him unlock secrets about genetics and racial purity. So when twins arrived at the camp, they weren't sent to immediate death. No, they got the special privilege of a slower, more methodical one. Day after day, Mengele's assistants measured their bones, poked needles into their eyes, and injected unknown substances into their veins. Some were subjected to painful surgeries that attempted to swap organs between siblings, or deliberately infected with diseases just to see how their bodies reacted. And when one twin died, which happened often, the other would usually be killed as well, so that a post-mortem comparison could be performed. To Mengele, they weren't people. They were variables in a grotesque equation. But Mengele wasn't the only one. At Ravensbrück, Nazi doctors performed what they called surgical trials, where female prisoners had their bones deliberately fractured, or their muscles and nerves severed, all to test the effectiveness of battlefield treatments with a focus on infection and drug efficacy. The wounds were then infected with bacteria, dirt, and glass shards to simulate real injuries. because apparently the Reich needed very specific data on how many days a human could scream before losing consciousness. At Dachau, another branch of experiments was focused on survival in extreme conditions. Prisoners were locked in pressure chambers to simulate high altitudes, and some suffocated as their lungs collapsed under the changes. Others were thrown into ice water for hours while doctors stood nearby, timing how long it would take before their core body temperature dropped too low to recover. Many were later rewarmed using horrific methods, including being forced into non-consensual body heat tests involving naked women. There were malaria experiments, in which prisoners were bitten by infected mosquitoes and denied medicine. There were sterilization experiments, where chemicals were injected into reproductive organs to determine how quickly entire populations could be rendered infertile. And there were chemical exposure tests using mustard gas, phosgene, and other lethal agents, not to develop cures, but to measure pain, breakdown, and death. Behind all of this was a twisted logic that the state had the right to treat unwanted people as raw material. Doctors kept detailed logs, submitted findings to scientific journals, and held meetings to share progress over coffee and pastries. It was not only allowed, but encouraged. When the war ended and the camps were liberated, the full scale of these crimes was exposed during the Nuremberg trials. The testimonies were harrowing, and the photos were undeniable. What happened in those medical wings wasn't medicine. It was mutilation disguised as research. In response, the world created the Nuremberg Code, a set of ethical principles that define how human research must be conducted. Informed consent, voluntary participation, the right to withdraw. All of those basic rules we now take for granted were written in direct reaction to what these doctors did to their victims. But even with the trials, not all of the perpetrators were punished. Some scientists fled. Others were quietly recruited by allied governments, who suddenly discovered that ethical standards were quite flexible when national security entered the chat. What makes these experiments so disturbing isn't just the suffering they caused, it's how easily they were justified. The people who conducted them wore white coats. They spoke in scientific terms, and they believed what they were doing was valuable, not because it helped humanity, but because it served power. While most history books end the story of wartime atrocities with Nazi Germany's defeat, our next stop proves that moral bankruptcy knows no national boundary. In the peaceful Vietnamese hamlet of My Lai, Americans would demonstrate that you don't need laboratories or medical degrees to conduct experiments in human suffering. Just orders from above and the comfort of knowing no one's watching. My Lai Massacre, 1968. In a quiet morning in Vietnam, March 16, 1968, farmers in the hamlet of My Lai were just starting their day when American helicopters appeared overhead. Charlie Company, a unit of young American soldiers, had been told this was a Viet Cong stronghold. It wasn't. What happened next was something the US military tried to desperately hide. Over the next 4 hours, American troops murdered over 500 Vietnamese civilians, almost all women, children, and elderly. But not a single shot had been fired at them. Instead, they dragged families from their homes. Mothers clutching babies as soldiers who'd sworn to defend freedom and democracy opened fire at point-blank range. Children watching their parents executed, then being executed themselves. In one ditch alone, soldiers forced over 100 villagers to sit down, like grandparents, mothers holding infants, young kids, and then systematically machine-gunned them all. When they saw movement among the bodies, they fired again. Efficiency was important for the day's body count metrics, after all. Other soldiers committed unspeakable violations against girls as young as 12 before killing them. Acts so heinous that they don't need explicit naming to understand the depths of depravity reached that day. Lieutenant William Calley personally shot a toddler trying to run away. He'd later be the only person convicted for what happened at My Lai, serving just 3.5 years under house arrest. Because apparently, orchestrating the murder of hundreds merits the same punishment as tax evasion. But thankfully, a helicopter pilot, Hugh Thompson, and his crew spotted the massacre from above and landed between the troops and fleeing civilians. Thompson radioed, "If these bastards opened up on these people, you open up on them." He saved maybe a dozen lives. The youngest victim at My Lai was just 1 year old. The oldest was 82. For the Vietnamese who survived, the memories never faded. One of the witnesses said, "I won't forgive as long as I live. Think of the babies being killed. then ask me why I hate them. But while my life forced Americans to confront their own capacity for atrocity, it pales in comparison to our next level. In Nanking, 1937, the Japanese Imperial Army turned an entire city into a laboratory of cruelty so methodical, so widespread, that survivors would spend decades fighting just to make the world acknowledge it happened at all. Nanking Massacre, 1937. Imagine watching your entire city transform into a slaughterhouse. December 13th, 1937. The ancient Chinese capital of Nanking falls to the Japanese Imperial Army. For the next 6 weeks, the invaders turned this city into hell on earth. 300,000 Chinese civilians were murdered. Tens of thousands of women violated in ways that YouTube's content algorithms would prefer I describe as experienced unspeakable trauma. This was one of the largest mass killings in human history, yet somehow it gets barely a footnote in many Western history books. Let me tell you about a young girl named Xia Shuqin. She was only 8 years old when Japanese soldiers kicked down her door. She watched them shoot her father in the doorway, and then drag her mother from under a table. The soldiers stabbed her 1-year-old sister to death right there in front of everyone, because apparently military conquest requires the elimination of toddlers. And then they murdered Xia's mother too. In total, 9 family members died that day. But the soldiers didn't just kill. They turned murder into a sport. Officers actually held beheading contests, with the first to reach 100 kills getting a prize. Think about that. Men competing to see who could decapitate the most humans. Some troops even tied Chinese prisoners together, using them as living targets for bayonet practice. Even foreigners in the city couldn't believe what they were seeing. In fact, John Rabe, a German businessman who helped establish a safety zone, walked the streets and found corpses every 100 to 200 yards. Many victims were bound and executed together, machine-gunned at the banks of the Yangtze River. And here's the truly horrifying part. The killers even forced family members to perform immoral acts on each other before executing them. Many survivors would later say, "I won't forgive as long as I live." While Nanking may seem like ancient history, our next level brings us frighteningly closer to the present. In Gaza, a chemical that burns through flesh at 1500 degrees Fahrenheit and can't be extinguished with water was deployed over some of the most densely populated civilian areas on Earth, where children learned that the pretty white lights falling from the sky weren't fireworks, but something far more nightmarish. Gaza white phosphorus attacks. In December 2008, white trails began falling from the sky over Gaza. They glowed like fireworks. They hissed as they touched the ground, and they didn't stop burning. This was white phosphorus, a chemical weapon that ignites on contact with oxygen, burns at over 800 degrees Celsius, and sticks to human skin like napalm's more sadistic cousin. Once it's lit, even water can't put it out. And when it lands on you, it doesn't stop until it burns through flesh, muscle, and sometimes bone. The Israeli military launched Operation Cast Lead with the stated goal of stopping rocket fire from Hamas. But here's where things turn dark, or rather illuminated with a kind of light you'd rather not see. During the 3-week campaign, white phosphorus was dropped across densely populated civilian areas. This included schools, hospitals, UN shelters, because apparently places marked with giant red crosses and UN logos make excellent military targets. Human Rights Watch documented multiple strikes on locations that had no military presence nearby. For example, the Al-Quds hospital in Gaza City was hit directly. Staff ran out with patients on gurneys while flames licked the rooftops. Nearby, a UN school sheltering 1,600 civilians was also struck. Fragments of burning phosphorus fell into classrooms and set mattresses on fire, teaching children the valuable lesson that even designated safe spaces aren't actually safe. One survivor, 16-year-old Mahmoud Abu Halima, was burned over 15% of his body. His wounds didn't stop smoldering. Even after surgery, doctors reported phosphorus particles still buried under his skin and reigniting days later. They had to remove tissue layer by layer just to stop the spread. The burns weren't just superficial. They penetrated deep and kept evolving. Some victims who initially seemed stable collapsed hours later. their lungs failing as they inhaled vaporized poison. Israel claimed it used white phosphorus legally as a smokescreen, not a weapon. However, aerial footage and eyewitness reports show a different picture. Funny how these smoke screens kept landing precisely on apartment buildings rather than open areas where combatants might be. They were raining down on rooftops, courtyards, and streets filled with civilians. That's why international observers, including Amnesty International, later accused the Israeli military of committing war crimes. White phosphorus isn't explicitly banned under international law, but its use near civilians violates the laws of war, a technicality that offers little comfort when your child's skin won't stop burning. Here's the thing. The psychological damage often lasts longer than the physical ones. Parents taught their kids to hide under wet blankets during attacks. They filled water buckets ahead of time, knowing it wouldn't stop the flames, but needing to feel like they had something. If Gaza shows us war's physical brutality, our next level reveals its psychological dimensions. At Abu Ghraib prison, American soldiers swapped white phosphorus for digital cameras, proving that sometimes the most damaging weapons aren't the ones that burn through flesh, but the ones that strip away humanity one humiliating snapshot at a time. Tier 2, widely known. Abu Ghraib torture. In late 2003, inside the walls of Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, a group of US soldiers turned their night shift into something else entirely. They ran a reality show. Now, Abu Ghraib wasn't new to violence. Under Saddam Hussein, it was known for torture and executions. But after the US invasion, it was supposed to become something different. Like someone tried to rebrand a slaughterhouse as a justice center. Instead, it became the stage for one of the most disturbing war crimes of the 21st century. Between October and December 2003, in a section of the prison called Tier 1A, detainees were stripped naked, stacked into human pyramids, and forced into degrading positions. They were punched, kicked, and bitten by military dogs. Some were tied up for hours, others were kept away for days. Several were subjected to violations with objects so degrading that even in 2025, YouTube would demonetize this video just for naming them. And most of this, it wasn't done in secret. It was documented, cataloged, and filed away in the Pentagon's Please God Never Let This Get Out folder. The guards took the photos, not as evidence, but as trophies. Like tourists posing with exotic animals, except the animals were human beings, and the tourism was state-sanctioned cruelty. So how did this happen? According to the Army's own investigation, led by Major General Antonio Taguba, this wasn't just a few bad soldiers snapping under stress. Taguba's report described the abuse as systemic and illegal, and concluded it was not spontaneous. There were rules, but they were ignored. There was oversight, and it failed. And here's why it's worse than most people realized. Many of the prisoners weren't terrorists. Some hadn't even been charged. They were shopkeepers, students, taxi drivers, men picked up in sweeps, detained without evidence, and then handed over to guards trained for combat, not custody. One of the detainees, Salah Hassan, later said, "My body was like a machine, responding to orders. The only part of me that felt alive was my mind, trapped behind a black little plastic bag." He was beaten, starved, and stripped. He remembered the guards enforcing democracy with one humiliation at a time, smiling as they held power over someone who couldn't fight back. Eventually, the truth got out. It started when a young soldier named Joseph Darby discovered the images on a shared drive. He handed them to his superiors, which triggered a military investigation. And by investigation, I mean frantic damage control operation. Still, accountability only reached so far. In total, 11 soldiers were convicted, all of them low-ranking, because as we all know, military accountability flows downward like water. Grainer was sentenced to 10 years. England got 3. Others served months. No senior officers were prosecuted, and none of the private contractors or CIA staff linked to interrogations faced legal consequences. Funny how responsibility stops at certain pay grades. Outside the prison, the photos ignited global outrage. In April 2004, 60 Minutes 2 aired the first images. Another prisoner, Ali Shalal, became an icon of the abuse. He was this hooded man standing on a box, arms outstretched, wires clipped to his hands. America's own perverse version of the crucifixion, brought to you by the military that puts "God bless our troops" on bumper stickers. The wires weren't actually active, but for him, the terror he felt was real. and that moment became a symbol. For many Iraqis, the fallout was personal. Some of the detainees were released without charges after months or years. They went home broken, physically and emotionally. In conservative communities, being photographed naked, especially in a prison controlled by foreign soldiers, left scars that went beyond the body. It destroyed trust, dignity, and sometimes entire families. And here's what made things worse. Insurgent groups used the photos as propaganda. They played them in recruitment videos. They told the world this is who the Americans really are, which turns out to be remarkably effective when your recruitment pitch includes actual evidence, which means the abuse didn't just harm victims, it prolonged the war. It fueled the very violence the US was trying to suppress. Years later, Abu Ghraib was turned over to Iraqi authorities and eventually it was closed. The damage had already been done. The United States, a country that prided itself on values and human rights, became the face of its own contradiction. While abuse at Abu Ghraib was intimate and personal, our next level shows destruction at an industrial scale. In the firebombing of Dresden, Allied forces created a thermal apocalypse so intense it transformed an entire city into an inferno, demonstrating that sometimes the most devastating war crimes don't come from rogue soldiers. They come from meticulous planning at the highest levels of command. Firebombing of Dresden. At first, Dresden didn't feel like a target. It was a city of opera houses, art museums, old bookstores, and church bells. By 1945, it was also a city overflowing with refugees, mostly women, children, and the elderly who were fleeing the Eastern Front. The kind of strategic military target that makes generals say, yes, that's exactly where we should drop thousands of incendiary bombs. They slept in train stations, schools, and even alleyways because they thought Dresden was safe. And for most of the war, it had been. But that illusion broke on the night of February 13th. Sirens began to scream around 10 p.m. But by then, alarms were just background noise. There had been so many false alarms that they had started to feel meaningless. Some stayed in bed. Others huddled in dark basements half asleep. Then the first wave hit. British Lancaster bombers dropped hundreds of high-explosive bombs, followed by incendiaries that was designed not just to destroy, but to ignite fire. And not just individual buildings, but the whole city at once. Because when fire reaches a certain scale, it doesn't just destroy, it evolves. It creates its own weather. You see, when enough buildings catch flame all at once, the heat creates a vacuum. The fire begins to pull oxygen from the streets. After that, it generates wind with the strength of a hurricane that sucks people off their feet. Some were thrown into the inferno. Others simply melted where they stood. That's what happened in Dresden. The firestorm swallowed entire blocks. People's lungs collapsed before they could scream. Some survivors said the flames fused bodies together, blackened, unrecognizable. Why shoot civilians when you can cook them alive? Inside the shelters wasn't any better either. The flames snaked through cracks in the cellar doors. Smoke poured through ventilation shafts. Families clutched each other as the temperature climbed past survivable levels. Many never made it out. Then, around 1 a.m., the second wave came. This time, American bombers followed the glow of the burning city like a target. They dropped more incendiaries, because apparently hell wasn't hot enough. And just before noon the next day, a third wave struck. By then, Dresden was already ash. There was nothing left to bomb, so they bombed it anyway. When the fire finally stopped, 39 square kilometers of the city were gone. That's about half the size of Manhattan. The Freudenkirche, the symbol of Dresden, had collapsed into rubble. Hospitals, churches, libraries, gone. Even the zoo was hit. Charred animal corpses were found beside shattered cages. The death toll was catastrophic. At least 25,000 people were killed, burned alive, suffocated, or crushed. Many were unrecognizable. Many were never identified. Many were never found. And to prevent disease, the SS stacked corpses like logs on giant metal grates, and then they poured gasoline over them and set them on fire. The smell of burning flesh was strong in the entire city. One survivor later said even the wind reeked of death. And here's the part that still haunts historians. Dresden wasn't a major military target. By early 1945, Germany was already losing. The Nazi war machine was collapsing. But apparently, some Allied strategists thought You know what would really win this war? Incinerating refugee-filled cultural centers. So the question is, why burn a city like this to the ground? Some say it was psychological warfare, a message to Germany. Others say it was retribution for the Blitz, or just a test run for incendiary tactics. Even Churchill later wrote in a private memo, "The destruction of Dresden remains a serious query against the conduct of Allied bombing." Now, here's where it gets darker. Because if you thought fire could only go so far, wait until you see what happened in Bangladesh, where systemic violation became a weapon of war so deliberate, so calculated, that it forever changed how we understand conflict. The bodies weren't burned, they were broken from within. Bangladesh War Assaults, 1971. In 1971, during the war for Bangladesh's independence from Pakistan, something horrific unfolded. Not on the front lines, but in villages, homes, and refugee camps where women lived. The violence wasn't random. It wasn't a side effect of war. It was part of the strategy. The Bangladesh Liberation War lasted just 9 months, but in that short time, the Pakistan Army, aided by paramilitary groups like the Razakars, launched a campaign of terror across East Pakistan, what is now Bangladesh. And they weren't targeting militants or armed rebels. They targeted women, because they knew that's where the deepest damage lives. Over 400,000 women were violated in the most brutal way imaginable. That's not an estimate pulled from thin air. It's based on first-hand accounts, survivor testimonies, and post-war documentation. It's so large it almost feels unreal, until you remember every single one was a life, a name, a daughter, a person who didn't get to be whole again. And the scale of the violence was unlike anything the region had ever seen. Women were dragged from homes during raids and taken to military camps, where they were held and repeatedly violated in ways too horrific to detail. Some were attacked by groups, tortured, and dumped back into their neighborhoods, wounded and broken, walking billboards of what happens when you defy authority. Others were never seen again. Many of the victims were teenagers. Some were so young that their families still packed them lunch for school. Some who were already pregnant were brutalized until they lost their babies, and elderly women were hurt simply because no one stopped it. One survivor recalled being forced to clean up her blood so the next soldier could come in. Another was told, "This is your punishment for being a Bengali." The goal wasn't just physical domination, it was cultural erasure. By systematically using gendered violence, the military aimed to destroy the social fabric of Bengali communities. Women were seen as carriers of family honor, so violating them meant violating the entire family. Fathers rejected daughters, husbands abandoned wives, mothers were blamed for their own pain, but the violence didn't stop there. Thousands of women became pregnant because of what they went through, so some of them committed suicide. Some had their babies taken from them, and some were forced into post-war shelter called Birangona homes, named after a term given by the government meaning war heroine. The name was meant to honor them, but in practice, many were locked away, hidden, or forced into silence to avoid bringing shame on the new nation. Because even in liberation, some truths were too uncomfortable for patriotic narratives. Even after the war ended and Bangladesh gained independence, the trauma wasn't over. There was no real justice, no trials for most of the soldiers, no system to track or support the victims long term. Just diplomatic handshakes and trade agreements while survivors scrubbed their skin raw trying to feel clean again. And for decades, many survivors never spoke of what happened. Not because they forgot, but because they knew no one would listen. What happened in Bangladesh wasn't just a crime of war. It was a blueprint, one that would be followed in other conflicts, by other armies, on other continents. While Bangladesh showed us war's brutality condensed into 9 months, our next level exposes something even more methodical. For over a decade, the Japanese military didn't just allow assaults, they industrialized them. In barracks across Asia, they created the Comfort Women system, where young girls were kidnapped, trafficked, and forced to service up to 50 soldiers a day. The Comfort Women system, 1930s to 1945. During the rise of Imperial Japan, a system was quietly constructed across East Asia. One that weaponized women's bodies in the name of morale, order, and control. They called it the Comfort Women's System, and by the 1930s it was in full operation. The idea was simple, but terrible. Mobile comfort stations would follow the Japanese army across China, Korea, the Philippines, Indonesia, and beyond. Inside those stations were young women, many of them still teenagers, that were forced to be on call for soldiers in the most horrific ways. They were given a nice sounding title, but nothing about their situation was nice or comfortable. The women came from occupied countries. Some were kidnapped from their villagers by force. Others were tricked with job offers like sewing, nursing, factory work, and education and a better future. Once taken, they were transported in military trucks, often under armed guard, to remote outposts and garrisons. There, they were locked inside cramped buildings, given Japanese names, and stripped of their identities. From that point forward, they existed only as bodies to be used. They existed as inventory. Each day, many of them were forced to endure 10 to 50 soldiers. There was no rest, no privacy, and no medical care unless it served the army's needs. Those who resisted were beaten. Some were killed and replaced. The army that prided itself on honor somehow missed that lesson when it came to basic human decency. In some locations, women were required to line up in rows naked, while soldiers picked them like items from a store. But this ugly truth rarely makes it into history books about Japan's war efforts. One survivor, Kim Hak-sun, the first Korean woman to publicly testify, said she was 17 when she was taken. She was locked in a room for weeks, violated dozens of times a day, and told nothing. Not where she was, not what had happened to her family, not when she'd be released. In truth, most were never released. They were discarded when they became too sick to serve, when they got pregnant, or when they tried to take their own lives. By the end of World War II, it's estimated that between 50,000 and 200,000 women had been enslaved through this system. The majority came from Korea, but others were taken from China, the Philippines, Taiwan, Burma, and Indonesia. After the war, many survivors couldn't go home. They were shunned by their families. Some ended up living in silence. Others died without ever telling their stories. For decades, the Japanese government denied that the comfort stations were anything more than wartime brothels, insisting the women were there by choice. It wasn't until the 1990s, after survivors began coming forward, that the story finally began to shift. It took 50 years before anyone would really listen. But even then, official apologies were rare, carefully worded, and often retracted under political pressure. Some of the women are still alive, now in their 90s, still waiting for full recognition, still asking that history tell the truth about what happened. Meanwhile, politicians worry more about national pride than justice. And the worst part? This wasn't the last time women were used this way. Because in the next atrocity, the Japanese military did something even more terrible. At Unit 731, they went from using people as slaves to using them as test subjects. Unit 731, 1930s to 1945. Deep inside Japanese-occupied Manchuria, near the city of Harbin, there was a secret military facility with a number, Unit 731. Officially, it was part of the Kwantung Army's Epidemic Prevention Department. In reality, it was a biological weapons lab built on human experimentation. And what happened there makes even the worst wartime atrocities feel clinical by comparison. Unit 731 was led by General Shiro Ishii, a charismatic doctor with a vision to make Japan the world leader in germ warfare. He believed disease could be weaponized just like bombs, and to build those weapons, he needed human test subjects. So he got them. No ethic committees, no consent forms, just people who disappeared. Most were Chinese civilians. Others were Korean, Mongolian, Russian, or Allied prisoners of war. Inside the compound, they weren't called prisoners. They were called maruta. It's the Japanese word for logs, because to the men in lab coats, that's all they were. Raw material. Not patients, not humans, just fuel for data. These people were infected with deadly diseases on purpose. Plague, anthrax, typhus, cholera, and then observed as their bodies shut down, with no painkillers and no treatment. Doctors stood by them with clipboards, recording fever spikes, organ failure, convulsions. Some victims were cut open while still alive, their organs removed without anesthesia so researchers could examine how the disease had spread in real time. Others were tied to stakes in open fields, then bombed with ceramic shells filled with bacteria to test blast radius and infection spread. Some were frozen, their limbs dipped in water and exposed to sub-zero winds until the flesh cracked and peeled. The goal wasn't to cure frostbite, it was to see how much the body could endure before the bone shattered. There were also pressure chamber tests, dehydration trials, forced pregnancies, and vivisections done with such regularity that they became routine. And all of it was done under strict documentation, photographed, measured, and filed like any laboratory work. Unit 731 wasn't small. It employed over 3,000 scientists, doctors, and military staff, and killed an estimated 300,000 people, not just in the lab, but in field tests across China, where rivers were poisoned with cholera, and towns seeded with plague fleas to see how fast an outbreak would spread. When Japan surrendered in 1945, the truth nearly disappeared. The Americans found out about Unit 731, but instead of prosecuting its scientists, they struck a deal. In exchange for their research data, the US granted full immunity to those involved, because apparently, Nazi scientists weren't the only war criminals worth recycling. Ishii was never put on trial. He lived a long life in Tokyo and reportedly worked in public health. Many of his colleagues went on to become professors, doctors, and executives in post-war Japan, from torturers to respected professionals, just by changing business cards. And for decades, Japan refused to even acknowledge Unit 731's existence. It wasn't until the 1990s that survivors and former employees began speaking openly. But by then, much of the evidence had been destroyed, and most of the perpetrators were already dead. While Unit 731 showed us horror in a laboratory, our next level reveals something just as calculated, but far more widespread. In Bengal in 1943, as millions starved to death, British colonial officers didn't just fail to act, they actively diverted food away from the dying. 3 million people didn't just die of bad weather. They died because their lives were deemed less valuable than stockpiled grain and shipping space. Bengal famine, 1943. In 1943, as World War II raged across Europe and the Pacific, another catastrophe was unfolding, quietly, devastatingly, in British-ruled India. It wasn't caused by bombs. It wasn't caused by drought. It was caused by choices. The kind made in London offices by men who would never miss a meal. The Bengal famine killed an estimated 3 million people, and not because there wasn't enough food, but because people were denied access to it. Let's step back for a moment. At the time, Bengal was part of the British Empire, and its economy had been repurposed to serve the war effort. Democracy and freedom for everyone, except the colonized millions whose resources were more valuable than their lives. Fields that once grew rice now supplied jute for sandbags. Boats that once carried fish were seized by the military. Grain was hoarded by wealthy traders or redirected to supply troops and stockpiles elsewhere in the empire. Then the situation got worse. In early 1942, Japanese forces seized Burma, a major rice exporter to Bengal. This triggered panic. But instead of rationing and relief, the British colonial government initiated the denial policy, a plan to destroy food stocks, sink boats, and remove transportation from coastal Bengal, all in the name of preventing a Japanese invasion that never came. As a result, millions of poor villagers were cut off from food and markets, and the food prices spiked. A kilogram of rice cost 5 times more than it had just a year earlier. For most people, it became impossible to buy even a day's worth of food. Free market economics at its finest. Starve today, or maybe starve tomorrow. Many families sold everything, land, tools, jewelry, even their homes, just to eat for that day. And when that ran out, they starved. In cities like Calcutta, train stations are filled with emaciated bodies. Children with swollen bellies begged on street corners while their parents collapsed nearby. All while British officials wrote memos about local food distribution challenges. Some people resorted to eating grass, others to theft, and a few to cannibalism. And yet, grain exports from India didn't stop. In fact, while millions in Bengal were dying, ships full of wheat and rice were being sent to Britain or left to rot in storage. Food was actually available, just not for the poor. Truckloads of rice were hoarded by speculators, sold only to the highest bidders. Meanwhile, the colonial government kept insisting that no famine was occurring at all. They called it a temporary scarcity. Even when British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was repeatedly briefed on the crisis, he reportedly asked why Gandhi hadn't died yet, and later blamed Indians for breeding like rabbits. The same Churchill whose face graces the 5-pound note and countless history books celebrating his wartime leadership. Eventually, some food relief arrived, but by then it was mostly symbolic. Millions were already dead, and the ones who survived carried the trauma for life. To this day, it remains one of the deadliest famines of the 20th century. Now, if famine sounds like the quietest way to kill, the next atrocity returned to noise and gas. Because in Syria, the skies didn't just bring bombs. They brought clouds of poison and children gasping for air on hospital floors. Tier 3, moderately known, Syrian chemical attacks. In the early morning of August 21, 2013, the people of Ghouta, a suburb outside Damascus, woke up to a nightmare they couldn't see. There was no explosion, no warning, just a hiss, and then followed by choking. Missiles loaded with sarin gas, a deadly nerve agent, had been fired into civilian neighborhoods. And within minutes, people were collapsing. Not from shrapnel, but from the air itself. Children began convulsing in their beds. Mothers foamed at the mouth while trying to scream. Entire families died where they slept. Just bodies twisted, eyes wide, muscles locked in their final breath. Now, here's what makes sarin different. It's odorless and invisible, and just a few drops of it are enough to kill you. When it enters the body, it paralyzes muscles, shuts down breathing, and suffocates from the inside, and you're fully aware of it as it happens. Doctors on the ground were overwhelmed. They tried mouth-to-mouth on infants and poured water over victims who were already gone. One medic said the hospital was a room of silence, except for the sounds of death. There was no sound of crying, no scream. They just spasmed, went stiff, and stopped. Videos from that morning showed children lined up in rows, not sleeping, but lifeless. Others were hosed down in courtyards, twitching uncontrollably, as nurses screamed for atropine, the only antidote available, and in short supply. There are many estimates, but between 280 and 1,700 people died that day. Most of them were civilians. Many were children. But for Syrians, this wasn't the first time. Just the first time the world actually looked. The attack was just the most publicized in a long string of chemical strikes during Syria's civil war. The one that briefly captured international attention before everyone back to their regularly scheduled programming. Human Rights Watch and the UN have documented dozens of chemical weapon attacks since 2012, including the use of chlorine gas dropped from helicopters and barrel bombs rigged to release toxic clouds into crowded neighborhoods, because apparently conventional bombs weren't causing enough suffering. And who was responsible? Multiple investigations, including those by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons and independent UN teams, found that the Assad regime carried out majority of these attacks, specifically the one in Ghouta. Still, their denials came fast. The Syrian government blamed the rebels, and Russia backed their denials. And in the fog of war, truth became harder to pin down, even when the evidence lay gasping on video. In response, the United States and Russia brokered a deal. Syria would declare and surrender its chemical weapons stockpile. But that agreement turned out to be incomplete, because chemical attacks didn't stop. They just shifted form. In 2017, another gas attack, this time in Khan Sheikhoun, killed 92 more civilians. Footage showed men clawing at their throats, eyes wide, limbs twitching as they died on camera. And once again, the response was minimal. Sarin isn't just a weapon, it's a message. It says, we can reach you without a sound. It strips away any sense of safety, even in your own home. There are no sirens to warn you, no shelters to hide in, just a breeze, and then nothing. While Syria's chemical attacks show what happens when a government turns against its own people, Operation Condor reveals something even more chilling. What happens when multiple governments coordinate to make dissidents disappear? Across Argentina, Chile, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia, with American intelligence support, thousands of students, professors, and activists didn't just die. They vanished so completely that their families spent decades searching for ghosts. Operation Condor, 1970s to 80s. In the 1970s, while most of the world was busy watching Cold War tensions play out between the US and the Soviet Union, a different kind of war was unfolding across South America. It wasn't fought on open battlefields. It didn't involve tanks or trench lines. It was fought in basements with electrodes and bathtubs filled with filthy water. Democracy building, South American style. It was called Operation Condor. At its core, Operation Condor was a joint intelligence program involving right-wing military dictatorships in Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Paraguay, and Bolivia. Think of it as Facebook for fascists, a social network where the main activity was sharing information on who to kidnap next. Their goal was simple: eliminate anyone who posed a threat to the regime. This included leftist activists, labor leaders, intellectuals, teachers, priests, and even relatives of suspected dissidents. You didn't have to pick up a weapon to be targeted. You just had to speak, or know someone who spoke, or teach someone who might one day speak. Now here's where it gets darker. This wasn't just about internal repression. Condor nations collaborated across borders. If you escaped from Argentina to Brazil, Brazil would find you and send you back. If you fled to Chile, they were already waiting. The first international cooperation agreement these countries enthusiastically joined wasn't about trade or tourism. It was about making people vanish. Thousands of people disappeared this way, plucked from streets, airports, or even foreign embassies. The system ran like clockwork. Governments shared intelligence, coordinated surveillance, and exchanged prisoners. Victims were flown between countries in unmarked planes, often blindfolded and beaten. Many were never seen again. In Argentina alone, it's estimated that 30,000 people disappeared during the Dirty War. The military didn't just kill, they erased them from existence. Let's talk about the death flights. Victims were drugged, stripped naked, and loaded onto military aircraft. Then, one by one, they were tossed out over the Atlantic Ocean or the Rio de la Plata. The goal wasn't just execution, it was disappearance. Nobody to bury meant no martyrs. No graves means no rallying points for resistance. One survivor, who managed to escape before her scheduled flight, described the sound of bodies hitting the water as like sacks of meat dropped from trucks. She never saw her cellmates again. The coordination was staggering. In Paraguay, a trove of documents called the Archives of Terror was uncovered in 1992. The insides were official memos, shared blacklists, and surveillance reports that confirmed what many had only suspected. Operation Condor wasn't theory, it was policy. And yes, the United States knew. Declassified CIA documents showed that American intelligence agencies were fully aware of what was happening. In fact, they supported several of the dictatorships financially and militarily. They saw Condor as a useful tool in the fight against communism. And fighting communism apparently required a complete disregard for human rights. A small price to pay for freedom, as long as it wasn't your freedom being sacrificed. Henry Kissinger, then US Secretary of State, was briefed on Condor operations. And in one now infamous exchange, he reportedly told Argentina's foreign minister, "There are things that have to be done, you should do them quickly." No formal apology was ever issued by the United States. And for decades, survivors fought just to have the crimes recognized as real. Only in the 2000s did trials begin in earnest. A handful of officials were convicted. Some are still being tried today, with their conditions becoming elderly, frail, and defiant. But most of the architects of Condor died free. The victims, however, didn't just disappear. In countries like Argentina and Chile, movements like the Mothers of the Plaza de Mayo kept marching. They carried photos of their missing sons and daughters, faces that stared out from the past, demanding answers. And they never stopped asking. While Operation Condor targeted adults who could at least understand why they were being hunted, our next level shows warfare at its most perverse. Across Africa and Southeast Asia, children as young as 6 were kidnapped, drugged, and transformed into killing machines. In this world, the victims became perpetrators, forced to murder their own families to ensure they could never go home again. Child soldiers and trauma conditioning. In some wars, children are collateral damage. In others, they are the soldiers. Across parts of Africa, Asia, and South America, entire generations have been raised not with toys or textbooks, but with assault rifles and survival instincts. The use of child soldiers is not just about manpower, it's about control. Because a child can be broken, a child can be reprogrammed, and a child won't question orders when they've never known anything else. From the Lord's Resistance Army in Uganda to rebel militias in Sierra Leone, Colombia, Myanmar, and beyond, the method is hauntingly similar. Children as young as 8 years old are abducted from villages, refugee camps, and schools. They're taken at night, forced to watch their families beaten or killed, and then march into the jungle, the bush, or the mountains, where they're cut off from everything familiar, and the conditioning begins. At first, many of them will resist. They cry, they try to run. But the leaders know how to shatter that spirit. The kind of knowledge that doesn't make it into military science textbooks, but gets passed between warlords like trade secrets. Some children are made to kill a friend, a sibling, or even their own parents as a loyalty test. Others are beaten until the crying stops. What's left is a child with a weapon and a mind full of terror. The perfect soldier. Small, expendable, and with nowhere to run. They also use drugs to dull the kids' empathy. Amphetamines, hash, alcohol, whatever keeps them compliant. Girls are often taken by commanders and forced into relationships under the guise of being wives, a term that hides a much darker reality, being trapped in long-term abuse disguised as care or reward. Boys are taught to fight. They're given guns almost as big as their bodies and sent into combat without training. Their small size makes them perfect for hiding in tight spaces, carrying explosives, or slipping through enemy lines. But their real value lies in their obedience. Once the fear is replaced by numbness, they'll do anything they're told. One boy from the Sierra Leonean conflict recalled how, after months in the bush, he no longer felt anything when pulling the trigger. Killing, he said, became like brushing your teeth, something you do without thinking. But what's most horrifying is that for some of these children, the militia becomes home. It's where they're fed. It's where they're protected, at least from outsiders. And when the war ends, they don't know where else to go. If they're saved, their reintegration to society is often a slow, painful process. Former child soldiers suffer from extreme PTSD, addiction, memory loss, and a fractured sense of identity. Some are rejected by their communities. Some are haunted by what they've done and what was done to them. While child soldiers show the deliberate weaponization of the innocent, our next level reveals how civilians become targets simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. During the Korean War, South Korean forces, supposedly fighting for democracy, systematically executed tens of thousands of their own citizens, often with American officers watching. Tier 4. Niche. Korean War Civilian Massacres, 1950 to 1953. When the Korean War broke out in 1950, the country was already broken. North against South. But somewhere beneath the political conflict, something far worse unfolded, and for decades, almost no one talked about it. Because victors write history books, and neither side wanted this chapter included. During the first chaotic months of the war, South Korean and American forces began executing civilians. Not soldiers, not armed insurgents, but villagers, entire families whose crime was looking suspicious to men with guns and twitchy fingers. You see, the front lines were moving fast. One day, a town was under US and South Korean control. The next, it was captured by the North Korean army. This back and forth sparked paranoia. And with that paranoia came orders, or sometimes just nods to eliminate potential collaborators. One of the most well-known atrocities from this period was the Nogonri massacre. It happened in July 1950. As North Korean troops pushed further south, hundreds of South Korean civilians, mostly women, children, and the elderly, were ordered to leave their villages and move south for safety. Instead, they were being herded under a railroad bridge near the village of Nogunri, and then US soldiers opened fire. Freedom and democracy, delivered at 600 rounds per minute. For 3 straight days, machine guns tore through the crowds beneath that bridge. Those who tried to run were shot. Those who stayed were trapped. Eyewitnesses described bodies piled in the riverbed, mothers shielding their children, and infants crying beside the dead. The kind of scene that doesn't make it into military recruiting videos. Estimates say up to 400 civilians were killed at the Nogunri alone. And this wasn't an isolated case. Across the country, civilians suspected of communist ties were rounded up and executed by the South Korean military and police. This included school teachers, farmers, and even government employees. The bar for suspicion was so low you could trip over it, and many did, straight into mass graves. Entire villages were labeled as red zones, and once that label stuck, almost no one inside survived. One of the largest massacres took place on Jeju Island, before the war even officially began. Tens of thousands were killed between 1948 and 1950, during a crackdown on leftist movements. In many ways, the Korean War just escalated the pattern. Even more disturbing, American forces were often aware. The classified documents reveal that US officers witnessed, and in some cases, photographed mass executions carried out by their South Korean allies. And they didn't always intervene. Sometimes they even provided air support. In 1999, the Associated Press broke the Nogunri story wide open. It came from testimonies, photographs, and even confessions from the soldiers who had pulled the triggers. One veteran recalled, "They were civilians, but we didn't know who we could trust." Now, if this felt hidden, almost like history wanted to forget it, the next story is even more secretive. What is now Namibia, German colonial forces did what historians consider the first genocide of the 20th century. The Herero and Nama peoples became subjects of a calculated extermination order that would later become a template for the Holocaust. Herero and Nama genocide, 1904 to 1908. At the start of the 20th century, while Europe was drawing borders across Africa and dividing up pieces of territory like cake, Germany carved out a colony called German Southwest Africa, or known today as Namibia. For the German Empire, it was supposed to be a symbol of expansion, order, and resource extraction. The kind of place where proper European gentlemen could build fortunes on lands that weren't theirs. But for the indigenous Herero and Nama peoples, it became something else entirely. The setting for one of history's first genocides of the modern era. Tensions had been building for years. German settlers, backed by the colonial military, began seizing Herero and Nama land for farming and ranching. Because nothing says civilization quite like stealing someone's ancestral home and then calling them savages when they object. Cattle, which represented both wealth and survival in Herero society, were confiscated under the guise of law. Harsh taxes were imposed. Traditional leaders were stripped of authority, and any form of resistance was treated as criminals. Eventually, the Herero had enough. In early 1904, they rose up, killing over 100 German settlers and soldiers in an organized revolt. But in the colonial mindset, indigenous people fighting back wasn't resistance. It was an offense against the natural order. Germany dispatched General Lothar von Trotha, a man already known for his brutality in other African campaigns. And almost immediately, he issued what became known as the Extermination Order, a written military directive that called for the killing of every Herero man, woman, and child found within the colony's borders. There would be no mercy, no prisoners, no distinction between civilian and combatant. The Herero were driven east, cornered in the Omaheke Desert, and then surrounded by the Germans. Von Trotha's troops closed off the wells, poisoned water sources, and waited. The desert would do most of the killing for them, more efficient than bullets and far less paperwork. Most died of thirst or starvation under the scorching sun, and those who tried to return were shot on sight. It didn't end there. Survivors who were captured were sent to concentration camps, where they were worked to death on construction projects, farms, and railway lines. In these camps, beatings were a routine to them. Food was almost non-existent, and disease spread rapidly. Many were killed simply for being too slow to stand. The worst of these camps was located on Shark Island, off the coast near Lüderitz. Prisoners were held in open-air enclosures, exposed to freezing winds at night and the blazing sun by day. There were no walls, just fences and barbed wire, and no roofs to shield them from the weather. Guards used inmates for forced labor and medical experiments, while German scientists studied their skulls as part of early racial classification projects. The corpses were dissected, and sometimes the heads were sent back to Europe for so-called research. By the time it was over, around 80% of the Herero population had been wiped out. That's roughly 65,000 people. The Nama uprising that followed suffered a similar fate, with another 10,000 killed through executions, forced labor, and starvation. Germany never faced real consequences for these actions. What makes it even more chilling is the legacy. Some of the very scientists and thinkers who worked in Namibia would go on to influence early German eugenics. The racial theories tested on African skulls would later echo through the medical halls of Nazi Germany, and turned what started as colonial brutality into a blueprint for something far worse. While Germany's genocide in Namibia shocked with its naked brutality, our next level reveals something equally horrific but far more profitable. In the Congo Free State, Belgian King Leopold II turned an entire nation into his personal plantation, where severed hands became currency, and quotas were enforced with whips, fire, and mutilation. Not for ideology, not for territory, but simply to satisfy one man's greed. Congo Free State atrocities, 1885 to 1908. At the height of European imperialism, one country didn't take the Congo. One man did. The man was King Leopold II of Belgium. Through manipulation, treaties, and deception, he secured the Congo Basin as his own private colony. Not for Belgium, but for himself. It was called the Congo Free State, although it was neither free nor a state in any real sense. What it became was a vast forced labor camp wrapped in the disguise of civilization. Leopold claimed he was bringing Christianity, trade, and progress, but what he really brought was rubber quotas, and with them a system so brutal it makes modern dictators look like amateurs. At that time, rubber was booming. The Industrial Revolution needed it for tires, machines, cables, and the Congo's forests were rich with it. So villagers were ordered to collect rubber from wild vines deep in the jungle. Not asked, not hired. Ordered, with a gun barrel as a negotiator. If they didn't bring back enough, they paid the price. And the price wasn't a fine or a jail sentence. It was an amputation. The brutal punishment was enforced by a brutal colonial army of African soldiers led by white officers, called the Force Publique. The orders were simple: no rubber, no mercy. To prove bullets weren't wasted on hunting or rebellion, soldiers were required to bring back the right hand of every person they killed. And so, hands became a currency. If a man ran away, his wife might lose her hand. If a village resisted, children were mutilated. Sometimes, to meet the hand quota, soldiers cut off limbs of people without killing, because hands mattered more than bodies. Photographs from the time show Congolese men, women, and children with missing hands, missing feet, blank stares. Missionaries took those photos and smuggled them out, hoping to shock the world into noticing. Some estimated that 10 million people died under Leopold's rule through murder, forced labor, disease, and sheer exhaustion. Leopold, meanwhile, never set foot in Congo. He ruled from afar, collecting enormous wealth, building palaces, and commissioning monuments in his own name. He justified it all with speeches about progress, while the people under his rule were being whipped with chircots, braided leather lashes with metal tips that tore flesh from bone. Eventually, international outrage became too loud to ignore. In 1908, the Belgian government forced Leopold to relinquish control, and the Congo Free State officially became a Belgian colony. But the system barely changed. The forced labor continued, and the brutality remained. Just a new letterhead on the same bloody policies. And the scars, physical and generational, lasted long after the rubber stopped flowing. Meanwhile, Leopold died rich, unloved, and unpunished. His funeral procession was booed by crowds in Brussels. And in the Congo, many of the roads, cities, and institutions still trace back to the systems he put in place. The next level reveals something even more chilling. Neighbor turning against neighbor. In Indonesia's anti-communist purge of 1965 to 66, the military unleashed ordinary citizens to hunt down communists in their communities. Teachers, union members, Chinese minorities, all killed by machete and club, often by people they knew, while Western powers nodded approvingly from a distance. Indonesia's anti-communist purge, 1965 to 1966. It started with whispers, then a coup, then a flood of blood that washed through villages, cities, and entire islands. So fast and so quietly that much of the world didn't even notice. Or more accurately, chose not to notice. In 1965, Indonesia was standing on a political knife's edge. President Sukarno, the country's founding leader, was balancing between the military, Islamic groups, nationalists, and one of the world's largest communist parties, the PKI, which had over 3 million members and deep roots among peasants and workers. On the night of September 30th, a group of Indonesian army officers abducted and murdered 6 senior generals. The killings were chaotic, confusing, and immediate, but within days the story sharpened. The military blamed the PKI, claiming it was a communist coup attempt. Whether or not the PKI actually orchestrated the plot remains debated, but the reaction that followed didn't wait for facts. Under the leadership of General Suharto, the Indonesian army launched a nationwide purge. What began as retaliation became something far larger. A campaign of mass killings so vast that entire communities were wiped from maps, and entire families were buried in silence. Not with gas chambers or firing squads, but with machetes, clubs, and neighbor turning against neighbor. Across the country, the military, paramilitaries, and civilian mobs began arresting, torturing, and executing anyone accused of communist ties. This included not just party members, but union organizers, teachers, artists, women's group members, and often people who simply owned left-leaning books. The accusations didn't require evidence. Sometimes they were personal. A neighbor settling a grudge, a rival seeking revenge, a landlord angry at a tenant. Once someone was labeled a communist, there was no way to defend yourself. You vanished. Bodies turned up in rivers, dumped by the truckload, their hands tied, throats slit, sometimes decapitated. In Java, villagers fished corpses from streams, stacking them along the banks because they clogged the flow of water. In Bali, a place better known for beaches and temples, an estimated 80,000 people were killed in a matter of weeks. And this wasn't hidden. The army encouraged public participation to hunt them down. In many places, they handed out machetes. Mosques and churches gave speeches about the moral duty of cleansing the nation from communism, framing them as godless, barbaric people. By the end of it, somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million people were dead. And that's a conservative estimate. The new leader, who rose from the chaos, was Suharto, a general who presented himself as a stabilizing force. With support from Western powers, including the United States and Britain, Suharto dismantled Sukarno's government and took full control, and he ruled for the next 31 years. Here's where it gets even more chilling. The classified documents later revealed that the US Embassy provided lists of suspected PKI members to the Indonesian army, knowing full well those names would likely end in executions. British intelligence ran black propaganda campaigns to stir anti-communist sentiment, spreading false stories of communist atrocities to justify the killings. For decades, the purge was never officially acknowledged. In Indonesia, it was taught in schools as a national salvation, not a crime. Every year, a propaganda film about the evil PKI is shown that depicts communists as traitors and monsters. And the victims, they were erased. The victims' families carried the stigma for generations, afraid to speak, afraid to remember. Only recently has the truth begun to surface. Survivors and their descendants are telling their stories, slowly, carefully, in books, documentaries, and art. But many of the killers are still alive. Some even hold positions of power. There have been no trials, no apologies, and no formal recognition from the Indonesian state that what happened was genocide. What makes this purge so disturbing isn't just the number of dead, it's how ordinary it became, how easy it was to accuse, how fast people joined in, and how quickly the rest of the world looked away. Tier 5. Obscure. Project 4.1, 1954. In March of 1954, the United States detonated a thermonuclear bomb on Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. It was called Castle Bravo, and it was the largest nuclear test ever conducted by the US, far bigger than expected. The blast yield was supposed to be around 5 megatons, but it turned out to be over 15. Just a small calculation error when playing with apocalyptic weapons. The explosion lit up the sky with a fireball so massive that islanders dozens of miles away thought the world was ending. What followed wasn't just a mushroom cloud. It was a radioactive fallout, carried by shifting winds, drifting far beyond the so-called safe zone, and into villages that had no warning, no protection, and no idea what was falling from the sky. On the island of Rongelap, white ash began to rain down. Children played in it, rubbed it in their faces, and even tasted it, because no one told them not to. They didn't know it was fallout, just that it felt soft, like snow, and coated everything it touched. Within hours, people began vomiting. Their skin burned. Their hair started falling out. And the worst part, help didn't arrive for days, because apparently the scientists needed time to prepare their notebooks and cameras. When US officials finally showed up, they evacuated the exposed populations, but they didn't just treat them. They studied them. That's where Project 4.1 begins. Officially labeled a medical study of the effects of radiation on human beings, Project 4.1 was launched immediately after the Bravo test. But here's the thing. Evidence suggests the project may have been planned, which means researchers were expecting contamination, or at least saw it as an opportunity. The exposed Marshallese weren't told they were being studied. They were flown to medical facilities, examined, photographed, and monitored, not just for immediate sickness, but for long-term effects of radiation poisoning. Researchers recorded changes in blood, immune response, and thyroid function, and all of it was done without informed consent. In the years that followed, the consequences became clear. Children developed thyroid nodules and cancers. Women suffered miscarriages and birth defects. A girl named Lekoj Anjane was born with no bones in her legs. Others were born with brains outside their skulls or limbs that never formed. And all the doctors continued taking notes. After that, the islanders were told it was safe to return. They were sent back to Rongelap in 1957, even though radiation levels remained dangerously high. Within a few years, cancer rates skyrocketed. Apparently, round 2 of the experiment needed fresh data points. One survivor, Darlene Keju, later described how she grew up watching her neighbors die of strange illnesses while American scientists took samples, smiled, and promised everything was fine. For decades, the US denied this wrongdoing. When questioned in Congress, officials called the testing a necessary step in national defense. The victims' compensation came late, if at all, and many islanders died before they ever saw a dollar. Some never even knew they had been part of a classified medical program. What makes Project 4.1 so disturbing isn't just the exposure, it's the silence around it, the lack of consent, and the quiet use of sickness as data. And now we move from the Pacific to the streets of San Francisco, where biological agents weren't dropped by accident, but sprayed deliberately, right into the lungs of American citizens. Operation Sea Spray, 1950. In September 1950, residents of San Francisco noticed something strange in the air. A light fog rolled in, thicker than usual, clinging to buildings and drifting through open windows. But what no one knew, and what wouldn't be revealed for decades, was that the United States military had deliberately released a cloud of bacteria over the city. It was part of a secret test called Operation Sea Spray, one of dozens of Cold War experiments meant to simulate what a biological attack might look like. The goal wasn't to protect people. It was to measure how many of them could be reached by invisible weapons without anyone realizing it. From a Navy ship just off the coast, technicians sprayed Serratia marcescens, a bacteria chosen because it was thought to be harmless. But the bacteria didn't vanish into the sea breeze. It settled on homes, hospitals, sandwiches, and skin. People inhaled it without knowing, and some of them didn't survive. At Stanford Hospital, a string of rare infections appeared within days. One patient, Edward Nevin, died after the bacteria entered his bloodstream and reached his heart. Doctors were baffled because Serratia had never been seen in that hospital before. They didn't know it had just been sprayed over the entire city, and no one told them. They didn't know it had just been sprayed over the entire city by the same government that funded their research grants. Operation Sea Spray wasn't an isolated incident. It was part of a much larger program. For over 20 years, the US military ran open-air biological tests in places like New York, St. Louis, and Washington, D.C. They dispersed bacteria and chemicals into schools, subways, and neighborhoods without warning. There were no permissions, no disclosures, no apologies. Only data. Officials insisted that the materials were safe, but long after the tests were completed, survivors reported patterns of illness, unexplained deaths, and decades of silence. What makes this so disturbing is how ordinary it felt. People went to work, they opened their windows, they breathed in the fog and carried on with their lives, and never realizing they'd become part of an invisible experiment. It was quiet, it was clean, it was cold. And now, we move into a crime that's far messier, where the violence isn't hidden in the air or buried in medical reports. It's carved into bodies, into generations, and into the most intimate violations imaginable. CIA, MK Ultra program. In the early years of the Cold War, the CIA became obsessed with a question. Could a person's mind be broken, emptied, and rebuilt, but make it patriotic? And they weren't just asking that theoretically, they were willing to try. That's where MK Ultra begins. A top-secret CIA project that ran for 2 decades, hidden behind shell programs, front companies, and fake academic studies. Its goal? To explore mind control, psychological manipulation, and chemical interrogation. The agency called it a behavioral modification, but what the victims called it something else entirely. The program began in 1953 under CIA Director Alan Dulles. It was launched in the shadow of fears that the Soviets and Chinese had already mastered psychological warfare, after reports of American POWs in Korea suddenly said something like maybe communism wasn't that bad, or confessing to crimes. The CIA feared they'd been brainwashed, so naturally, the only solution was to build their own brainwasher. So they turned to LSD. The CIA believed that psychedelics, especially LSD, might be the key to unlocking the subconscious, or more dangerously, shattering it. They tested it on soldiers, prisoners, students, psychiatric patients, and even CIA employees, often without telling them. Some people were dosed in interrogation rooms. Others were slipped the drug in their coffee. There were cases where agents trailed people through bars, drugged their drinks, and simply watched what happened next. In one case, a man named Frank Olson, a government scientist, began having severe mental breakdowns after unknowingly being given LSD by his own colleagues, which, to be fair, is what happens when your own team drugs you and gaslights you into madness. He reported feeling like he was being watched, like he couldn't tell what was real. Days later, he fell, or was pushed, from the window of a New York hotel. The CIA called it suicide, but his family didn't believe it. Years later, when Olson's body was exhumed, the autopsy found injuries that suggested he had been unconscious when he fell. But LSD was only the beginning. MKUltra researchers also experimented with hypnosis, sleep deprivation, electroshock therapy, extreme isolation, and sensory overload. Some sessions lasted hours. Others went on for weeks. Subjects were sometimes tied to beds, injected with unknown substances, and forced to listen to repeated audio loops, all designed to strip away their resistance, break their sense of self, and leave them open to suggestion. One of the darkest chapters unfolded in Montreal, at the Allen Memorial Institute, under psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron. There, patients seeking treatment for depression or anxiety were subjected to what he called depatterning, which sounds like a spa treatment until you learn that it involved drug-induced comas, electric shocks, and speaker pillow brainwashing. Then their minds were rebuilt through tapes played endlessly through speakers sewn into their pillows. Most of them never recovered. Some forgot how to talk. Others forgot their own names. And none of them knew they were part of a CIA op. By the early 1970s, MKUltra had splintered into 149 sub-projects, many hidden within universities, hospitals, and pharmaceutical labs, which is a lot considering the Geneva Conventions were sitting right there. Funding was funneled through front organizations. Doctors were given vague grants and no one asked too many questions. When the program was exposed in 1975 by the Church Committee, the CIA insisted it had already been shut down. But by then, thousands of people had been experimented on, many of them without ever knowing it. And nearly all of the MKUltra records were destroyed by order of CIA Director Richard Helms. All that remains are fragments, lawsuits, and survivors trying to prove what was done to them. If you thought state-sponsored mind control was just a Western experiment, just wait till we head east, into locked psychiatric wards, where the diagnosis wasn't schizophrenia or delusion, it was politically inconvenient. Soviet psychiatric torture, 1960s to 1980s. In the Soviet Union, opposing the government didn't make you a criminal. It made you clinically insane. Throughout the 1960s to the 1980s, the Soviet government developed a chilling method of silencing critics, not with bullets or prison camps, but with a doctor's note. If you challenged the state, opposed the Communist Party, or even asked too many questions, you risked being labeled not an enemy, but insane. And it had a name, Psikhushka, the nickname for the psychiatric hospitals where dissidents were locked away. The official diagnosis was sluggish schizophrenia, a term invented by Soviet psychiatrists, supposedly describing a mental illness with little to no visible symptoms. Or, in a nutshell, you look fine, but your brain doesn't love the motherland enough. Say the wrong thing, read the wrong book, write the wrong poem, and suddenly you weren't dangerous. You were unwell. Once inside, they were stripped of their legal rights. Family members were often told they were being treated voluntarily, or that their loved one had snapped, and the treatment was anything but therapeutic. Patients were injected with powerful antipsychotics like haloperidol, which caused intense muscle spasms, stiffness, and feelings of infernal torment. Others were subjected to insulin comas, forced electroshock therapy, and prolonged isolation. Some were tied to beds and left for hours in darkness. Food was withheld from the patients, and speech was discouraged. The goal wasn't to heal, it was to break, to convince the dissident that their beliefs were the problem, not the system that they were living under. And even if you managed to get released, the label stayed with you. You were now officially mentally ill. That meant no employment, no travel, no university, no credibility. You were dismissed not as a victim of injustice, but as a disturbed individual. Society was trained not to listen. One of the most well-known victims was Anatoly Koryagin, a Soviet psychiatrist to expose the system from the inside. He risked everything to document how political dissidents were being forcibly medicated. For his work, he was imprisoned and tortured with the very methods he tried to stop. International pressure eventually forced the Soviet Union to scale back the abuse, but not before thousands were affected. By the 1980s, reports from the Amnesty International and the World Psychiatric Association had made the abuse too visible to ignore. The USSR was eventually condemned, and some of the most egregious facilities were shut down. But the idea that your thoughts could be pathologized, that belief itself can be labeled as a symptom, never really disappeared. Even today, the term psikhushka is used by some Russians as a warning, because the structure is still there. All it takes is someone with a badge and a clipboard to decide you're no longer fit for the conversation. Tier 6. Extremely obscure or speculative. Stay behind armies. Operation Gladio. After World War II, Europe was in pieces. And before the dust had even settled, the United States and its allies were already preparing for the next catastrophe. They weren't asking if the Soviets would invade, they were betting on when. So they cooked up a plan. If the Red Army rolled into Western Europe, underground resistance fighters would pop out like sleeper agents from a Cold War fever dream. They'd sabotage, assassinate, and wage guerrilla war from behind enemy lines. This wasn't a movie plot. It was Operation Gladio, the most infamous example of what were called stay-behind armies. Gladio was based in Italy, but NATO ran parallel programs in France, Germany, Belgium, Turkey, Greece. Pretty much anywhere with a flag and a grudge to the Soviets. The CIA bankrolled it, MI6 helped coordinate it, and the recruitment pool? Ex-soldiers, right-wing nationalists, and anti-communist paramilitaries who loved order and weren't too picky about how it was enforced. Weapons were stashed across the countryside. Radios, explosives, firearms, all carefully hidden in secret bunkers. On paper, the purpose was defensive, but over time, the mission evolved. Whispers started circulating. Whispers about staged bombings, false flags, leftist scapegoats. Italy became a case study in controlled chaos. Terror attacks would hit. The blame fell on anarchists. And suddenly, the public was begging for stronger policing, harsher laws, and fewer questions. One of the deadliest examples came in 1980, when a bomb tore through Bologna's central train station. 85 people were killed with over 200 injured. The initial reports were pinned on left-wing radicals, but deeper investigation pointed elsewhere, toward far-right extremists with deep state fingerprints and Gladio connections that reeked of denial and burnt paper trails. Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti eventually admitted Gladio was real, but he swore it never crossed the line into domestic terrorism, which is convenient, because by that point, the line was buried under decades of redacted files, vanished witnesses, and exploding train stations. And it didn't stop at Italy. In Turkey, the stay-behind unit was called the counter-guerrilla. It was linked to torture chambers, extrajudicial killings, and the 1980 coup that reset the country with tanks. In Greece, NATO-trained operatives coincidentally aligned with the 1967 military junta takeover. Each country had its own version of plausible deniability, but the ingredients were the same: secrecy, nationalism, and just enough violence to steer democracy off a cliff. Even today, the full scale of Operation Gladio remains buried. The records were shredded, and the officials played dumb. And governments still treat the whole thing like a bad dream they refuse to discuss. Because Gladio wasn't just about resistance. It was about insurance. Insurance against political change. Insurance against the wrong people winning elections. Insurance that sometimes involved blowing up your own citizens to keep your ideology in power. So far, we've seen science hijacked for warfare, medical systems turned into prisons, and secret armies used to make democracy look like a bad accident. But what if the next weapon isn't a bomb or a bullet? What if it's microscopic, synthetic, and smart enough to wipe out more than a movement, but a species? Bioweapons program with global extinction potential. They're small enough to float through the air and are invisible to the eye. But with the right engineering, a single airborne microbe could do more damage than every warhead on Earth. That's the nightmare bioweapons were built for. And for decades, governments haven't just imagined it. They've prepared for it. While most people associate weapons of mass destruction with nukes, the most terrifying tools of war might not explode. They might infect. Bioweapons have been used before by ancient armies. flinging plague-ridden corpses over walls to the Japanese with Unit 731. But during the Cold War, something changed. Microbiology got faster, genetics got sharper, and aerosol dispersal meant you could now spray civilization-ending pathogens the way you'd apply cologne. The United States had its own bioweapons program until it was officially shut down in 1969. But before that, they tested everything, from anthrax to brucellosis, including open-air releases in cities and simulated attacks on naval ships. The Soviet Union, meanwhile, didn't just keep their program going, they supercharged it. After signing the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, which banned bioweapons development, they built Biopreparat, a massive secret network of laboratories that developed genetically enhanced versions of smallpox, plague, and Marburg virus. They weren't just stockpiling these pathogens, they were modifying them to be more infectious, more deadly, and resistant to vaccines. Because if you're going to break international law, might as well go for a high score. One defector, Ken Alibek, revealed that the Soviets had created weaponized anthrax strains so powerful that a single gram could kill thousands if dispersed correctly. He also describes plans to create hybrid viruses that combine the worst traits of multiple diseases. Viruses with the transmission of the flu and the kill rate of Ebola. Because why choose? And it wasn't just Russia. In the 21st century, emerging technologies like CRISPR and synthetic biology have lowered the barrier for creating deadly pathogens. What once required entire laboratories and national budgets can now be done with equipment found in university labs or private biotech startups. Now you just need a grad student, some grant money, and a 3D printer. That's what terrifies biosecurity experts the most, because we're now in an era where a rogue nation, a radical group, or a very smart, very angry guy in a basement could cook up a pathogen that starts quiet, then eats the world. A virus with a long incubation time, high transmission, and delayed symptoms. Something that spreads like a cold but kills like smallpox. And unlike nuclear weapons, which are hard to hide, a bioweapon could be released from a backpack, a perfume bottle, or a subway vent. You wouldn't hear it coming. You wouldn't know who did it. And by the time you figured it out, it might already be too late. Despite all of this, oversight remains dangerously thin. The Biological Weapons Convention has no verification mechanism. There's no global inspection regime like we have for nukes, and many countries still conduct dual-use research. Work that's meant to protect against pandemics, but could just as easily be weaponized. The line between defense and destruction is paper thin, and the blueprint for extinction might already be sitting in someone's database. Now, if an invisible virus engineered to spread through the population sounds like the scariest weapon imaginable, what if the button to destroy the entire world was already built, wired to respond not to orders, but to algorithms? Because next, we enter the final circle of this iceberg, a machine built to end everything, even if no one is left alive to press the launch key. Dead Hand, the nuclear doomsday machine. Deep under the Russian countryside, sealed in bunkers and wired into early warning radars, there's a system with a very specific job. If the world ends, it makes sure no one gets a happy ending. Its name is Dead Hand, or as the Soviets call it, Perimeter. An automated nuclear command system built to launch a second strike even if every general, politician, and phone line is already ash. But let's be honest, it's less perimeter defense and more mutually assured cremation. It began during the Cold War, when Soviet leadership feared that a decapitation strike, a surprise nuclear attack targeting their chain of command, could leave them blind and unable to retaliate. That vulnerability was unacceptable, so they built a machine to solve it. Here's how it worked. If a nuclear attack were detected, say through seismic sensors, satellite data, or loss of communication with top command, Dead Hand would activate. But instead of launching immediately, it would check for signs of life in the command chain. If generals didn't respond, if secure lines went silent, if the algorithm decided that the leadership was gone, then the system would fire. It would send commands to missile silos, submarines, mobile launchers, and long-range bombers. In effect, it could destroy the planet without human approval. The final judgment wouldn't come from a person, it would come from code. According to some sources, the system was fully operational by the mid-1980s, and though it was reportedly deactivated after the collapse of the Soviet Union, multiple Russian officials have since hinted, sometimes bluntly, that it still exists, perhaps in a modified form. And here's where it gets truly disturbing. Dead Hand wasn't built to prevent war. It was built to ensure that if the world were going to die, everyone would die. Its existence is a threat beyond death, a final warning to any enemy. Even if you win, you still lose. It was designed not just as a defense system, but as a philosophical weapon, the ultimate deterrent, the machine that guarantees mutual extinction, even in the absence of logic, mercy, or survivors. And here's one more thing. No one outside of the Kremlin knows the full details of how it operates today, whether it's still active, whether it's still automated, or whether we've handed the power to erase civilization to something that no longer has a conscience, or ever did. Imagine slogging through the jungle while chemicals rain from the sky, turning the trees orange and your lungs worse. Every step could set off a booby trap. Villages wiped out overnight. Prisoners vanish into tiger cages. Barbed wire boxes left in the sun until men can't even sit upright. That was Vietnam. And this is a disturbing Vietnam War iceberg. Tier 1. The Burning Monk, 1963. Before the airstrikes and body counts, and before American troops got fully involved, the first real sign that something was deeply wrong in Vietnam came from a street corner in Saigon, where a man sat down in the middle of traffic, poured gasoline over his head, and lit a match. His name was Thich Quang Duc, a Buddhist monk in his mid-60s who'd finally had enough. The South Vietnamese government, led by President Ngo Dinh Diem, has been waging a quiet war on Buddhism in favor of his own Catholic agenda. Even though the vast majority of the population was Buddhist, holidays were banned, religious flags were outlawed, and if anyone protested this, even peacefully, they'd be shot and killed in the streets. The people in power called it maintaining order, but it was really systemic suppression, and Quang Duc decided the world needed to see it for what it was. On June 11th, 1963, he stepped out of an Austin sedan, sat cross-legged at a busy intersection, poured gasoline over him, and set himself on fire. He just sat there, completely still, while flames consumed him and the crowd around him panicked. Other monks blocked off the scene and kept people back, even though most were too stunned to move or speak in the first place. Reporters were tipped off the night before, and Malcolm Brown, an American journalist, showed up with his camera. The photo he took circled the globe within hours, and it did exactly what the monks wanted it to do. President Kennedy saw it and said, "No news picture in history has generated so much emotion around the world." Diem's brutal tactics turned into an international scandal and started making headlines around the world. The US, which had been backing him until then, began pulling away because his leadership had now become a liability. But that's not where this story ends. When the monks recremated Quang Duc's body at his funeral, his heart reportedly refused to burn. The fire consumed everything else, but his heart stayed intact. So the monks placed it in a glass case and declared it sacred. Because really, what else could they do? Believe what you want about the heart thing, but the government was too busy panicking to explain it. And then they had bigger problems anyway. The Ngo brothers' assassination, 1963. By the fall of 1963, South Vietnam was trapped under the grip of two brothers who treated the state like a family business. President Ngo Dinh Diem wore the title, but his younger brother, Ngo Dinh Nhu, pulled the strings. Together, they'd alienated the Buddhists, angered the army, and embarrassed the Americans who had been keeping them afloat with weapons, cash, and political cover. By November, the only people they could count on were each other. The tipping point wasn't just their awful leadership. It was how openly they kept poking the hornet's nest. Nhu had built a secret paramilitary force that terrorized civilians. Buddhist monks were being beaten, arrested, and in some cases, made to disappear. All the while, Diem was on TV insisting everything was fine, even as monks literally set themselves on fire in public. It was an international PR disaster, and Washington started making quiet calls to anyone in the South Vietnamese army who might be open to adjustments in leadership. And if you think that kind of quiet scheming sounds bad, just wait until you hear about the Gulf of Tonkin, because that's when things really spiraled. On November 1, 1963, South Vietnamese generals launched a coup. The palace was surrounded, and the brothers fled. They ended up hiding in a church for a few hours until they were found and arrested the next morning. What happened next was supposed to be an escort to safety. Instead, both were executed in the back of an armored carrier. Some accounts say shot, others say stabbed. What's certain is that it was neither clean nor accidental. The generals claimed it had all gotten out of hand. The US pretended to be shocked, but make no mistake, Washington knew the coup was coming. They basically greenlit it without explicitly saying the words. And once it was done, they moved on like it was a regrettable paperwork error. The fallout was immediate. South Vietnam spiraled into years of unstable military rule. And Diem's death didn't fix much. It just cleared space for new problems. Corruption didn't end. Repression didn't stop. And America soon found itself deeper in the mess than ever before. Diem and New were mourned by many, but their assassination was a turning point. One of those moments when a bad situation quietly tips into something irreversible. If you think one political assassination is wild, wait till Tier 5, and you'll see how the US handled its own citizens when things got ugly. But first, let me explain the incident many people say is responsible for starting the war. The Gulf of Tonkin Incident, 1964. This was the moment one murky blip on a radar screen gave the US the excuse it needed to go all in on Vietnam. The first clash was real enough. On August 2, 1964, the USS Maddox traded fire with North Vietnamese torpedo boats, and at least one enemy vessel was damaged. But the second attack 2 nights later, that one was pure imagination. That night, the weather was rough, and the ship picked up odd radar signals, sonar pings, and what sounded like incoming torpedoes. No one actually saw an enemy boat, but the crew fired into the dark for hours anyway, just in case. By the time the sun came up, there was nothing. No wreckage, no oil slick, no enemy ships. Just open water and a ship full of confused sailors. Back in Washington, that didn't matter. President Johnson went on television and told the country America had been attacked twice. Within days, Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin resolution almost unanimously, giving him authority to escalate military involvement without a formal declaration of war. That resolution would go on to justify over 500,000 American troops being sent to Vietnam. The truth came out slowly. Years later, declassified NSA reports confirmed what some sailors had suspected all along. There was no second attack. The Navy had fired at shadows, and Washington built a war on it. Strategic Hamlet Program, 1961 to 1964. In the early 1960s, vulnerable Vietnamese villagers were crammed behind barbed wire and told to build new lives from scratch. On top of that, they were lectured on democracy, while corruption ran rampant and promised protection never showed up. All of this was done as part of something called the Strategic Hamlet Program. The program was supposed to do the opposite: fortify vulnerable rural villages, arm the locals, keep them safe from communist influence, and win hearts and minds. But in reality, it quickly spiraled into one of the most tone-deaf and self-defeating initiatives of the war. The whole thing first kicked off in early 1960s, when the US and South Vietnamese government decided that if they couldn't root out the Viet Cong in the countryside, they would just wall the countryside off instead. To achieve their goal, villagers were pulled into fenced, guarded compounds called strategic hamlets. But with rushed timelines, missing supplies, and corrupt officials, the hamlets were underdefended and poorly managed, which made it easy for guerrillas to just walk right in. By 1963, over 8 million people had been moved into more than 7,000 hamlets, but loyalty was scarce and safety was even scarcer. Some villagers actively helped the Viet Cong, not out of ideology, but because they were frustrated and figured the communists might actually leave them alone. The program backfired spectacularly. Instead of isolating the Viet Cong, the Strategic Hamlet Program handed them angry, displaced farmers who were ready to fight. Just like that, an initiative that was meant to secure the countryside turned into a new recruitment ground for the enemy. Force relations were bad enough, but later in Tier 2, you'll see soldiers taking frustration out on their own officers. Before we get to that, let's talk about what was perhaps the most important North Vietnam transportation route during the war: Ho Chi Minh Trail. 1959 to 1975. The US had satellites, helicopters, and napalm. North Vietnam had a dirt road through the jungle, and somehow that road gave the world's top military a serious run for its money. The Ho Chi Minh Trail wasn't just one trail. It was a constantly shifting spiderweb of jungle tracks, hidden supply routes, and camouflage storage sites running from North Vietnam through Laos and Cambodia into South Vietnam. At its peak, it moved hundreds of tons of weapons, food, and troops every day. The US called it a trail, which makes it sound like a hiking route. But in reality, it was an underground highway system held together with bamboo, sweat, and sheer willpower. North Vietnamese troops, many of them teenagers, hauled rockets and ammos on their back or pushed bicycles overloaded with supplies through knee-deep mud. And while American planes dropped bombs by the truckload, the trail kept adapting. When bridges were destroyed, they rebuilt them overnight. When paths were cratered, they shifted. The whole thing could morph and reroute itself like it had a mind of its own. Camouflage made it almost invisible. Troops hid storage units under trees, built fake treetops over air vents, and even submerged bridges underwater. U.S. forces tried everything from aerial bombing to chemical defoliants, sensors, and raids. Yet the trail kept moving, rebuilding, and flowing as if nothing had happened. By the end of the war, the Ho Chi Minh Trail had funneled over millions of tons of supplies into South Vietnam. The trail kept the North alive, but in Tier 4, you will see the desperate things the U.S. tried to do to break that spirit. Tier 2, Operation Ranch Hand, 1962 to 1971. If the Ho Chi Minh Trail was the jungle's secret weapon, then Operation Ranch Hand was America's attempt to fight back. Except the weapon here was herbicidal warfare. American planes flew low over Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia and dumped nearly 20 million gallons of Agent Orange and other defoliants onto forests, rice fields, and villages. The idea was simple: strip the jungle so the enemy had nowhere to hide, and wipe out their food at the same time. At first it looked like the plan was working. Forests withered, farmlands collapsed, and families lost the crops they depended on. But the spray didn't just stay on plants. It seeped into rivers and soil, and eventually into people. Vietnamese civilians got sick, and so did U.S. soldiers stationed nearby. That's where the real damage comes from. Because Agent Orange was contaminated with dioxin, one of the most toxic compounds ever made. It spread through the food chain and into the bloodstream, which meant cancers, birth defects, and immune disorders kept showing up long after the war ended. The U.S. didn't admit how dangerous it was until decades later, and lawsuits from veterans and civilians are still being filed. Some of the sprayed forests never grew back, which says a lot of how destructive the chemicals really were. Operation Ranch Hand was supposed to deny the enemy cover, but what it mostly did was poison the land and the people on both sides. Spraying poison over jungles feels dark, but in Tier 3, the horror gets personal. That's when soldiers go after civilians face to face. In the meantime, let's get into what happens when soldiers fighting on the same side have it out for their superiors. Fragging. Life in the jungle was miserable. Day after day, soldiers were sent on patrols, ambushes, and search and destroy missions that often felt pointless to the men doing them. Morale collapsed, and some officers only made things worse by pushing their troops too far or treating them as expendable. Eventually, frustration boiled over. Some soldiers stopped taking orders and turned on the chain of command that had pushed them too far. Instead of striking the Viet Cong, they turned on their own commanders. Fragmentation grenades became the weapon of choice, since they were easy to use and nearly impossible to trace. But bullets in the middle of a firefight worked just as well. A commander might wake up to a grenade rolling into his tent at night, or he might never make it out of the jungle at all. It wasn't just about bad leadership either. Racial tensions inside the ranks added fuel to the fire, and officers who tried to crack down on drugs often ended up as targets too. Between 1969 and 1972, the Pentagon recorded hundreds of fragging cases, with more than 80 American servicemen killed by their own side. Investigations rarely led anywhere because nobody wanted to talk, and proving who pulled the pin in the chaos of war was nearly impossible. Fragging wasn't some coordinated rebellion, it was a mix of frustration and rage, a way for soldiers to say they'd had enough of a war that already felt meaningless. By the early 70s, commanders were so nervous about it that some started sleeping with pistols under their pillows and sandbags around their beds. Sometimes, the most dangerous place for a commander to be was among his own men. The Cam Nhe Incident. The Cam Nhe Incident started like a lot of Vietnam War stories, with the Viet Cong deciding to ruin someone's morning. On July 1st, 1965, they hit the U.S. airbase in Da Nang with a classic combo of mortar fire and a sapper attack. The attack involved raining down small explosive shells on an area, while a group of trained personnel called sappers infiltrated the base. By the time they were done, 3 American aircraft were smoking ruins. 3 more were damaged, and the Marines were very motivated to return the favor. The very next day, the Marines expanded their base 8 kilometers south towards the Caudo River. The logic was simple. More space meant more patrols, which in turn meant fewer surprise visits from the Viet Cong. Except the Viet Cong weren't done. They struck again, this time firing from one of the 6 villages all named Cam Ne, especially Cam Ne 4. This time, the Marines took it personally. After a few of these back and forths, the Americans became convinced that Cam Ne wasn't just a village. It was a Viet Cong Airbnb. They were sure the locals were helping the enemy. So when the higher-ups gave the order, it was simple. Sweep the town, flush out any Viet Cong, and destroy their stronghold. On August 3rd, 1965, the Marines rolled into Cam Ne expecting a fight, but they found absolutely nothing, or at least no one they were looking for. The Viet Cong had slipped out quietly before the first Marine even broke a sweat, but the empty village still had plenty to offer, specifically trenches, booby traps, and landmines. The Marines went to work clearing everything, which in practice meant setting fire to homes and blowing up what was left. By the time they were done, 51 huts were ash. Villagers were injured and homeless, and the Viet Cong were untouched. The only thing defeated that day was the idea that America was the good guy. Normally, this would have been buried as just another ugly skirmish, but CBS correspondent Morley Safer was there with a camera, and millions of Americans watched Marines torch homes on the evening news. It wasn't just a story anymore. It was a turning point in how the war looked back home. As you'd expect, people were outraged, and the military was embarrassed. Safer got investigated for making the Marines look bad, and the Marines defended themselves by saying the huts had to go to keep the Viet Cong out. In the end, the Marines destroyed a village, the Viet Cong got away, and a lot of Americans watching TV at home realized the war wasn't the clean, heroic story they were being sold. Soldiers turning on their own officers is one thing, but there's an entry in Tier 5 that'll make you wonder how far desperation can go when bombs start dropping at home and abroad. The Battle of Ia Drang, 1965. On the morning of November 14, 1965, about 1,000 men from the U.S. 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry Regiment were airlifted straight into the Ia Drang Valley in South Vietnam. This was the first major clash between American forces and the North Vietnamese Army, and it was anything but friendly. This battle was historic because it was the first time the U.S. tried large-scale helicopter warfare. Dozens of choppers carried troops straight into the landing zone X-ray. And before anyone touched the ground, the Americans lit the place up with artillery, airstrikes, and rocket fire. They unleashed 30 minutes of non-stop chaos. But here's the thing, the NVA wasn't caught off guard. They were ready, and they had numbers. Within hours, 3 NVA battalions surrounded the landing zone, and suddenly the Americans were trapped. They called in more air support, and U.S. forces poured more than 33,000 rounds of artillery and additional air support, including B-52s, into the valley. The NVA countered with a brutal tactic. Stay so close to American lines that calling in airstrikes meant hitting your own men. Grab them by the belt, as they called it. It forced both sides into days of hand-to-hand fighting. After 2 days, the NVA pulled back. It looked like a U.S. win, until November 17th. On the march to another landing zone, LZ Albany, the NVA ambushed them point blank. This time, there was no artillery umbrella to save them. The result was a massacre. More than half the American troops became casualties. The Battle of Ia Drang showed that helicopters and heavy firepower could grab a landing zone, but without boots on the ground and close-range tactics, Vietnam was going to be a nightmare to win. The Hanoi March. On July 6, 1966, Hanoi decided to put on a parade, but not the kind with floats or marching bands. This one had 52 American prisoners of war being walked through the streets like props in a propaganda show. North Vietnam wanted the world to see how angry they were at the U.S. for bombing their cities, and this was apparently their big idea. Almost 2 years had passed since the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and the North Vietnamese government was desperate for international sympathy. Instead of sending a strongly worded letter, they lined up the prisoners of war and tried public humiliation. 36 of the men were dragged from the Cu Loc camp, which the Americans had nicknamed the Zoo, and the other 16 came from a place called the Briar Patch. Life in those prisons was already miserable. Prisoners spent months in solitary with barely any food and no talking. At some point, they got creative and started using a tap code to communicate through the walls. The march itself started at the Hangdae Stadium in central Hanoi. Thousands of civilians gathered to watch the whole thing like they were at a sporting event. The POWs were chained together in pairs and made to march 2 miles through the streets. At first, it was awkward. Then the mob turned violent. People broke from the stands and started beating the prisoners as they passed. For a moment, it looked like a public execution. Somehow, they survived and were marched right back to their cells as if nothing had happened. The entire thing was filmed and photographed because Hanoi wanted the world to see that their people were furious. But instead of winning sympathy, they ended up looking like bullies who got a kick out of parading starved, beaten prisoners through the streets. And that's how the Hanoi March became a perfect example of how propaganda can backfire when the whole world is watching. Marching POWs through the streets was brutal, but in Tier 6, I'll show you what real desperation looks like when a city is falling apart. Tier 3. Incident on Hill 192, 1966. The incident on Hill 192 was a real-life horror story, complete with monsters and the innocent girl they preyed on. On November 17, 1966, they kidnapped Phan Thi Mao, a young Vietnamese woman, dragged her to a hut, and assaulted her. After a few days, they panicked, realized hostage for 5 days wasn't a workable plan, and decided to kill her. They might have gotten away with it. Vietnam was full of atrocities that never saw daylight. But one soldier, the only one who hadn't touched her, reported it. They dragged her to an abandoned hut, and 4 of the 5 men took turns harassing her. With that, phase 1 of their plan was complete. Phase 2, the kept her for 5 days part, never happened. Reality set in, and the soldiers started to panic about getting caught. So instead of following through with their initial plan or just letting her go, they decided to kill her. One of the men led her to a brushy area and stabbed her 3 times. But she didn't die right away. She tried to run, but they caught her and shot her at close range. This time, she didn't make it. Since the girl was dead, they thought they'd gotten away with it. But it turned out that one of the soldiers actually had a conscience. He reported the crime, and all 5 men were court-martialed and convicted. Bin Hoa Massacre, 1966. December 3, 1966, Bin Hoa Village. You're farming or with family when South Korean troops, known for brutal tactics, roll in on a routine search. And it wasn't the Americans this time. It was South Korean troops who were fighting alongside the US and South Vietnam. These guys had a reputation for being strict, which in practice meant people feared them more than the Americans, and for good reason. Between December 3rd and 6th, they turned Bin Hoa into a massacre site. It started with a house search. Soldiers found a cellar full of civilians hiding under one man's home. You'd think they'd drag the people out and arrest them, but that's not what happened. Instead, they tossed in grenades and opened fire, killing 15 people on the spot. Then it got worse. The troops kidnapped 37 villagers, mostly women and children, and marched them into a big pit and executed all of them. The next day, the soldiers decided it was time for the full massacre. They went door to door, killing anyone they came across. Women, kids, the elderly, it didn't really matter. And just in case killing hundreds of people wasn't enough, they slaughtered livestock and torched every house they could find. By the time the soldiers were done, Bin Hoa was gone, and more than 400 civilians were dead. For nearly 20 years, no one outside the province talked about it. A British journalist finally dug it up in the 80s. By then, the village was gone. The records were buried, and the war had already moved on. That's the kind of silence atrocities live on. It was yet another reminder that in the Vietnam War, danger didn't just fall from the sky in the form of bombs. Sometimes it walked right through your front door. As bad as this is, it's not even the one that made headlines worldwide. Tier 4 is where things get historically infamous. Dak Son Massacre. Surprisingly, the massacre at Dak Son didn't start with explosions or flames. Instead, it started with a few Viet Cong soldiers climbing up a perimeter wall and trying to pressure the villagers inside to hand over some people. They were told no, so they left. Then they came back. 14 months earlier, around 800 Montagnard refugees had escaped from a Viet Cong camp, where they'd been forced to work under brutal conditions. They found safety in Dak Son, and the Viet Cong wanted them back. When the villagers refused, the fighters decided that if they couldn't get their property back, they'd turn it into a public lesson by punishing the escaped captives and the villagers who dared to defy them. On December 5th, 1967, just after midnight, the Viet Cong launched a full-scale assault on the sleeping village. They brought machine guns, mortars, and flamethrowers. Their choice of weapons made it clear they hadn't come to take prisoners. They were there to kill. Houses were set on fire with people still inside, and anyone who tried to run was cut down. Families hid in foxholes under their home, but many suffocated as smoke poured in while the village burned above them. If the house didn't catch fire on its own, a grenade usually took care of it. The destruction didn't stop with people being killed. The Viet Cong fighters were determined to destroy everything and anything they came across. So they torched fields, killed livestock, and stripped the village of anything that could sustain life. By the time the flames died down, the Viet Cong had dragged 160 survivors out of hiding, shot 60 of them, and kidnapped the other 100, probably to serve as a replacement for the laborers they'd lost. By morning, Dak Son was destroyed, and 252 unarmed civilians were dead. Official reports from Hanoi later blamed U.S. bombs, but the survivors had watched men walk into their homes carrying fire. Hard to mistake that for an airstrike. Operation Cedar Falls, 1967. In 1967, the U.S. Army finally cracked the code on fighting guerrillas. Or at least, they thought they did. They decided they were going to flush the Viet Cong out of their strongest base, an area called the Iron Triangle, and call it a win. The Iron Triangle was about 120 square miles of land between the Saigon River and the Tin River, and it was pretty much Viet Cong central. It was packed with hidden tunnels, supply caches, and villagers that were happy to feed and shelter Viet Cong fighters. That morning, around 8 a.m., 420 soldiers dropped into the town of Ben Suc from 60 helicopters, and they had backup on the way. The place was believed to be a major Viet Cong hub, so naturally, that's where the show started. Villagers were told over loudspeakers to stay inside and wait for instructions. And then, those instructions turned out to be, get out. Around 6,000 villagers were forced out of their homes and sent to refugee camps. One day, you're living life in the Iron Triangle, and the next, you're homeless, because someone decided your whole neighborhood is now a battlefield. Once the people were gone, the U.S. went all in on Phase 2, wiped the place off the map. Houses were burned or bulldozed, trees were flattened, and the landscape was turned into a muddy wasteland. And then came the part soldiers really loved, tunnel hunting. The Viet Cong had an entire underground world running through the Iron Triangle. It already slipped away before the troops arrived, but the Americans sent in tunnel rats, which turned out to be a code name for small soldiers trained to crawl into pitch-black, booby-trapped holes. The tunnel rats found supplies and documents, burned what they could, and then demolished the tunnels. Mission accomplished, or so they thought. As soon as the U.S. troops left, the Viet Cong came right back and picked up where they left off. Operation Cedar Falls ended up being a very expensive way to evict thousands of civilians, wreck the environment, and ultimately achieve next to nothing. The Massacre at Hue, 1968. On the morning of January 31, 1968, the people of Hue woke up to gunfire and the sound of North Vietnamese and Viet Cong troops marching into their city. It was the start of the Tet Offensive, and for Hue, that meant 26 straight days of urban warfare. The U.S. and South Vietnamese forces scrambled to hold ground while the city basically turned into a battlefield. Somewhere along the line, Viet Cong officers started going door to door, not to fight, but to round people up. If you had any connection to the South Vietnamese government at all, whether you were a civil servant, teacher, student, priest, monk, or just a friend of someone who once voted the wrong way, you would be arrested. At first, it looked like they were just detaining people, but then they started separating them into groups. Some were marched north for re-education, which in practice meant prison or forced labor, while the rest never made it out of Hue. One of the most chilling parts happened at a local church, where a bunch of civilians had taken refuge. The Viet Cong found them, pulled them out, and told them they were being sent to a liberated area for indoctrination. They were promised they'd be released afterward, but of course they weren't. Instead, they were marched 9 kilometers into the countryside, where 20 of them were taken aside, executed, and buried on the spot. The rest were dragged across a river and handed off to another communist unit. That unit finished the job. By the time South Vietnamese and American troops finally retook the city, Hue was in ruins. The full extent of the violence only became clear when people started digging. Throughout 1968 and into the next year, mass graves were uncovered all around the city. Thousands of bodies had been dumped into shallow pits with their hands tied behind their backs and their mouths gagged with rags. Some had clearly been tortured. Some were buried alive. By every indication, many of the victims were just regular people who'd been caught on the wrong side of a political line. More than 2,000 civilians were executed, and the total death toll hit over 5,000. The Battle of Hue may have been a military turning point in the war, but underneath the gunfire, it was also one of the deadliest mass killings of civilians in the entire conflict. And for years, a lot of people didn't even talk about it. Some still don't. The massacre was devastating. But in Tier 4, there's a single execution that was caught on camera. It went on to become one of the most unforgettable images of the war. Tier 4, the Saigon Execution, 1968. If the Saigon execution happened today, the video would hit every social media feed in seconds. But back in 1968, all the world got was a single photo. On February 1, 1968, Associated Press photographer Eddie Adams found himself at the scene of a street execution. The Tet Offensive had kicked off a few days earlier, and South Vietnam was basically on fire. Eddie wasn't just a photographer, though. He was a former U.S. Marine, which meant he had the kind of mindset where running toward gunfire seemed reasonable. For him, war photography was just another day at work. That morning, Eddie got a tip that a firefight had broken out nearby, so he grabbed his camera and went straight to it. When he arrived, it was weirdly quiet. The news crews were about to leave when something caught everyone's attention. South Vietnamese Marines were dragging a man down the street. He was in a plaid shirt, his hands tied behind his back, and he looked like a random civilian. His name was Nguyen Van Lem, and while he didn't look like a soldier, he was actually a Viet Cong captain. On the surface, he and his wife ran a tire shop. In reality, they were arms dealers for the Viet Cong. Lem had just been captured by General Nguyen Ngoc Loan, South Vietnam's chief of police. Loan wanted him executed immediately, but the soldiers hesitated. So Loan did it himself. He raised his pistol, pressed it to Lem's head, and pulled the trigger, right there in the middle of the street. At that exact moment, Eddie Adams clicked his camera. The photo captured Lem's final expression as he collapsed, blood pouring from his head. Loan later justified the killing by saying Lem wasn't in uniform and that he had murdered a South Vietnamese officer. But Eddie's photo made the explanations feel irrelevant. By the next day, the image was splashed across newspapers in the United States, and Americans saw the war in a way they couldn't ignore. Eddie Adams went on to win a Pulitzer Prize for the shot, and the picture became one of the most famous and most haunting images of the Vietnam War. Phong Ni and Phong Nhat Massacre. On the morning of February 12, 1968, two small hamlets in Quang Nam Province, Phong Ni and Phong Nhat, woke up to the sound of South Korean Marines rolling in. The Tet Offensive has just rocked South Vietnam, and these troops weren't in the mood for mercy. Officially, they were hunting Viet Cong guerrillas. In practice, they went after the people who couldn't fight back. The Marines swept through the hamlets, killing civilians on sight, torching homes, and tossing some victims into village wells. Within hours, the two peaceful hamlets had turned into killing grounds. Among the survivors was 8-year-old Nguyen Thi Tan, who was hiding in an underground shelter with her family. The soldiers found them, forced them out, and shot them. Nguyen was hit in the stomach and somehow lived, but her entire family was killed. When the troops left, 79 civilians were dead, and the villages were scattered with bodies. For decades, nobody talked about the massacre. Nguyen kept her scar and her story to herself until she finally testified in South Korea in 2020. In court, she showed the scar on her stomach as proof of what had been done to her. In 2023, a South Korean court ordered the government to pay her over 30 million won, which is about $24,000. It was the first time South Korea officially admitted responsibility for the Phong Ni and Phong Nhat massacre, and it came decades after its soldiers had wiped out two villages in a single morning. If this doesn't sit right with you, you should know that in Tier 6, there are prison stories that still make veterans shiver. My Lai Massacre, 1968. On the morning of March 16, 1968, the people of My Lai were starting their day like any other. They were cooking breakfast, tending animals, and chatting outside their homes, and no one was expecting trouble. Then, soldiers from Charlie Company, 11th Brigade, walked into the village. But the soldiers hadn't come for a friendly visit. The night before, their captain, Ernest Medina, told them the village was basically empty and that only Viet Cong fighters or their supporters would still be there. He gave them clear orders. Kill everyone you find. Kill the livestock, poison the wells, and burn the village to the ground. Except Medina was wrong, and the soldiers realized it immediately. The village was full of civilians, men, women, and children who weren't even hiding. At first, the soldiers searched for the Viet Cong, but they didn't find any. Instead of leaving, they turned their guns on the people in front of them. The villagers were rounded up in groups, and the soldiers opened fire. Some were shot in rice paddies, and others were killed in an irrigation ditch. One soldier even pushed a villager into a well and threw a grenade in after him for good measure. Another soldier came across 20 villagers praying at a temple, and he shot every single one of them. Then it got worse. Women who tried to shield their children were killed, and then the kids were killed too. Some women, and even girls as young as 12, were gang R-worded before the soldiers mutilated their bodies. The troops shot livestock, burned homes, and kept killing until more than 500 civilians were dead. A U.S. helicopter pilot named Hugh Thompson Jr. saw the massacre from above, and when he noticed soldiers moving towards a bunker where women and children were hiding, he landed his helicopter between them. He confronted the soldiers and managed to get some of the civilians out alive. The U.S. Army tried to cover it all up, claiming it was just a battle against Viet Cong, but witnesses and photos told the real story. Eventually, 26 soldiers were charged, and only one guy, Lieutenant William Cowley, was convicted. He served just 3.5 years under house arrest. Girltron, 1968. Some of the most haunting images from Vietnam weren't of battlefields. They were of children who had nothing to do with the fighting. One of them was Girltron, who was only 12 years old when she was photographed by Life magazine's Larry Burroughs. Girltron's government name was Nguyen Thi Tron, and in 1968 she was living in Saigon. Burroughs wasn't new to any of this. He'd been photographing the Vietnam War since 1962, so he'd already spent years alongside American troops, wading through mud and dodging gunfire. He had seen more dead bodies, blood, and burned out villages than anyone would want to admit. But the day he took the iconic Girltron photo didn't start with anything dramatic. It was just two kids playing on a swing inside a Red Cross compound. When he looked closer, he realized one of the girls, who he later found out was Tron, had just one leg. A few months earlier, she had been doing something very normal, collecting firewood and picking plants. The problem was she was doing it in an area where the Viet Cong were active. She didn't know it, but the Americans had already decided that anything that moved there was fair game. A U.S. helicopter spotted her, opened fire, and the bullets tore into her leg. She survived the attack, but the damage was so bad that doctors had to amputate. Burroughs asked about her story and decided the world needed to see it. On November 8, 1968, Life magazine published his photo with the headline, "As the bombing stops, this girl, Tron." The photo became one of Burroughs' most memorable shots. Tron's name got out, her story spread, and she even had a short-lived friendship with the photographer who noticed her. Burroughs was killed in 1971 while covering the war, but the Girltron photo still shows that the Vietnam War hit ordinary homes and playgrounds, not just jungles. The Cambodian Incursion, 1970. The Cambodian incursion kicked off in April 1970, and it was the real case of the friend of my enemy is my enemy too. Here's what was going on. Since 1963, the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong had been sneaking across the border into Cambodia and setting up shop. Cambodia wanted nothing to do with the Vietnam War. They had a weak military, shared a border with Vietnam, and decided to stay officially neutral. But neutrality didn't stop the North Vietnamese. They were moving in and out of the eastern part of Cambodia through the infamous Ho Chi Minh Trail, and no one was stopping them. They built secret base camps there, where they could rest, regroup, and plan their next moves without worrying about American bombs or South Vietnamese raids. These bases had everything: food, weapons, ammo, and enough supplies to keep the war machine going. By 1969, President Richard Nixon was done watching. He secretly ordered bombing runs on eastern Cambodia to hit the supply lines and force the North Vietnamese out. But he didn't stop at airstrikes. He also planned for U.S. and South Vietnamese troops to actually cross the border and hit those camps on the ground. If the bombs didn't wipe the bases out, then the foot soldiers would. In April 1970, about 48,000 South Vietnamese troops marched into Cambodia, and they were soon joined by 32,000 American soldiers. Together, they went after the North Vietnamese camps, and as they moved in, the enemy forces slipped deeper into Cambodia, leaving destruction behind them. The operation was technically a success because thousands of tons of weapons, food, and supplies were destroyed, and secret documents exposing North Vietnamese strategy were captured. But the victory came at a heavy cost. By the time the incursion wrapped up in June, the North had lost around 11,000 fighters. South Vietnam had lost more than 1,000. and the US had lost 338 soldiers. In the end, Cambodia paid the biggest price, because being neutral only turned their country into a battlefield. If they'd had the strength to pick a side, maybe they wouldn't have ended up as the unwilling host of someone else's war. Tier 5. The Kent State Massacre. A few days after the Cambodian incursion began, the US managed to make an already bad situation even worse. On April 30, 1970, President Richard Nixon went on television and casually announced that US forces were invading Cambodia to take out North Vietnamese camps. To most Americans, this sounded like the government had decided to pick a fight in a neutral country just to see what would happen. For students who were already tired of the Vietnam War, it was the last straw. They weren't soldiers, but they were done watching their government expand a war that wasn't going well in the first place. So they started protesting. Kent State University in Ohio was one of the loudest campuses. On May 1st, the students started their protest. They marched, chanted, and even got theatrical about it. A group of history majors held a little ceremony where they buried a copy of the U.S. Constitution to symbolize Nixon killing it. The display did exactly what the group wanted it to. It got people's attention. By May 4th, about 2,000 students had gathered in different spots on campus. There was no central leadership, which is basically an invitation for chaos. The protests were mostly quiet at first, with flag waving and students chanting. But then the Ohio National Guard showed up. They went through the usual routine and yelled at the crowd to clear out, but nobody listened. Since Plan A failed miserably, the Guard decided it was time for Plan B. They fired tear gas into the crowd, but that didn't work either. It only pushed the students back a little and made them mad. They retaliated by throwing rocks, and that was all it took for things to spiral out of control. Then came the moment that would burn this protest into history. Around 12:24 p.m., 29 guardsmen turned towards the students and opened fire. It lasted only 13 seconds, but in that time, 67 rounds tore across the campus. Students screamed, ran, and hit the ground, and some never got up. When the chaos finally cleared, 4 students were dead and 9 others were wounded. One of them was left paralyzed for the rest of their life. News of the shooting sparked nationwide outrage. Over 4 million students across more than 1,300 colleges and universities walked out in protest, creating the largest student strike in U.S. history. Campuses closed, streets filled with demonstrators, and suddenly the Vietnam War wasn't just an overseas problem anymore. It was at America's own doorstep. The U.S. went to Vietnam to stop a war, but the Kent State Massacre showed that it had brought one home. The massacre made it clear that the Vietnam War wasn't just tearing apart villages overseas. It was also tearing apart the country that sent the soldiers there in the first place. Phoenix Program. To put it simply, the Phoenix Program was America and South Vietnam's answer to the Viet Cong political network. It was a brainchild of the CIA, and those guys aren't exactly famous for valuing human life, so I'm sure you can guess where this is going. The program ran from 1968 to 1972, and it played out like a grim spy movie. CIA operatives and South Vietnamese forces infiltrated the Viet Cong and gathered intelligence from the streets. Everyone was a suspect. Your neighbor, the shopkeeper, even the guy who sold you grenades could be on the CIA's payroll, ready to snitch for a few extra bucks. Once someone was tagged as Viet Cong, there were really only 2 outcomes: assassination or capture. If you got captured, that's when things went from bad to worse. Interrogation was just a nice word for torture, and the methods were exactly as awful as you'd think. Prisoners were beaten, harassed, waterboarded, starved, and electrocuted. Sometimes, the interrogators would attach wires to a prisoner's genitals or tongue and flip the switch. Some accounts from the program are almost hard to believe, but they're real. One intelligence officer recalled watching interrogators hammer a 6-inch wooden dowel into a prisoner's ear canal until it reached his brain. Another account described 3 doctors using prisoners as test subjects for electroshock experiments, zapping them up to 60 times a day for a week. The goal was to see if they could alter human behavior. It didn't work. All it did was kill people. Despite all the horror it caused, the Phoenix program was called a success because the numbers looked good. By 1972, 81,740 suspected Viet Cong had been captured, killed, or flipped to the other side. The Viet Cong's political infrastructure was effectively shattered, but in this case, success came at the cost of turning intelligence work into a nightmare factory. Napalm Girl, 1972. It was June 8, 1972, and South Vietnamese planes had just dropped napalm on the town of Trang Bang. Napalm is gasoline turned into jelly, and once it hits you, it clings to your skin and keeps burning until there's nothing left to burn. If fire could hold a grudge, this would be how it showed it. Phan Thi Kim Phuc, who the world would later come to know as Napalm Girl, lived there with her family. The town had been under North Vietnamese occupation for a while, and the South Vietnamese army had been trying and failing to drive them out for 3 days. So they decided to bring in their big solution, which in this case was napalm airstrikes. At the time of the bombing, Phuc and her family, along with many other civilians, were hiding at a nearby Buddhist temple. When the bombs started falling, the entire area was thrown into chaos. In the middle of it, Phuc's clothes caught fire. She ripped them off while running for her life, and the 9-year-old girl ended up sprinting naked down the highway, just trying to escape the flames. This was the moment Vietnamese photographer Nick Ut took the famous photo. It showed Phuc screaming and running alongside other terrified villagers. After taking the picture, Nick Ut did what you'd expect from a decent human being. He rushed over, poured water on her burns, and helped get her and other children into a van. He drove them to a nearby hospital, where doctors took one look at her and assumed she wouldn't make it. But she did. After 14 months in the hospital and 17 surgeries, Phuc survived and eventually returned home. Meanwhile, Nick Ut's photo spread across the world, shocking audiences who thought they'd already seen the worst of the war. It fueled anti-war protests in the US, hardened international criticism, and became one of the defining images that turned public opinion against America's involvement in Vietnam. The picture got so popular that in 1973, Ut won the Pulitzer Prize for it. Christmas bombing, 1972. In December 1972, North Vietnam found out that Christmas could come with B-52s instead of carols. From the 18th to the 29th, the skies over Hanoi and Haiphong were packed with American bombers dropping wave after wave of bombs. By the end of 1972, the war was dragging, and peace talks were limping along in Paris. Then, they completely stalled. North Vietnam didn't like the terms, refused to set a new date, and basically walked away with a middle finger in the air. By December 16th, the talks had gone nowhere, and U.S. President Richard Nixon decided he'd had enough. He gave North Vietnam 72 hours to return to the table or face grave consequences. 72 hours later, Nixon kept his promise. On December 18th, the U.S. launched Operation Linebacker 2, a massive bombing campaign targeting North Vietnam's military and industrial zones. The first night alone saw waves of bombs hitting airfields like Kep, Phuc Yen, and Hoa Lac, along with a massive rail and warehouse complex at Yen Vien. Once the bombing started, it didn't slow down. For the next 11 days, over 200 American B-52 bombers dropped more than 20,000 tons of explosives. And while the North Vietnamese fired back, shooting down at least 16 bombers, it was the people on the ground who paid the heaviest price. One hospital in southern Hanoi was hit with over 100 bombs in a single day. Doctors and nurses were killed where they stood. Patients were buried in rubble, and the building was gone. The U.S. military claimed the hospital was hiding anti-aircraft weapons, but for the civilians inside, that didn't really matter. Americans called it the Christmas bombings, even though they paused for December 25 like it was some kind of courtesy break. By the 26th, the sky was roaring again, and the bombing didn't stop until December 30, when Nixon finally called it off. North Vietnam returned to the negotiating table, and the Paris Peace Accords were signed in January 1973, ending direct U.S. involvement in the war. But it only happened after Operation Linebacker had killed around 1,600 civilians. The bombings forced Hanoi back to Paris, but they also stripped away what was left of America's credibility. Tiger cages. We've already been through plenty of grim stuff in this iceberg, but it only gets worse the further down we go. One of the darkest stops is Con Son Prison, where tiger cages turn captivity into something far beyond a normal cell. These underground pits made regular prisons look almost humane. The French built Con Son during colonial times, but the South Vietnamese ran it during the war, and they didn't use it for rehabilitation. The tiger cages were a separate block of 120 little pits with iron bars on top, like something you'd see in a zoo, except instead of tigers, they held people. People who couldn't even stand up straight or sit comfortably. The sun beat down on them all day, and the guards called it sunbathing, which sounds relaxing until you remember There was no water, no shade, and no sunscreen. Just heat, disease, and starvation. Guards could stroll across the bars and do pretty much whatever they wanted. Sometimes they poked prisoners with sticks, and other times they dumped quicklime mixed with water into the cages. Quicklime burns skin and can cause blindness. For years, the world didn't know this was happening, and the South Vietnamese government certainly wasn't going to advertise it. That changed in 1970, when American journalist Don Luce and congressional aide Tom Harkin, yes, the guy who later became a senator, visited the prison with a press team. They photographed prisoners who were stick-thin, filthy, and barely alive. When the images were published, it was a PR disaster for the US and South Vietnam, because now the world knew that they were responsible for keeping humans in cages, like animals. And if you think this is bad, just wait until you see the last days of Saigon. Tier 6. Torture in Hoa Lo Prison. When you hear Hanoi Hilton, you probably picture bellboys, room service, and maybe a pool. Yeah, no. In Vietnam, the Hanoi Hilton was Hoa Lo Prison, and what it really had to offer was rats, starvation, and torture. The place was built by the French in the late 1800s because Vietnamese people wanted independence. The French solution was to build a prison where you could lock up anyone who got too patriotic and, convince them to calm down. Fast forward a few decades and the North Vietnamese took over. By the Vietnam War, Hoa Lo was where American pilots prayed they'd never end up. If you were a wartime pilot and your plane got shot down over the north, congratulations. You just won an all-expenses-paid trip to the Hanoi Hilton. The conditions were awful, but not in the way movies like to dramatize. There was nothing elaborate about it. It was just miserable. The cells were cramped and filthy. There was barely any food. The beds were just cold cement slabs, and the rats? Let's just say you were never really sleeping alone. But the real problem wasn't the rats, it was the torture. Guards tied prisoners in positions that twisted their bodies until their shoulders dislocated. Beatings were routine. Solitary confinement was like being stuffed in a dark shoebox for weeks, and all of it was meant to break you before they even asked the first question. The Americans stuck there gave the place its sarcastic nickname, Hanoi Hilton, because, well, if you can't leave, you might as well make a joke about it. When the prisoners of war finally came home in 1973, during Operation Homecoming, they brought stories that painted a picture that North Vietnam denied completely. North Vietnam kept insisting the prisoners had been treated well, but U.S. testimonies and internal reports described routine beatings, starvation, and years of sleeping on bare concrete. The Battle of Ban Me Thuot. By early 1975, the North Vietnamese had figured out that South Vietnam was running on fumes. The war had been dragging for years. U.S. troops were mostly gone, and the South Vietnamese army, known as the ARVN, was holding on with more hope than actual strength. So in March, the North decided to aim straight for the Central Highlands, and the city of Ban Me Thuot became their top target. It made sense because the city was the ARVN's stronghold in the region, and taking it could unravel South Vietnam's entire defense line. The plan was called Campaign 275, and it relied on stealth. North Vietnamese troops quietly crept into position around the city, slipping past intelligence and patrols like they had done 100 times before. By March 10th, they were ready. They launched their assault from multiple directions, striking key roads, the Phuong Duc airfield, and the ARVN's infantry regiment headquarters all at once. On paper, the South Vietnamese had plenty of firepower. They had 146 artillery guns and 117 armored vehicles, and they still had some air support. But on the ground, numbers matter more than equipment, and the ARVN was heavily outnumbered. The North Vietnamese pushed through the streets fast, and by next morning, most of Ban Me Thuot's main roads were under their control. The ARVN tried everything to turn the tide in their favor, from airstrikes and desperate counterattacks to digging in at the airfield. But things just kept falling apart. By March 12, the South Vietnamese command pulled everyone back to the division headquarters to plan a counterattack, only to find that their leadership had basically disappeared. Many of their top officers had been captured, leaving the soldiers like a headless army trying to hold a city that was already lost. At that point, the higher-ups ordered what was left of their troops to withdraw, but even that turned into a disaster, and many soldiers were killed on the way out. When it was finally over, the ARVN had suffered huge losses. 4,502 soldiers had been killed, and 16,822 were captured. Ban Me Thuot fell, and with it, the Central Highlands collapsed. By winning this battle, North Vietnam punched a hole in South Vietnam's defenses that the country never really recovered from. Vietnamese evacuation. By early 1975, South Vietnam was collapsing like a badly stacked game of Jenga. The North Vietnamese had launched Campaign 275. Ban Me Thuot had already fallen, and the US government suddenly realized something awkward. American citizens were still in the country, and they were now in real danger. The bigger problem was that Congress had already cut funding for South Vietnam's military, leaving President Gerald Ford with few options. He tried asking for emergency aid, but that didn't go well. With ARVN falling apart and American influence crumbling, Ford had only one card left to play: get as many people out as fast as possible. At first, the evacuation was supposed to be discreet, quiet flights and small numbers, to avoid spreading panic. That plan lasted for about 5 minutes. As soon as word spread, crowds swarmed airports, ports, and any spot where a rumor of escape popped up. People begged soldiers for a seat on helicopters, tried sneaking onto cargo ships, and even clung to vehicles heading toward airfields. It was the beginning of what history would call the fall of Saigon. In the middle of this chaos was Peter Thompson, a former U.S. State Department employee. He'd been reassigned to India years earlier, but his wife's family was still in Vietnam, and he wasn't about to leave them behind. The U.S. government had already started discouraging Americans from entering the country, which was a pretty big hint that this was a bad idea. Thompson went anyway. When he'd reached Saigon, he found the U.S. Embassy running on fumes. The staff was exhausted, outnumbered, and trying to manage a human tidal wave. Thompson wanted to get his relatives out, but the only way to do it was to help. He became an unofficial embassy driver and started transporting evacuees from a secret pickup point to a safe house, and eventually to the airport for flights out of the country. On evacuation day, things really got out of hand. Thompson had one van, and over 100 people needed rides. He crammed them all in one trip while dodging chaos and running the risk of being stopped by approaching Viet Cong forces. Somehow he pulled it off. He was able to get his family and dozens of others to safety. Thompson survived the ordeal and went on to have a long diplomatic career, even becoming the U.S. ambassador to Armenia in the 1990s. For everyone in Vietnam that spring, the evacuations were chaotic and dangerous, driven by panic, luck, and quick decisions. It was the final phase of America's messy withdrawal from a war it couldn't win. Fall of Saigon. On April 30, 1975, the Vietnam War ended with North Vietnamese tanks crashing through the gates of the presidential palace in Saigon. South Vietnam had been collapsing for weeks, and the North's last push cut through what was left of ARVN's army like it wasn't even there. The city was tense, but strangely quiet that morning. Streets were clogged with people trying to escape, and you could hear the low thud of artillery in the distance. By the time the North Vietnamese tank number 843 smashed through the palace gate, South Vietnam's president, Duong Van Minh, had already surrendered over the radio. He told his forces to lay down their weapons because there was no fight left to give. Inside the palace, the soldiers found no resistance. Instead, they came face to face with the last government officials who were waiting to be taken prisoner. A National Liberation Front flag went up over the building, and that was it. After 20 years of war, Saigon had fallen. Outside the palace, helicopters from Operation Frequent Wind were still evacuating Americans and a few lucky South Vietnamese from rooftops, while thousands of others swarmed the U.S. Embassy and airport, begging for a way out. Once the tanks reached the city center, it was clear the war was over. The last U.S. Marines left the embassy roof, and in a few months, Saigon became Ho Chi Minh City. The fall of Saigon marked the end of the Vietnam War. For South Vietnamese civilians, it meant purges, re-education camps, and mass escapes. For the U.S., it was the final public defeat.